timers? Yes, of course I want chat timers. Then... Oh yeah, I guess I should probably upload my widgets. That has been... Yep. Come on, widgets, do your thing. Yeah, everything seems to be good. For whatever reason, it was just like, just completely disconnected from Restream, so I had to redo all of that, so that was kind of annoying. But everything appears to be correct now. So if you want to go ahead and drop the rules into that thread on Discord, and then I will be making a chat timer for that in, let's see here, reply commands, create, Umineko. The rules and theories section. If you and then I'll put every 40 minutes. Okay, so we have the chat timers going. Yeah, like copy and paste the rules in there as like its own thing. Or even just a screenshot, honestly. Because every 40 minutes I have a little timer on there that's going to tell them like where that's at. Oh, Mr. Kitty, you're so cute. You're so cute, Mr. Kitty. And just let me know when you're done with that, and then I'll switch over to the other thing so we don't get spoiled. For everyone else not doing back-end tech work, hello, hello. I know you guys just got to see me yesterday, but you're seeing me today. It's Monday. And today, you're probably wondering what the raucous sound of seagulls behind me is, and that is our new stream thing. Because I have just gotten super into tantric seagulls. No, I'm just kidding. So we are playing Umineko When Seagulls Cry, which is a graphic novel and a detective series, I'm told. So we are going to be solving mysteries and questioning all anime logic when it comes to this title. But I'm really excited. I think it's going to be really cool. We have our very own Kaza, or Woony Cooney. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. And he is going to be our guide for this, doing all the back-end tech work that I hate doing. And rules posted, perfect. So I do have a reoccurring timer that will remind everybody. Oh, hello, Grumpy. So we have all of the rules for following along if you want a detective run this with me. And that will be in the stream chat, in the Discord, either in the thread for Umineko or not. That's up to Kaza. But if you want to follow along like a detective, go ahead and check that out so you're not getting in trouble for giving any naughty spoilers. And then I'm just going to read them real quick to you guys while I'm here. So first of all, do not look things up. If you guys want to do that on your own time and keep it to yourself, I cannot stop you. But, like, keep everything... Thank you. Thank you. They're very sharp. But keep these secrets to yourself. I'm trying to fully autism myself into this. I want to be completely immersed. You can have any theory that you want as long as it's not nonsense. Like, don't tell me that you think that they're creatures from the Black Lagoon or something. That's ridiculous. We're trying to have a real detective business right now. And do not solicit any hints or tips from anybody. We're trying to do this on our own detective-based merits. Okay, and you will get a naughty timeout if you're bad, and potentially banned if you're extra naughty. So don't do that, guys. I want you guys to finish the entire series with me. This is going to be so fun. I'm very excited. This is one of my favorite genres, if I'm being honest, is a whodunit. Because I got super, super into Knives Out mysteries. I've always kind of liked these kinds of mysteries, but you very rarely get an opportunity to like truly play through a mystery that surprises you. So I'm excited to like be finally going into something blind. So without further ado, since I've taken forever and a day and missed all of our yap time once again doing tech business, we can blame Restream for that and OBS for the rest of it. I am going to pop over into the title screen. And for all of you guys asking me to turn down the transition scene, I'm working on that. I have to have yet another team of tech people figure out how to turn the audio down on this because OBS doesn't have a native thing for that. Yes, excellent. Hello, Vietnam! We're into it, you guys. Now, I'm not fully in like, guys, I need an office. One of these days, we're gonna have like the full office biz, but I'm trying to like get in the zone of the anime detective. So ignore the cow business. We're an extraterrestrial anime detective, I suppose. But fully was going to do like the like Rize level like detective style situation, but I feel like this is pretty close. Pretty close. Anyway, without further ado, we're gonna check out this game. I might need to adjust some things, but we are going to... Oh, where is it? Okay, there it is. Back? Okay, I guess exit is what we're looking for. Go ahead and adjust whatever you need. I'm gonna start it, and then Kaza is going to be running so much on this here. There's a config on the game too. Okay. No, we are technically about to read a book. Like, this is low-key going to be a book. It's not going to be a book like mine. This is a graphic novel, but I'm very excited to see this. Okay. We're about to be so in it, you guys. I'm gonna turn that down just a tiny bit. I'm gonna turn... Are you kidding me? It's still trying to capture killer frequency, and there's no killer frequency on here. Why? Why? Okay, so... Crazy. Okay. Listen, hopefully my toaster can handle this. We are... Okay, is the audio good? Because, like... Restream is acting up. No, Restream, don't do this to me! Restream, you little worm. Okay. And here's the thing. I upgraded to the next level of Restream for them to just do so dirty like this. Okay. Now, first of all, I have to remember every single time to turn on dual streaming because for whatever reason... Are you kidding me? Is it gonna not let me do? Oh my god, it's not gonna let me dual stream. What? Oh, what a pain. Switch out. Maybe it'll let me do it on the other YouTube. Create. Oh, go to live. Yeah, so I am using a cheeky... Oh. Okay, so the author one can dual stream. Listen, I'm using so many crazy nonsense workarounds so that I can have as many streams as possible because the algorithm doesn't want me talking about Babylonian. So, okay, so now it'll behave. Yeah, it's ridiculous. So not only am I doing Restream, but I'm also dual streaming. And if I could also be on TikTok at the same time, I would do it. But I feel like my toaster would just collapse and die. Okay, so the YouTube is good now. Yeah, these seagulls are crazy. All right, so 1 second. Exit out of that. Go to configure. Where's the audio? Video resolution. Okay. There we go. Why can't we set fire to those people? Listen. I wish. Okay. So, I'm gonna... You guys can see everything? Okay, you can see everything. Yeah. A bit overstimulating with the seagulls, but I was like, are these seagulls? I was like, yeah, it's when the seagulls cry. And I'm like, oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Kitty's getting jazzed about the seagulls, too. Turn their sand castles into glass castles. Fuck yeah. Okay, so we're gonna start. I want to shoot these fucking birds, please. Crazy. Okay, welcome. The Golden Witch extends her heartfelt greetings. Before anything else, please make yourself at home. There is nothing to think too deeply about. Just be silent and take in the events, their entirety as they unfold. That is all that's asked of you. The difficulty level is standard. Let us begin. Mr. Kitty, you have very recently been fed ham. Oh, so recently you've been fed ham. Oh, it's already spooky. Shit. This story. Somebody's an alcoholic. Two elderly men can be seen in the dental study, which was filled by the dust of thickened usage for him. While in the office, which was mystified doing what people would call a study, as a looking bed, a man undergoing medical examination was conducting it. There also appeared to be a servant watching over the whole thing. That's hilarious. Oh no. I know, I'm covering up the words. I'm trying to fix it. I'm doing my best. I'll be up here. That should keep me out of the way, yes? Maybe. Actually, I'm gonna be maybe right here. Would be good, because then I won't cover up the people. Eventually. Maybe I go right here. I'm next to his face. Yeah. Hi, sweetie. Okay, 1 second. I have to feed my puppy cat. Press Z? Okay. Oh, I gotta figure out what tab it's in. Okay, there we go. What does BGM mean? Background music? Oh, okay. Yeah, background music needs to be chill. Okay. So I'm gonna set that there for just a second. What is it, Mr. Kitty? So funny enough, I think I figured out a hack with Mr. Kitty over here. He just wants to eat out of a dog bowl. So I don't know what the deal is with that. But anything that I put in this large dog dish is what he wants to eat. So, like, never mind what it is. I gave him, like, beef fillet or something like that. Some sort of, like, Friskies, whatever. And he's just loving it. So, not sure what his deal is. Alright, the bottle is my friend. He's no less of a friend than you and has stood by my side even longer than you have. Crazy work. Yeah. This doctor looks tired.
薬が効いてるからだ。だが、そんな強い酒を飲み続けては悪いことは言わん。酒は控えなさい。忠告の気持ちだけはありがたくいただいておく。我が友よ。
Crazy. Daddy drinking alone in the study is going to be such a theme in my next book, you guys. This is technically market research right now. That's hilarious. You can water it down slightly. First of all, did I ever tell you guys that I went in for a physical when I was a midnight ballerina, and they were like, hey, how many alcoholic beverages do you drink in a night? And I said, well, technically none. I'm allergic to it now. But I have been drinking a lot of juice. And they were very, very worried about the amount of juice I was consuming. And so doctor's orders, I had to 50-50 water and juice. And I was like real salty about it. And then I came back in and she's like, so have you been drinking less juice? And I'm like, no, of course not. I've just been drinking the same amount of juice watered down. Like what? I'm just crazy hydrated, but my sugar's through the roof. Nice. That's hilarious. He's like, easy, easy. I don't pay you to tell me what not to do. I pay you to fix what I've done. So nice. Love that for him. So a lot of people don't know this, but when you're like a severe alcoholic, you actually rot your liver. There's simply no good place to put the webcam. Yeah, it is what it is. Wasn't it wrong? Sorry. So when you are going through what's called best top left or top right. Okay, 1 second. Top. Okay. Top left corner. I'm gonna do my best. This is correct, yes? Yeah. Yeah, I'm killing it, you guys. Like, how top left? Like, right there? Okay. Listen, you guys don't know how sad I was when we accidentally let that kid get killed in the corn maze, because it... Up a little more. How more? Great. Hold on. Right here? Is this good? Okay. Is that good? We Gucci? We got it? You're right there. I want to make it a little bit bigger. Okay. What if I just transposed it over the doctor's face? It's just me being like, stop drinking alcohol, you guys. It's bad for you. You know what? I might do that. I might co-opt one of these characters' bodies. Like a symbiote. We'll see. Oh yeah, but when you have like a serious addiction to alcohol and it causes cirrhosis of the liver, which is basically your liver just like melting or whatever. Yes, it is one of the midnight ballerina legs. But here's the crazy thing. I didn't buy it for that, but it very quickly became that because I told you guys I was clowning that one DJ. And I was like, it's not that fucking hard to DJ, dude. And he's like, this is the most noble of professions. Like, how dare you? And I was like, this guy is such a fucking nerd, you guys. He's terrible. And he's like, excuse me, my lady. And I'm like, this guy's gonna be a problem. And so then I just started wearing colorful wigs and be like, I'm DJ Waffles, serving up syrupy beats from fucking 9 to noon. And they were like, we're not open until noon. And I was like, whatever, I'm gonna be here the whole time. Yeah, it was crazy. But when you have cirrhosis of the liver, your liver like melts, I guess, and it causes a bunch of gases to build up and literally leach out of your pores. So you literally smell like you're rotting. Like you'll get like a big bulbous like red cherry nose, and like other people around you can smell like the seeping of your organs like melting. It's a very specific and distinct smell, and I love right now that they're like, hey, by the way, you can smell that he's dying. And I'm like, what a Japanese thing to notice and recognize, because I bet they smell it a lot.
Nanjo.
Wait, does it? Okay, 1 second. Okay, so that takes me there. Alright. So far, who are our characters? No one. Got it. Alright, we're still in the prologue. Title, tips, character save. Okay. So that button takes me there. This button, press mouse wheel. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Such a fun fact. Alarming fact. I also, for whatever reason, love a long-suffering, like... No, it's scroll down. Oh, okay, I see. Oh, I love that. I love key bindings that are exclusive to my mouse. Can you guys see my mouse button? Oh, you can. Excellent. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Here's the thing. I love a long-suffering old man that's just like, listen, I'm not trying to be here for a long time. I'm here for a good time. Enzo is so far my favorite. There's a button that lets you view the transcript. You never listen when I warn you about a mistaken chess move you're about to DJ Waffles was traumatized, first of all. How dare you? He said, give me the good shit. Oh my god. Is he drinking absinthe? Is it green? Do they have absinthe in Japan? Not much, homie. Episode 1, Alcoholism. You're cooked. You're cooked, bro. Real close. You are so... I can smell your coffin from here, bro. Damn. In fact, you currently cooking. Your death is imminent, my good sir. You know, the knight has a very interesting moveset in chess. One of them is a secret moveset that will get you banned from Israel. That's elite ball knowledge. Even an amateur could see that the match would reach its conclusion before long. Oh my gosh. The subtle, like, if this were written in a book, first of all, George R.R. Martin would take 12,000 years to write this, but if he wrote this, this would be an easy 6 pages. 6 pages of him describing the chessboard and the intricacies and the underling and this and that. And oh, the subtext of this scene is delicious. But really, it's Daddy's got a drinking problem, and it's not gonna continue for much longer. Oh, and he's sad about it. Hold on. Hold on. Can I just be this old man? Hold on 1 second. No, do what I want. It's bad, dude. It's real bad. Like, your insurance is not gonna cover this. It's gonna be real hard on your wife and kids, dude. Unfortunately, this is also a pre-existing condition, so I might have to bill you twice on this, which is gonna add considerably to the financial burden that they're going to experience. But, like, remember that week in Cabo we had? Like, that was pretty sick, dude. The Huzz were everywhere. You know, like, that's where I developed my eating disorder, right? Like, you know, all those little empanadas, like, it's tough. Tough to say no to those empanadas, but you know, I've always been like that, dude. I've known you for a long time. It's gonna suck not having you here, dude. Really is, but like, you wouldn't be mad if I, like, married your wife about it, though, would you? Like, cause, I mean, like, I'm a doctor, like, she can't be going down socially, you know what I mean? Like, she'd want somebody that, like, has known you a long time and, like, remembers you so we can, like, shoot the breeze about you. Like, you'd still be in our hearts about it, but, like, she's gonna need somebody to, like, walk her through all of this, you know? Like, I'm just saying, like, think about your family, but also, like, okay, sorry. I'll stop doing my weird little bit. Crazy. I need to not dink around because then I have to find the little spot. This, by the way, so much easier to do if I had 2 monitors, God. Crazy. Crazy how much easier that would be. I would recommend you right away. I am not far off. And what is a will? This guy's such a legend. This guy's such a legend. Kinzo, immediately top of the tier list. He's my favorite. Tirumasa? His name's like damn near tiramisu. The irony of that is crazy. Because he looks like a layered dessert. He looks like a little layered dessert. I like tiramisu. That's his new nickname, tiramisu. I know that's not how you pronounce it, guys. I'm not intentionally pronouncing it incorrect, but that is old-ass drink and play chess in peace. Listen. The world suggests this is a way for you to record your will for later generations. Yeah, you're a great man, buddy. They're gonna want to read your novel. Write your novel. Write about all the cool shit that you're giving up. You know what I mean? Be like, and to the person, you know, my battleship that was given to me by the Emperor goes to no one. None of you fucks can even sail this motherfucker. All of my large carts of gold and expensive robes, those go to, obviously, like, my child, because that's what's up. You know what I mean? She's got to live like a princess and be adorned like a queen. And, you know, my chess set goes to my son, because he needs to know how to make better moves, because he ain't getting shit on this list. I'm kidding. Anyway. Wait for you to record. It's far more than just a means to divide it. Yeah, you're flexing. You're flexing on it. All my money goes to my bitches. Facts. How many wives? Okay, over under how many wives do you think this guy has? Like, more than 2, right? I hope. I hope. Who's he filling up this house for? You know what I mean? It's just, look at this treasure trove behind him. Gorgeous. I mean, even the fucking, even the craftsmanship on this, like, background liquor cabinet is just gorgeous. Amazing. This guy better have a harem or I'm gonna be pissed. Regrets. Look at this statuesque man. Regrets. Unbelievable. I mean, look at, he's wearing a fucking cape, you guys. Like, regular plebs don't wear capes. That's all I'm saying. This guy's got aura. Fuck bitches get money. That's all that's written on a piece of paper, but it's just kanji. Hell yeah, Kinzo. S tier character already. S tier character, and we just in the prologue, you guys. Wow. This is a real heavy is the crown moment. Oh, hello, long-lived crow. Even if a day were to come today, even if the end were to come today, even if it were to come right now, I would accept fate of death without a trace of fear. Bars. Me standing with a veil next to the coffin, they're like, who is this bitch? And I'm like, he just had such immaculate aura, you guys. Like, damn if he didn't die doing what he loves, you know? Like, I wish we could all go out like that and, like, fucking look at this drip, you guys. Amazing. They will be lost along with me. There's nothing I wish to leave behind. Hell yeah, seal it in the tomb. No tomb. Those were the terms of the contract. With the witch. Okay. Imagine if the witch is just one white woman, right? It's just one white woman with crystals. It's like, all of this can be yours if you just believe. And he's like, the witch has foretold it. And he's just like, that'd be crazy. Oh man, that took a lot out of him. As though an evil spirit had possessed him. He's like, please, I beg of you, write a will. Write a will, please. Oh, white woman, you say. I will fold instantly to sell myself. Listen, Max, she's not even offering you anything. She's like, I have $3 in... I literally tried to think of the word for Disney bucks, and my brain just said mac and cheese. I have a $3 packet of mac and cheese, and you're like, done. Take my inheritance. Unbelievable. Fuck, now I want mac and cheese. God damn it. Okay, anyway. I'm gonna make mac and cheese later, you guys. That's what I'm gonna do. That's gonna be part... First of all, fuck you, Max. You already have me buying Pop-Tarts. The other day, I was just thinking, man, you know what sounds good right now? Pop-Tart. And I was like, son of a bitch. It's marketing work. Fuck. You know, every time I was looking at all of these sponsorships and stuff like that, it says, you have too low of a viewership. And I'm like, well, clearly, the influence of my people is just vastly superior than other people, because Max immediately got me thinking, fuck, I haven't had Pop-Tarts in a while. I should buy Pop-Tarts. And that is the kind of word-of-mouth advertising that you need for your brand. You need somebody that is just, like, autistically focused at getting Pop-Tarts at, like, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That is your audience. Unbelievable. Fuck, I wish I could make that. You're telling me I just have to have my soul devoured by demons to have all the things that I want? Easy peasy. You joking? You know, I've never really understood why people agonize about that. Like, it's a contract for your soul. Like, unless you believe in rebirth, like, it doesn't really make sense to me why you'd be, like, bummed out that, like, your soul's gone. Like, if you get, you're basically choosing whether you want all of your, like, heavenly blessings to happen while you're in your mortal body, or if it's something that you want to extend into the afterlife. And if I have to spend the afterlife with some of these motherfuckers, I'd rather that happen on the plane of existence. Wow. All the people I don't like are not of the mortal coil, if you catch my drift. So, like, you're basically just, you're exchanging future happiness for present happiness, and the exchange rate is you don't get to continue doing that after the timer runs out. And that seems fair, you know what I mean? His only regret so far is he hasn't given enough to the witch. No, valid. First of all, have you seen witches? They do tricks on it, dude, I bet. I bet at least one of his kids has colored hair, and that's like for a magical reason. If I had to guess, I'm saying at least one of his kids is like a fancy witch child for no reason. It's just, that's how the contract's made. The contract is made. She's got to do some tricks on it, and that's how it goes, you know what I mean? Tell me nobody's making that deal, first of all. Tell me nobody's making it. And it's like, yeah, so the way the contract does, it goes, yeah, I gotta bleed on a piece of paper. She's like, no, we don't do that anymore. What are you talking about? I just do tricks on it for like, and he's like, sold. What did you need again? This village? This entire village of people decimated? Done. Fuck this village, you know? I want to see it one more time. Dude, tell me she didn't do tricks on it. Tell me she didn't do tricks on it. This is gonna be another Wolf Among Us, I bet. I bet this is gonna be another Wolf Among Us where I'm just like, it's the pimp. And they're like, how do you know it's the pimp? You have no other... I'm like, I know. I just know. You guys. If there's one thing I know, is I know who's been doing tricks on it. It's just a sixth sense. You know, sixth sense.
ベアトリーチェ、なぜに私をこれほどまでに拒むのか。今こそお前に与えられた全てを返そう。全てを失おう。
Kenzo's been thinking about this for a minute. Dude is seriously down bad. No, for real. I'll return everything you've given me. I'm prepared to lose everything.
ベアトリーチェ、頼む交渉だ。聞こえているはずだ。お前はそう頼む。
This guy's a yearner.
見せてくれ。
Spamming S tier character right now.
いるんだろう。聞こえていながら姿を消し、今もこの部屋のどこかで私の前にもう一度現れてくれ。そして微笑んでくれ。
Bro is such a simp for Cinderace, and I get it.
なじってくれてもいい。望むならお前の手で私の命を奪ってくれてもいい。このまま一人で死にたく、お前への微笑みを再び一目見るまでは絶対に死ねないのだ。ああ、この命はくれてやる。お前にくれてやる。
Take it all. The amount of times I've heard this very same script before at like 2:30 in the morning, unbelievable. And I'm not even trying to like big up myself. I'm saying like just the cacophony echoing off of these like poorly lit walls or whatever. I'm just like, it's like 1,000 spirits trapped in leopard print carpet as just being conjured to mind right now. And I'm like, god damn. You know, I've never, first of all, oh, I think this is the spoiler deal. This is the anime intro, yep. Hey, this actually low-key functions as a pretty good, this functions as a pretty good yap screen, so hold on. Make sure not to watch. Okay, so what I'm gonna do actually is I'm going to add in image maybe? Existing chat frame. Browser source. Is it, hold on. Is it chat 1 or chat 2? 1 second. It's chat 2, okay. It made me label these things all weird and annoying, so. Like, this is already being used, don't do that. Okay, so what I'll do... Wait, was this already a thing? Is this already a thing? Oh, that's really annoying. Okay. 1 second. Oh, I've done too many things. Wait, is it starting a new thing now? Better not be starting a new thing. Interesting. Shit! Okay. I don't think it'll progress without me, so 1 second. Spoiler that. Okay, and then I'll nest that within there. Okay, so when we... Okay, so when we're on the spoiler chat thing or whatever, that'll show up. And then I can turn that off, and then we'll be here. Okay. So then we can, like, chit-chat when there's spoiler business, and you guys can see the chat. But behave, or I'll take it away. I don't know, you guys are pretty good about that. I, by the way, love air travel. Hate boats. Hate them so much. First of all, a boat, now you're in the weather and you're on the water. No thank you. But on a plane, I'd rather die in a car crash than like a boating incident. You know what I mean? If I or car crash, plane crash. I think car crash would come in the middle though, if I had to guess. Like, cars are a necessary evil. I hate to drive. I hate to drive so much. Water is scary. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Preferred method of death, probably water. But preferred infliction of death, probably fire, maybe. I just feel like that's like... Oh, you know what my vital instrument is? Fire. A blowtorch, probably. Never been on a plane this small. Bro comes from riches. That's crazy. Plane this small. Okay. This is a tiny plane to him. Oh my god. Rich boy energy. You good with drowning? Drowning is so relaxing. I've actually technically drowned already. Fun fact. One time, I went with a dingbat onto the river. And they were like, listen, this is what we're going to do. We're going to take our shoes off, and those will be our flotation device. And I failed physics. So I was like, yeah, that makes sense. And as we're going down the river, I just completely just drowned. Just completely. And they, like, bring me back. And I immediately start hysterically laughing. Like a revenant. Just, like I've been possessed. Right? And so the dude that had to, like, resuscitate me was pissed because he was like, what the hell is wrong with you? Did you do that on purpose as like a prank? And I'm like, no, it's just like, how ironic. They're like, at this time I was like a little sad, and I was like, to try and like to nearly die and have it not be your fault but have it be somebody else's fault, and then to come back to life from that is just, at the time, was just hilarious to me. I was like, listen, nobody is going to be able to fully categorize the mentally ill. But what I'm saying is, it was just like such a shocker. And I'm laughing, and my homeboy's girlfriend is laughing, and the both of us are just like laughing in stereo like lunatics. And he was pissed. The entire car ride home, he's like, she can't fucking come with us again. Like, this is bullshit. Like, it would try and fucking invite her to these things, and she tries to die. And I'm just like, buddy, that was your fault. I like... At no point was like, I am an expert swimmer. I am, like, super good at this. The entire time I'm being such a downer. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think this is, like, that good of an idea. But, like, whatever. Like, what else am I doing? And they're like... So, like, the entire car ride home was just, like, so terse. Nobody was having a good time. It was not a good thing. I only have runs, I think. Puppy Cat was in here just a minute ago, eating his dinner out of his dog bowl. Smaller boats shake more than big ones. So, listen, the smaller boats have a great personality. The big ones actually, they can't get through a lot of ports. You know what I mean? So, like, there's issues with bigger boats, you guys. Bigger boats require a lot more maintenance, okay? They tend to carry a lot more passengers.
大丈夫だよ、バトラー君。船に比べたら全然揺れは少ないよ。
うわ、ジョージの兄貴かよ。
These both have the same last name. I assume they're brothers.
急に勘弁してくれよ。今ので寿命が3年縮んじまったぜ。
Where's my... Listen, you guys. I am going to have a very troubling trial later, where I am on, I'm on the stand because I've gotten caught up with a bit of coke and horse, and I'm gonna need you guys to understand. My father was a very powerful man, and he did his very best to keep me out of these situations, but I don't listen. I just don't. Look at me. Look at me. Do I look like a guy that listens? I don't. Okay? And those whores had a count. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But I also don't think they have coke there, but I mean, rich boy activities, you know. Oh, the boat and the plane is so small. I've never seen anything as tiny as this plane. This plane is the tiniest plane I've ever seen. I've seen baggies larger than this plane, you guys. Anyway. They are rich, so you never know. Listen. Listen.
つうか、揺れって ってなんすか？別に俺は飛行機も揺れんのかな、まさか落ちたりしねえかななんて
The
夢に
falling
も
out
思っ
of
ちゃ
this
いないぜ。
the falling out of the sky isn't too bad. It's when you stop falling that's the issue. It's when you crash into stuff. Falling is awesome. Have you ever fallen? It's great. I mean, obviously, if you're like, oh, I'm falling, that's not fun. But falling is awesome. It has very little downside. Landing is the issue.
ごめんごめん。
Also, soaring into the sky, love it. 10 out of 10. So very much. 90% of the time, when I'm on a plane, I'm just like kicking back like this, and somebody's like, excuse me, and then I just flip a page, and they're like, excuse me, and I'm just... Because I normally don't wear headphones because I have this thing where I'm like, if I'm wearing like full headphones out, I'm like, yo, these people are gonna know I have autism. And hubby's like, trust me, it's not the headphones that lets them know. And I'm like, listen, I don't want to have like full headphones on because I don't want people to bother me, but at the same time, I don't want them to immediately out me as a weirdo. So then, unfortunately, that ends up in me being bothered constantly on the plane. Now, luckily, sometimes I'm not sat next to like a newlywed couple that's like flying in because they're getting like, they're eloping in Vegas or whatever. Basically, I only ever fly to Vegas. I don't fly anywhere else because nowhere else is worth going, especially on the coast. By the way, a bit of stream lore, I am prohibited from flying to either coast. Not legally, I just think they're terrible. And that's unfortunate because I love eating crab, and they only exist on the coast, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to import all of my crab forever. One time they tried to send me to LAX. I was in Chicago, funny enough. I was locked in Chicago airport. And honestly, pretty airport, terrible place. And Chicago is like rated, I think this was in the Discord a while back. One of the homies that lives in Chicago showed us. And it was like rated the worst place to live by people that live there. And I'm like, hell yeah, that tracks. That tracks so much. I actually read a book called Devil in the White City, which is about like back when they did the Chicago World Fair in Chicago, funny enough. And it was a shithole then, too. Everybody hated it. And they're like, we're going to have this big, cool fucking party. We're going to build all of these, like, buildings and stuff. And we're going to have, like, pygmies. Literally, that's written in the book. They're going to have pygmies and, like, African tribes or whatever. And we're also going to build a Ferris wheel. Because, hell yeah. Newlywed couples. No, this was like a bad couple. Like, this was a couple where, like, they've been together for... This is a couple like Ash and Kyle from my book, where they've been together for like 10 years and everybody hates him. But she's like, well, we've been together for 10 years, so I'm about to get those wife... I'm about to get that wife achievement, because, like, sunken costs, right? Like, I better be able to say, hey, my husband's an idiot, instead of having to, like, justify my boyfriend all the time to people. So they get married, right? And then it's just, everybody's just constantly punished for it. And it's like, you have to show up to this party with these two people that you know hate each other. And then you're like, I have to leave a gift. And they're like, well, you do have to leave a gift. We've been together for 10 years. And it's like, yeah, you've been together 10 years. So why the fuck am I going to your wedding? Like, what is this? Like, what is this humiliation ritual you're forcing me to participate in? And then, of course, it's like, oh, God, I hope they get divorced. But they never do. They always stay together forever. And then you're just like, oh, wow. Because kind of this whole time I was sort of like betting on the divorce, but like they're just sort of a misery loves company type of thing. But this is like the day one of that arrangement. So I'm sitting on this plane and I'm reading my book. And the guy's wife has the window seat. He has the middle seat. I have the aisle seat, unfortunately, because I read somewhere at the time that even if you pick your seat, like, they can just still move you. And if you pick your seat, it costs more money. So it's just like, whatever. If they're going to probably move me anyway, because some fucking, like, baby wants to sit next to their parent or something like that. However that interaction works out. Like, I'm not going to pay extra to then be moved, because I'm always the one that gets moved. Because they're like, excuse me, petite little girl that doesn't look as mean as she is. Do you think that you would mind moving? I just want to check. Did you check your VOD channel's live chat also? Do you check? So this thing shows me Twitch and YouTube, that's it. It doesn't show me one or the other, it just has a combined of the two of them. Do I check the live chat on there. No, I don't really check the live chat, but like I said, my little widget just has Twitch and YouTube on here. So anyway, like this is like the day one of this freaking, I guess I could send you the browser capture if you want. But I have these two people, and he's like, excuse me, we're getting married. I'm like, oh, cool, great. Like, not really sure why I'm being entered into this interaction, but that guy just wanted to yap, and I'm like, times where if I had a penis would be cool, because I guarantee you if I was a dude, like, that guy would not be talking to me. Unless I was reading, like, Popular Mechanic or something like that. Unless I've got, like, you know, Sports Illustrated, the swimsuit edition, because what psychopath would do that on a plane? But this guy's just, like, yapping my ear off. I'm like, dude, like, this is a 45-minute flight. I would like to read about strippers and hoes in the 1980s without you, like, trying. This is, at no point is this an invitation to talk to me, dude. I'm, like, so pissed off. And by the way, this is, like, the one and only chance I've gotten to read this book, because I'm like, okay, well, this book has been on my shelf for ages. I'm trying to, like, you know, get the scoop on, because at the time I was like, oh, nobody's written any, like, Midnight Ballerina books or whatever. Like, that might be a niche market I should corner. And then I found one lady that had written a book about it, and she actually did a pretty good job. It's kind of a fun read. I am going to put it, actually, in the recommended books, because I thought it was pretty interesting. I thought it was a pretty accurate estimate of, like, how it goes, too. So, one second, I'll find it. Yeah. No, I don't need you to do all that business, Google. How about you just chill? Okay, so I'll put this in the recommended books, because it was interesting. And there's not a whole lot of books about it, because a lot of people are just kind of like, you know, doing lines and smashing dimes, and, you know, just like a blue-collar worker, you know what I mean? And this guy's just, like, yapping my ear off on this plane, and I'm like, dude, can you, like, fuck all the way off? Like, of course, the one time I don't have my headphones in, right? And it's just, like, all decorum on planes has just gotten completely ridiculous. Like, everybody tries to talk to you. Somebody's just being, like, be quiet. You know what I mean? Get on there. Dress appropriately. Be quiet. You should be dressed, honestly, like, either high class, right? You should either be dressed, like business casual, right? Or you should be dressed in, like, sort of loungewear situation. But if I'm being honest right now, don't dress in loungewear if you look terrible. Honestly, like, wear something nice that's not restrictive. But, like, I do not want to see somebody that's, like, and this is going to be kind of controversial right now, but this, I aim to displease. But if you're, like, 300 pounds and none of that's muscle, like, please do not wear your pajamas. I do not want to see the outline of your camel toe when I'm on the plane. I don't want to see it. And I do recognize that there's a degree of comfort that people should have on a plane, but, like, you're too comfortable. You're too comfortable, okay? No thank you. You know what I'm saying? I shouldn't be able to see the outline of anything. If you're wearing loungewear, I better not see the outline of nothing. You know what I'm saying? Because you're trying to be comfortable, and I get that, I recognize that. But loungewear that's, like, and maybe it's just the size, maybe the size is the issue, but I should not see every roll when you're wearing loungewear that is an incorrect size, or that is something to talk to your doctor about. That's crazy. And especially, like, the last, like, 2 or 3 times I was on a plane, I was in between these, like, ginormous people, and I'm sure they're thinking, imagine our luck, it's like just an itsy-bitsy person, and I'm just like, I don't want to touch other people. Like, just in a general sense, maybe it's the autism, maybe she's born with it, but I don't want to touch other people when I'm on public transit. I really do not. No thank you. You know what I mean? Not a big fan. Yeah, absolutely. I'd rather just be on my own in the world. Listen, an invitation to a conversation is fine. If I'm on a plane and it's like, invitation to conversation, fine. But if I'm, like, politely like, oh, yeah, this is not an invitation to a conversation. Just FYI. This is not an invitation unless you say, oh, cool book. Where did you get that? Or something. And I'd be like, oh, I actually wrote that. And then they'd be like, oh, neat. And then you look it up. And then that's where but like none of this, if I'm on a plane and I'm sitting here reading my book and somebody says, oh, cool book. And I'm like, oh, thanks, I read that. And they're like, oh, you wrote it? You're an author. No. No, 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 no. Now, if I'm sitting there and it's like on my lap or something, and it's just like, if I'm just, you know, if it's somewhere else, any of these positions, engage in a conversation, you know what I mean? But this specific thing right now, this shape, not an invitation. You know what I mean? This, not an invitation. You know what I mean? This, also not an invitation. But if I set my phone down and I turn, invitation. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of people have just kind of completely lost the decorum of all of that, and it's just like, buddy, like, it's as though nobody understands the decorum of public places anymore. Like, I've had so many conversations in the produce section of this grocery that it's just like, listen. Why? You know what I mean? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this right now? Like, yes, I understand that you picked up a cabbage and you think that that's iceberg lettuce. That's not what that is. This should be the end of this investigation. You know what I mean? And it's just, it's so strange to me. But anyway, about this guy's issue with tiny planes. Again, I'm pretty sure in the Japanese language situation is the last name is your surname because it's your status, which I like that. I think we should honestly go to that. I know we won't because nobody here has any status, like, because we're all just sort of like, you know, underfoot plebs. But I think that we should actually go back to heraldry. So last name, first name. I like that. I like that better. Last name first, last name first, first name second. Yeah, I like that. And it makes it easier because it's like family. Do you know that that's also how we categorize animals, first of all? So it's like kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. It's always largest to smallest. But I am curious, do they also do the date that way, where it's like year, month, date? Or do they do it in reverse? Because if they did it in reverse, that would be interesting. I think they should go year, month, date, personally. Last name, first name, year, month, date. 6 years? You haven't seen your brother in 6 years? George, what the fuck have you been up to? Were you in a Tibetan monastery? What have you done?
もうバトラ君も子供じゃないか。
じゃあ、兄貴はタバコも酒も、タバコは興味ねえけど、酒は飲んでみたいよな。
Well, that's not very Japanese. He should want to smoke.
兄貴なんか、おじさんの遺伝子あんなら、相当飲めちゃいそうだけど。
Yo, where the coke and hookers at, bud? Like, I don't want none of this smoking on the corner business like a sad boy. Where the hoes at? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Sneaking into some of those clubs, you get a little, you know, let's go skiing, bro. That's what we used to do. You know what I'm saying? We need to hit the clubs. You see what I'm saying? You can't smoke in the clubs. That would dissuade the hoes. You know what I mean? Like, we should go out. We should go out. Come on, it's been like forever. I'm not some little kid anymore. We can go out on the town. You know, a little two-man situation. You know what I'm saying? Maybe. Let's see where the night takes us. You know, crazy. Guys, I think that I might love this bit. I think I might love this bit too much. But it also works this way. Yeah, YN's gonna be scaring all the hoes, isn't he? He's gonna be scaring all the hoes. I'm over here trying to do my best to be a productive member of society. And this YN is gonna scare off all the hoes. Man, Dad was right. We didn't deserve shit. You know what I mean? We should have built it. We should have built this out the mud. Because, oh my God, how many brothers do they have? Ooh, how big is this family tree? Okay, hold on. That's not a... 1 second. Why won't it just let me click the... Okay, that is a thing that I need to fix. So, that needs to be locked into place. Actually, that all needs to be locked into place. And then that needs to be locked into place. Okay, that should be good now. So I should be able to just move this around. Yeah, gotta lock those things into place. Hold on. Oh, I can't rotate it. I was gonna say, forgetting about me. Your symbiotic half-absorbed twin sister. You see, he has the red hair and I have the blue hair, and that's how you can tell us apart. And that's the only way you can tell us. It's so stupid, you guys. Oh my god. Okay, I'm sorry. Back at it. My bad. I've been watching a little bit too much of those American Horror Story Freak Show edits. My bad. Why were those like so? First of all, who brought those back into rotation? Because that series hasn't been relevant in a minute. I'm seeing like tons and tons of stuff about it. So I'm like who brought that back? Like, who's been watching that and like popping that back onto the algorithm? You know what I mean? Okay, so these guys, once again, for sure brothers. Here's the thing, if they're brothers, though, I've never understood why they do this business where they, like, change everybody's hair color. And I understand to a degree that it would be very difficult to tell 6 identical people apart. But at the same time, like, I feel like a different hairstyle is fine. Like, did you guys ever watch, or on High School Host Club or whatever, where they have the 2 twins and they look identical? And then over time, they dye their hair to, like, be able to tell the difference between the 2 of them. That's pretty cool, actually. But, like, I don't know. I feel like a face tattoo would be the way to go with that. Like, if I had an identical twin sister, and we're both kind of, like, scamps and mischievous, I feel like the little cheekbone tattoo, I feel like that'd be necessary. And I know that you'd get a lot of, like, I feel like you get a lot of public outcry to, you know, to face tat an infant, but I'd be like, trust the process. And they'd be like, no, we're not gonna let you do this. And so then I would just, like, a little eyeliner stamp on either side. Obviously waterproof. Okay, babies get very wet. But, like, you would want, like, some discernible thing. And then when they get older, like, and I'm saying, like the 16 to 18 range, I'd be like, no, I am getting you guys a medical little face tattoo right here so that I can tell the difference. Now, of course, what they'd have to do then at that point to like sneakily like keep people from knowing who's who is they'd have to get like really good like high coverage foundation and then just like pencil it in. But I feel like that'd be tough. I feel it'd be tough. You'd see it like smear a bit and you'd be like, ah, it's the wrong twin. Oh, I see you. You're trying to bamboozle us. I think that's probably one of the only reasons to get a face tattoo, if I'm being honest, is if you're like an identical sibling with like multiple siblings. Is I feel like you should get like a little tat just right here. Just a cute little tat right here. If you really wanted to be extra though, let's be honest, it'd be the Inuyasha like center of the forehead tattoo. That'd be crazy. Like the fucking Sailor Moon tattoo. First of all, 100%. I would do that 100%. And they'd be like, I'd be like, okay, your turn. And they'd be like, I'm not getting a face tattoo, you psycho. And I'd be like, listen, when else are you going to have an opportunity to be like, no, it's to tell us apart. Like, that's why I got it. For no other reason. It's not because I'm mentally ill. It's because we need to be able, like, you know that Rick and Morty episode where everybody all looks the same and they're like, just a red X. Just a red X, and that's how we'll tell everybody apart. But, like, I guess that would be how you would tell which one of the twins has more aura, because they would have, like, the glittery, like, half moon tattoo just, like, mid forehead, and they'd be like, oh, it's just, you know, it looks like a glittery gem, because they, like, put, like, a little bit of that, like, sheer, like, lip glossy kind of stuff on it, and they're like, yeah, it's me, that twin, you know what I mean? No interest in smoking. How non-Japanese it must be.
僕の場合は好きで飲むというよりは仕事で飲む方が多いからね。
I drink for business rather than pleasure. Hell yeah.
日本のビジネスは酒抜きでは難しいよ。
Yeah. No, somebody writing this script right now is lamenting this. They're like, man, I really wish I could just stay home and play video games and just like hang out with the boys. But unfortunately, I gotta go crush a 30 rack. I got some business to do.
そうっすよね。だから俺も今晩の夕食あたりに初挑戦。
ダメだよ。バトラ君はまだ未成年じゃないか。
I'm gonna get a lot of flashbacks of that time I like made a fool of myself at the wedding, bringing this up. I was like, yeah, you guys not great at processing alcohol, and they're like, what the hell is that supposed to mean? I'm like, oh no, I've entered in the wrong dialogue option. Abort, abort, somebody please stop. Now, luckily, I think those guys were too twisted to even remember that, I hope. But, like, this is one of those things where I'm like, you know, it would be really handy if it's like, these people will remember this later. Would be very happy if that, like, just little butterfly flashed across the screen that was like, you're cooked. You're fucked right now. You're gonna need a new identity, maybe a face tattoo. This is me soft launching a face tattoo, you guys.
未成年の飲酒は発育に悪影響を及ぼす可能性がって
こんだけタッパがありゃ俺の発育は十分っすから。
That's hilarious. Look how tall we are. It's like
むしろちょいと身長縮めた方が服が探しやすいくらい。
In fact, I'm actually too large. I'm actually too sorry. I'm actually too large, and in fact, I would love to be a medium. I'm just so ginormous. I struggle to fit through doors, bro. Struggle, okay? You're just fitting through any door frame, I bet. Me, they gotta bust out the sides, okay? This door frame, they can't contain me. This is ridiculous. Alright. I'm having... I am a massive gentleman, is I guess what I'm trying to let everybody know. I'm so... gigantic. First of all, they're the same height, aren't they? Okay, they're like within like an inch or two of each other. Centimeters, maybe. But like, dude, imagine this dude just like cobra flexing during this conversation. Just, I am a ginormous man, and no one is gonna tell me look at how adult I am. I am adulting, and I am the largest adult. This is literally how like species of animals trying to show dominance. They're like, I am the largest. You will respect and fear me. Crazy. I love that. Love that for them. Yeah. What did I say? What did I say? Bro is cobra posing at the airport. Oh, he's insecure about his height. That's crazy. Listen, I don't think height really matters all that much, says a short person. Because realistically, if you guys actually cared about height, you guys would stop dating all these short hoes and just like try and save the bloodline. Like you would just get progressively taller and taller women, and then eventually those tall women would be a larger portion of the population, and then you could just like essentially raise the global height overall, but nobody's willing to put that much effort into it. So I think it's like just performative at this point where everybody's like, man, it sucks so much to be short. And I'm like, get with the tall chick. Get with the tall chick. You know what I mean? Who cares, first of all? And also, tall chicks I feel like are just easier to manage than short hoes if I really had to take a gamble and a guess at it. Because, like, you know, I feel like a lot of tall girls get made fun of because they're tall, but like models are tall, you know what I mean? I've never understood like the tall girl hate. Ugh, she's tall and gangly, and it's like, okay. But that's just really a bunch of like short, insecure hoes. It's like, you know, it's imagine being proportioned for like being very good at running long distances and stuff like that, and being like, oh, like, that's what a terrible base stat. And it's like, he's so for real. 5'11"? Okay, that dude is tall. I was being unfair initially, because I was like, this guy's gonna say he's like 5'6" or some bullshit like that. He's gonna be like, I'm 5'6", I'm like super tall. I'd be like, listen, that is taller than me, fair enough, but like, who cares? It's like a couple inches. I don't know why that's everybody gets all mad about it. Well, I have all that muscle training and those shady male Mail order performance enhancement. PEDs? Homeboy's cooking. They knew not to give me a character model to symbiote on right here. He got tall G's. Yeah, probably because his dad's been fucking clapping sorceress cheeks. You know what I mean? And good for him. Good for him. You know what I'm saying? I never dreamed I'd sorry, I'm a child. Before then, I never dreamed I'd shoot 10 centimeters above George Aniki? Who'd reach his peak height. Oh, okay, that's an honorific. I was gonna say, okay, that's an honorific. I am going to butcher this beautiful language, you guys. I'm so sorry about that. Who reached his peak height early on? Oh, so that's why he's flexing especially, because of his brother being initially much taller than him. Okay, so under tips. Oh, cool. I didn't know that. Okay. Neat. Oh, I've only ever heard the top part. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. The following family-related terms are used verbatim. They are sometimes used on their own. Okay. Older brother or young adult man. Older brother or man senior to the speaker. Yeah, I've never heard... I see. I've never heard the bottom ones. I've only ever heard the top ones. Okay, that makes sense. Man, having siblings. Anything in green gets added to tips. Oh, okay. Wait, is there anything else here? Characters? I see it has not given us any characters yet. It's so embarrassing how tall I've gotten, you guys. It's so embarrassing. Like, I wish everybody would stop noticing how tall and large I am. Bro, be for real. Battler. Listen, Daddy just wanted to think about the war, okay? Don't judge him. He gave you an interesting name so that you would rise to the occasion about it. Like, crazy. Is this not common knowledge why fathers do this? You'll know when it adds characters. Oh, there's a sound. Okay, cool. Wonder what my parents were thinking. Parents? Nah, that's all daddy-o. You know what I'm saying? Your mom would have named you, like, Kyle or something. Well, maybe not a Japanese mother. They probably have more sense. But, like, imagine all the names you got. And by the way, if there's any Kyles, I recognize and understand that that's not your fault. Okay, we're here. We're here for you. All right? I didn't get to pick my name. You know what I mean? And I feel like realistically, like, as a culture, we should have a 3-tier naming system where you name a child and then you name an adolescent based off of the stats that they've built since being a child, and then you get an adult name. I really feel like a 3-tier naming system is just the way to go. And that way, if you, like, continue to be, like, a perpetual child and you never do anything to distinguish yourself, then, like, you get, like, your lame-ass child name for the rest of your life. And I feel like that would be so much more motivational than literally anything else we do. Because you'd just be like, well, all my friends have adult names. Like, all my friends have... Like, even if you weren't trying to, like, build a family or anything like that, the fact that all your homies have adult names and you still have your, like, little kid name or whatever, I feel like would drive us so much farther forward as a civilization, but... You know what I mean? Kyle is a weird name for a Japanese version, but this dude's name is literally Battler, so nothing is off the table. Boy, listen. Daddy just wanted to think about the war, okay? You can't be judging him for that, alright? He wants to relive his glory days when he found the witch, probably. Nice. Yeah, I bet the kanji's whack. Sento. What does Sento mean? We're gonna look in our translation app real quick to see what the closest name of that would be. I'm gonna change that to Japanese. And so? Does it literally mean I don't know? Let me check that. Maybe I just spelled it wrong. S-E-N-T-O. S-E-N-T-O. His name translates to I don't know. That's crazy. I'm sure it has other meanings and stuff like that as well, but like, wow. That'd be rough. His name is just kind of like the polite version of a shrug. Just that one. You know, it'd be so demoralizing as a child, especially if you, like, realistically, this guy understands the language of his people. So just being like, you know, every time, tough. Ooh, okay. So, luckily this thing also has a picture version. Because I'm being so good not looking anything up. Okay, so I don't want that. Picture. Japanese to English. Japanese. No, not Chinese. Japanese. Udiyami. Udemiya Dengin. Interesting. Oh, when it makes an edit, it'll sound like water droplet.
Udenomiya.
Udenomiya. Okay. I'm gonna go back. See if I've got it right. Yeah, that's like a crazy Japanese name. Okay. Wow. I cannot read it. Oshiromiya. Okay. So, once again, last name, first name. So, Battler. I want to see what the kanji of that is. I'm going to save that. That's going to go in my notes for it to look up. Eventually, we're just going to learn Japanese through the stream, you guys. It's going to be unavoidable. You know what I mean? That's a fairly plausible Japanese pronunciation. Okay, and then the second part is made up of characters for fight in person. Okay, yeah, that's what I was going to look up anyway. Fight in person. Yeah, I was like, hell yeah. I love that they do that. It's basically, so German does stuff like that too, where if you don't know what something is, you just like kind of Franken-word something together. Like, I think technically the German word for goose is like cobra snake or something like that. Or like cobra bird or something. Because of like how they are. Like, let me look it up. German translation for goose. Maybe that was a joke, and because I don't understand German. think that may have been a joke. Anyway, there's a lot of like weird little etymology and stuff like that. Put together, you've got Yushiromiya Battler. You're crazy. It's crazy that some government worker let them make official. That's another thing too that I think we should maybe do as a civilization is when somebody brings like a whack-ass name onto your literal government birth certificate, we should be like, hold on a minute. What do you mean this is what you want to name your child? And they should have to explain that. You know what I mean? I think that if you want to name your kid some whack-ass name, there should be some checks and balances there. You shouldn't be able to just name your kid like apostrophe Q 765. I'm talking to you, Elon. That shit's weird. Okay? Why are you doing that? You can nickname your kid whatever you want, but on their government paperwork, no weird shit. Yeah. Foreign names are fine, but I'm biased. Listen, I'm talking about, like, literally straight up. There is a South African rap group that named their daughter 17. I'm like, why would you name your daughter 17? So that when you tell people, like, oh, this is my daughter, she's 17, or whatever. I think it's just, I don't like that. I think it's weird and sketch. Not a big fan of that. But if you can present a case, that gets added to the little notes file on there. And it's like, well, actually, the reason that they're named this is blah, 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 blah. So then when they invariably need to, like, turn that birth certificate into somebody, they're like, oh, okay, your parents named you this ridiculous name for whatever. Or naming your kid, like, a dirty word or something like that. Like, now your kid just has to live with that. You, I think, have a responsibility to the human child that you're naming, to not name him something completely ridiculous. You know what I mean? Elon named his kid, like, Xeon or something like that, but it's got, like, a weird nonsense character or something like that. I'll find it. Listen, I get that it's a blue wig. Just unlock Siri. Siri's like, none of these blue-haired hoes are getting into your phone. Not on my watch. Watch me get shadow banned into eternity because I said the name. One of his kids' names is like a symbol. It's X, a symbol, A-12. No. No. You know what I mean? A couple of the other names are kind of weird. I think there's some celebrity that named their kid Apple. No. You know what I mean? None of that. Okay? It's bad enough that everybody has the same whack-ass middle name for, like, a full, solid generation. No more of that. You know what I mean? And also, by government law, I think, if you're gonna name your kid some whack-ass name, like, you're gonna name them, like, exclamation point, parentheses, dash, 11K, or whatever, you should be legally required to give them a middle name that's like a regular name. You know what I mean? So that they can choose what they pick. Because you're essentially, like, you're, like, spawn camping your own kid. Why would you do that? You know what I mean? You're setting them up, like, for so much nonsense initially. Like, your child is going to eventually need to, like, write their own name, and when you're making their name symbols and question marks and stuff like that, I think that's really fucked up and not cool. Or especially, and I'm not even just talking about that, I'm talking about you name your kid, like, a phonetically weird name that doesn't make sense, and then they're trying to, like, learn as a child. This is another thing where having, like, the 3 different tier lists of, like, children's names would be, because if you want to name your kid some whack-ass symbol name or something like that, do that when they're, like, a teenager and they can understand the concept of, like, symbols being part of your name or something like that. But a child should have a name that they can, like, write without having, like, fully developed bones in their hands. You know what I mean? Did you guys know that? Did you know that babies don't actually, like, they're not, the fingies are not attached to the inside bits they're just, their little nubbins are just kind of like floating in there a little bit and just like they actually can't really connect. You know what I mean? Dude, Elon is in charge of my internet right now. I better fucking chill. You know what I mean? So, like, give your kid a regular adolescent name, you know, as like a regular baby name. Then when they get to a name that like their peers are going to start recognizing him or whatever, then they can have a reassessed name. You know, like you're an adolescent, you've like reached puberty or whatever. Now you get a new name, right? And if you've been being clowned on for the first half of your life because you have like a whack-ass child name, this is your time to prove yourself. And if you're like a really good runner or whatever, then you can go and like get that exchange. You'd be like, this is ridiculous. And also, these fucking people love collecting like all these fees and stuff like that for your government documents. So like, you know what I mean? It should just be an amended form that you're like, hey, I'm changing from like my child's name to, and they can't own property or anything like that at that point. So like, what's the difference? You know what I mean? Like they don't even really have licenses or anything. It'd be essentially a formality. You'd be like on your taxes or on your whatever, you'd be like, my kid is going from like child name to like adolescent name or whatever. And they'd be like, okay, cool. And also it helps them like check in. You know what I mean? My kid's name means bringer of positive change because we had him after 2 years. Nice. You know what I mean? And I think that like when you actually like think about their life and stuff like that, I feel like that's important. Both groups are at the top of my must kill list. Nice. That's crazy. Unbelievable. Well, of course that's how he named his kid. And he shouldn't be allowed to do that, you know what I mean? That's like a human child that like is gonna have to like live with that, you know what I mean? No wonder his kids are like not having a great time. And then once again, like I've said earlier, when you go from your adolescent name to your adult name, you should then be able to be like, I'm like the top software engineer guy or whatever. So you basically get to choose your own honorific. Like, you know, my name is like John Johnson, tech genius or whatever. And then you'd be like, okay, cool, sick. You know what I mean? And you could like pick a lame name if you wanted, but you're an adult. You deal with the consequences of that. Like if you met somebody like super cool and influential or whatever, that like maybe you change your middle name or something like that to like your mentor. So like a lot of times I feel like people will name their children after people that were important to them. Even asked him after he turned 5, does he like his name? And he says absolutely loves it and really minds if somebody uses a nickname or something. Yeah, see, that's like the good choice ending. You know what I mean? You like cared about your kid. You were like, this is how I'm gonna like name my kid. Like, this is what's up. You're checking in with them to be like, hey, do you still enjoy this name? And they're like, hell yeah, this name is fucking sick. This name's awesome. My name is John Umineko. Deal with it. I mean, yeah, you can do what you want. You can do what you want when you're an adult. But the point is, I feel like shackling children to stuff that like isn't part of their personality is not cool. Like if you name somebody that realistically should be a Brenda, like a Becky, that's gonna like tank her self-confidence because she's living life like a Brenda and being judged by Becky's standards. You know what I mean? It's just not cool. Or where you name somebody like, I don't know, if you name somebody like a very crazy like artist name and they're just like a John Smith, like they're gonna catch hella flack for that. And I don't think that that's necessary. To a degree, you're trying to like intimidate them into having their life be better. That's crazy. But I think people just like don't recognize the significance of naming a child. You know what I mean? Like I'm pretty sure my mother named me after like a book series that she was in love with. And I'm like, yikes. Big yikes. You know what I mean? Going outside the norm is fine to make someone feel special, but if you go too outside the box, it makes it difficult for them to relate. Yeah, and listen, no matter how hard you want your kid to be a main character, sometimes they're not a main character, and you're putting a lot of, like, spotlight on them. Like, everybody, I have kind of an androgynous name, so every time I was in class, they'd be, like, you know, trying to call me something else. And I'm just like, Yeah, very clearly that's not my name. And now I'm starting to feel like you're, like, giving me a bit of a dig. You know what I mean? Because, like, I'm aware that it's an androgynous name, but at the same time, it's like, can you just, like, use your 2 human eyes for, like, half a second? Like, I'm very obviously, like, a female child. Like, this is very annoying to be constantly referred to as, like, a boy child. And I'm like, okay, low-key a tomboy, but, like, I've never gone, like, the full butch lesbian route, if you catch my drift. Nobody's the main character, but everyone's the main character. It's how you choose to live your life. No, absolutely. Absolutely. Now, when I was younger, very much not main character energy. Very much supportive energy. But I also feel like that's kind of like the people you surround yourself with. Like, you can be a main character in whatever sphere of your life you want. And I think that the point I'm making here is, like, you should be allowed to choose. And I feel like trying to, like, shoehorn somebody into that position is, like, not cool and very cringe. Oh my god. Pretty crazy. Oh my god, I hadn't even read the bottom where it says both groups are at the top of my must-kill list. That's crazy. That's nuts. Okay. Yeah, because I was like, Kaza, what are you talking about? Well, holy shit, I can't believe I missed that. Dude, awesome. This guy's going in A tier for sure. Anyways, this is one of our cousins. Oh, that's his cousin. Okay. What? Oh, if I go up, it tells me what they said if I missed it. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, so if I go up, it gives me the transcript. If I go down, outside of that. Have you tried playing Zomboid? I have not. Eventually, I need to make, in the Discord, I need to make a game recommendation thing, because there's a lot of games I just don't know about that would be pretty sick to play. I think we have book recommendations, movie recommendations, which, by the way, you guys are still due for a zombie movie marathon. I think we're probably going to do that. I don't know. I feel like inherently we should do that close to, like, the Valentine's Day release of the extra spicy chapters of Where the Feedback Ends. But I feel like that's crazy to do a Valentine's Day zombie stream. We can do it if you guys are down. I mean, listen, realistically, 98% of my audience is male, so you guys kind of have a chokehold on the situation. We watched action Christmas movies, so you guys are really piloting the plane here. But I think that we should take a poll. We're going to take a poll on the Discord, and we can do, like, a separate, like, you know, if you guys want to watch some romance stuff and have me be, like, the catalyst for that, that's fine. If you guys want to watch romance anime or whatever with me on Discord and that's your excuse for watching it, I'm not going to take that from you, okay? Because some of that shit is fire and it needs to be recognized. However, I did promise you guys zombies, and I did not pay attention to the time of year we were doing. So we are going to do zombies because we just finished a shitload of zombie stuff, and I feel like that's peak. To finish, like, a specific genre and then, like, really entrench ourselves into, like, a movie marathon about that. I think that that's what we're gonna do. But, once again, if you guys want to, like, watch rom-coms or romance animes for Valentine's Day specifically, we can do that too. You know, we've got a bonus stream on that day, and that's the launch of the book. So, maybe it'll be more on brand. I don't know. You guys let me know what you guys are wanting to do with that. 23. Anytime I play these games, I'm like, oh, they're like a decade younger than me. No. Crazy. Aging sucks, you guys. It is low-key pretty cool, though, because when I was in my 20s, I'd tell people the exact same crazy unhinged shit that I say now, where I'm like, hey, did you know that when your liver melts, you can smell it? And people will be like, shut up, nerd. But now they're like, oh my god, do you think that's happening to me? Tell me your secrets, witch. And I do think that that's a much more pleasant connotation to my idle ramblings. If I get more gray hairs in my hair, like, more consistently, I'm gonna start just... Okay, so, little bit of backstory real quick before I launch into that little tirade. One time, I was up at work, and this, like, little old woman comes in with her daughter that's, like, in their 40s or whatever. And so, the little old woman is kind of hobbling around, and she's like, oh, maybe we get some jam, and maybe we get a little pie, ooh, maybe we get a little sweet treat, we've been naughty, or whatever. And then, Kenzo be melting while simping for his wish. No, peak, honestly. I was just talking about the dynamic between, like, like a deteriorating knight and his witch. Like, that is so peak. Just like alt girlfriend, blue collar, dude. Like, there's just some pairings that go together, like peanut butter and chocolate, or peanut butter and jam, or peanut butter and honestly peanut butter and oatmeal. Low-key, kind of a vibe. But this lady comes in and they're like, oh, maybe we'll get some treats or whatever. And then this old woman, for some crazy reason, locks eyes on me, goes a little bit misty and goes, ah, yes, I can see, child, that you do not worship the sun. And I'm like, oh, yes, that's true. Yes, old crone, I worship the moon. And she's like, yes, be wary of the Ides of March. No, she didn't say that. But, like, just the way in which she tells me, like, ah, yes, I see that you do not worship the sun, because I'm pale as shit. But, like, the most cryptic way to bring up my skin tone ever, which is wild to me, because I think I've shown you guys, like, the hex code of my mother's skin. And she's, like, low-key kind of, like, the tiefling skin tier of, like, melanin. And I am, like, a Starian level pale, so... Strangely, I'd always been skinny in my teens. I've gotten much stronger and fitter in my 30s. See, I have the opposite. I was strong as fuck in my 20s because I was a midnight ballerina. I was just like lean but jacked, you know? And then I got in my 30s and I'm just like, oh, my brittle bones, you know what I mean? I like struggle bringing milk into the house, which is crazy. There for a minute, I was doing like weighted exercises with my cats because I had like a 10, a 13, and a 15 pound. But then they all, like, dramatically switched weights, and so now they're all, like, a little too heavy for me. But I was just, like, doing, like, weighted good mornings with the cats, and I was like, yeah, this is pretty good, but you should take time to touch grass. Listen, so that is actually the perfect way to lead back into this. So later in February, maybe beginning of March, I actually have a second channel, which, funny you should mention touching grass, because that one is all about just, like, farming and outdoor stuff, and bonfires, and tending to chickens, and growing plants and stuff. So I will be adding that to the schedule. Also the reason for your paleness. Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, I am nocturnal, but I do so much better in the summertime. I just, like, need more vitamin D, truly. So in the fall, I get, like, a ginormous... Yeah, that was an excellent way to sub into that. And I'll have to, like, maybe link both of those or something like that, because I don't think it'll let me do 2 schedules in one on Twitch. They're kind of crazy. But, dude, I walk, like, this is an embarrassingly low amount of number, but I get, like, a minimum of 5,000 steps in the summer, and sometimes that gets upwards of 8. You know what I mean? But in my 20s, in my prime, I was walking, like, 15,000 steps a day. I was crushing it, but I was also around a bunch of coke-addled whores, and that was very, very draining. But I love to be outside. I chop wood, like firewood and stuff like that. The winter is just too cold for me, but I'll be doing more mace training. I'll be doing, we're going to renovate the garden. That'll be really nice. And so definitely follow, but I will be making announcements when I do that. I'll probably make even easier. I'll make like a little like clickable thing in the Twitch to go straight to the like Touch Grass channel or whatever. And I do like TNR, which is trap, neuter, release, where I take like little feral kitty cats and I get them reproductive care. And actually right now, we are doing a winter arc with that, where this kitty cat that I rescued in April, that was like feral and absolutely crazy, like trying to like just like go for the jugular on me and stuff like that. Just a real wild little beast. She actually has been vying for her hubby's attention so desperately since like, I think it was October when she made her appearance again. Because what I did is I trapped her, I gave her medical care, and then I got her fixed so that she didn't have to deal with the struggles of that as well as the wilds. And then I released her as you do with TNR. And she actually came back like at the very tail end of the fall, and she very much wants to be an inside cat. So now hubby has made it his life's mission to make her be an inside cat. You guys will get to like see little characters like that and watch her on her journey, and ideally she'll become an inside kitty that I can eventually pet. Based on what Battler's saying, that would make him 18. Strange that that's considered a minor, but I actually agree. No, absolutely. I think that you should be a minor until you're like 20 or 23, like somewhere in there. You know what I mean? But we are going to, listen, the goal of this cult, you guys, is 1, constant and never-ending improvement in all aspects. 2, we will slowly be expanding on the universe here. My ultimate goal is to not only have the gaming and author situation with like books and stuff, we're gonna have like movie nights and stuff like we already do, but I would also like to do a cooking show, and that'll tie into the cookbooks that I'm developing, which is taking 100 years. I know, I'm aware. Maybe I'll have to release some like smaller versions of those just in the meantime, so you guys can have like soup days and stuff like that. And then I would also like to do like farming and agriculture stuff, because I realize that like not everybody wants to be like a rural farmer and stuff like that, but it's just kind of interesting stuff, you know what I mean? Like, I like the maintenance required to like upkeep the land and stuff like that, and the maintenance required to like upkeep all of it. Yeah, got a nug man for the rest of it. No, absolutely, she's like so tight-lipped about everything. She made like from scratch this coconut cake, not entirely from scratch, I guess it's an amended recipe, but that's how bakeries do that as well. She made this coconut cake, and I'm telling you guys right now, fucking transcendent. It was so good. Me and my friends ate that in like 2 days, and it was like a giant sheet pan. It was like enough food for like 20 people, and it was so freaking good. That's now gonna be like the thing that I make for people's like winter birthdays. So if you have a birthday in like December, you're getting like a snow day cake, where it's like a sheet cake with the coconut, and that's the snow, and then I make like a little, like, I can't remember what the little confection is or whatever, but I make like a little snowman, and then like I use like piping to make like little feet into the snow to the snowman, and it's gonna be so cute, you guys. It's so cute. One of my nieces is born in, I want to say it's January, so she's gonna get like the cutest little winter snowman cakes and stuff like that. It's always gonna be coconut, of course, but all of this expanded universe is just going to continue to stack and build on itself. And like, we even have the cute little kitty cat thing for tips as well. That's one of the more recent projects that we've gotten up to. Since the cousins consist of 2 boys and 2 girls, I end up playing with George all the time. Okay, so that's like his main homie. Always thought of a big brother.
しかしバトラ君は大きくなったな。
This must be his uncle, I guess.
男子3日を渡れば活目して待つべしとはよう言うたもんや。
I love those like older generation like little sayings. That's so cool.
やっぱりしかしらね。
Is that his wife or his
ルドルフも高校くらいまでは身長そんなになかったのよ。成長期が遅い方が最終的には伸びるのかもね。
That must be his aunt.
んなことないっすよ。男は中身も伴わなくちゃ。
そうや。バトラ君は分かっとる。男は中身で勝負なんや。
Yeah.
常に己の鍛錬を忘れたらあかん。そして虎視眈々とチャンスを待ってドカンと開花させるんや。わしもまさか今日会社社長なんて一国一城の主。そうや。あの無一文の焼け野原がわしの原
To
点なん
think I've
や。
come this far starting out penniless and rich. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, that's the uncle. Husband of dad's oldest sister. Or older sister, okay. And this is the dad's sister. Okay, so they're not blood related. It's nice children, sociable. Think about spending money on his kids. Nice. Speaks in an odd, very noticeable, Kansai dialect, but he's actually a natural born Kanto man. Oh, that's cool. I also love the regional dialects and stuff like that. I think a lot of storytelling is just like, nope, everybody all lives here and there's nothing different about anybody and nobody notices anything. But I really love that while the Japanese are a racially homogenized country, they're like, oh, you're from over there, aren't you? I love that little quirk about them. I feel like more, like, for example, like even Max. The first time I heard Max speak on the Discord, I was like, where are you from? Because it's like people have regional dialects and people like sound different based off of where they're at. And I'm tired of pretending that that's not a thing. And at the risk of being more controversial, I'm just saying it adds to the realism and the storytelling when people notice things like that. He's the type to rule as ours. Oh, is that what it is that they notice? I like also the like rich baritone of his voice. Like just the, you know what I mean? Just very like operatic. Love that. Yeah, exactly. But there are specific like regions and stuff like that. You're just like, whoa, where are you from? You know what I mean? Also, yes, no, Mac, the first time I heard you talk, I'm like, bro, you sound like it's a Gundam. I think he's from the same area that you're in, like roundabout. And I'm just like, I've never heard that like speech pattern, like the way you talk and like the octave, like the way you're like, that sounds so weird. I can't say it like that. But like the noises that come out of you, dude, are like not from, like, you're not French. You're not from the West Coast, you're not from the East Coast, you're not from, it's like, it's a very specific pattern of speech that I've only like narrowed down to this like circle on a map that's like over there kind of, you know what I mean, at the risk of like being hyper specific. But I'm like, huh, I was like, that's interesting, and just like noticing that was cool, you know what I mean, because like I feel like I sound different. I sound like I'm from Idaho, you know what I mean? Yeah, but not just the Midwest. Dude, my best friends, well, I guess they're both my best friends, but like my friend's wife and my friend, I guess, he's from the East Coast. He sounds a certain type, or he's just like, meh. Like he kind of sounds like low-key, just a teensy bit, like he like would tie you to railroad tracks a little bit, but also like work the docks, like to a degree, like try to calibrate in your mind how that would be. And then she just sounds like, I don't know, I guess it's like more of like a plain dialect, but every now and then you'll get the, like the, oh, that like kind of like crops up and you're just like, what was that? And it's just like, I feel like especially when she's talking about like little cakes and stuff like that, like anything that like really reminds her of home, you get that like kind of like little bit of a chortle in the back of your throat about, and I'm just like, oh yeah, okay, I can place that, you know what I mean? And Texas, you know what people from Texas sound like, you know what I mean? Speaking in a different style than other people is an act that makes them stick out more. Oh, okay. Interesting. I wouldn't have even thought of that. Oh, interesting. So he's code switching. Nice. And really, it's just like, you know, being tactful. You know what I mean? Like, I don't talk. There are certain people in my life that I don't talk, like, jive with. You know what I mean? There's certain people that I don't, like, you know, I put on airs with because, like, socially that's what's required of you. You know what I mean? Like, and the idea that you shouldn't do that is silly and ridiculous. Like, if a teenager speaks to me like one of their peers, I'm like, punish him. What's going on here? And unfortunately, I feel like we're reaching a point in like society where like the decorum of people just socially is just, we're cooked chat, basically. And I understand the irony of using Gen Z vernacular for that. Thank God I'm not playing with this in eye tracker. If you weren't so big to brag about your live stream. Oh, sorry. Oh, man. He's doing so well for himself, you guys. The aunt is hot. What do you guys want me to say about it? Okay, she looks like... She looks like his peer.
でもいいじゃないですか。語れる武勇伝があるってのは
Girl has no frown lines. She still has a youthful appearance. No, absolutely smash. 100% on the ant.
俺なんか語るような話は何もないっすからね。
In fact, hold on. Let me just... Because I don't want to, like, symbiote over what's his face. That'd be crazy. But just so we can, like, get the real picture here. You know what I mean?
バトラ君なんかそのルックスでいっぱい女の子を泣かせてそうだからさぞかし武勇伝が多そうだと思って。
もう情報弾じゃないっすよ。そんな妙な武勇伝あるわけないじゃない。
Oh no, his hot aunt is bringing up girls.
むしろ紹介してほ
hit
し
the
いくらいっす。
eject button. No.
あら、あるんでしょ武勇伝。おばさんにも後で教えてね。ジョージったらそういう浮ついた話が全然ないんだから。
That's crazy. She's a schemer for sure. Is that meant to be a tattoo? Is this a tattoo or is this just like a family crest thing? Like, so that we know that she's like part of the nobility. I feel like she's the type to get a tattoo. And also, intentionally, she has a long glove on one side and a short one on the other one. Like, she's repping it. She's doing that shit intentionally, which is really cool. Nice. I like her. Is that an obi, or am I thinking of Korean attire? I like this outfit. Again, also very, very glad. You guys can't see my pointer, can you? You guys can't see my mouse. Definitely consistent with blood members of the family. Oh, okay. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, 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 cool. Like, she's his blood, they're related. They're a pair of jokers. They always tease me as far as they can remember. Sometimes it made him a bit hard to get along with when I was small. Yeah, no, I could see that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I figured. I just wanted to know if it was, like, intentionally a tattoo or not, because I feel like culturally, tattoos have a different significance than they do here. And the fact that she's, like, intentionally wearing a short glove on one arm and a long one, like, that's such a flex. And she's a woman with a visible tattoo, too, so, like... Is she married or just... or happily married? You know what I mean?
Batola君、
Is this
ル
his
ドルフさんを
cousin?
見なかった？
あ、さっきお手洗いに行くのをまだ出てこない。こりゃぽっくりいっちまったかな。
He's, doing a little bit of skiing, probably. Yeah, probably not, but... He's in the slopes, you know what I mean?
自分のお父さんにそんな言い方はないでしょ。まあ、あの人のお手洗いが長いのは今に。
ああ、あんにゃろは昔雑誌持ってトイレに入るのやめてほしいんすよね。何の雑誌持ち込んで何をしてんだか。
Grow up, he's probably in there with your mom, dude. He's in there with the huzz. Leave him alone.
あら、そんな心配は全然私と一緒にいる以上、そんなこと一人でさせやしないもの。
Crazy.
何の話か。後でじっくり聞く。親父ね、弾まで握られてグロでも出ないわけだ。
What is going on here? Have I completely misinterpreted who they're talking about?
握っとかないとどういうことになるか、よーくわかっ。
いやいや、全く。
This is crazy.
あのクソ親父の手綱はキリエさんにしか無理っす。実の息子の俺も喜んで譲っちゃいますわ。
ええ、任せてちょうだい。
What is happening
そういうの
here?
得意なのよ。
Love that t-shirt, by the way. Like, the side cut out, like, just a little bit. She's serving right now. This woman is my father's wife. Okay. One of many. Yeah, that's a weird conversation to have with your stepmother, but valid. I mean, can you blame him? This bitch is stacked. Well, yeah. You fucking imagine the family dinners calling this chick mommy? That'd be crazy. Can you pass the potatoes, mom? Mommy? Jesus. Good lord. Talking about having your dad's balls in a vice. Good for her. You know what I mean? And she's also like, oh, don't worry, I'm not letting him go to the bathroom alone. See, I told you, he's in there fucking your mom. And that's nothing we shouldn't expect from that absolute tiger. You know what I mean? Doubt she feels like he's in her son on this massive kid who's no relation. Yeah, that's crazy. Very crazy. I mean, at that point, he's just like one of the homies, but like more like a coworker. Maybe more of like I don't know, like a nephew, perhaps. Would probably be close. Like maybe more like a nephew. You know what I mean? Like if you're like the stepmom to somebody that's like damn near your same age, like it's a little murky. Themselves and pretending we're a family. They had to be frank with her. She was friendly neighbors. See, I was close. It was close. Hell yeah. Yeah, guys, I am crushing the family dynamics here. So much easier to keep distance instead of forcing ourselves to act all close. To get along pretty well. Cool. Yeah. She has second wife energy. Where's he at? Where is he? Wait, hold on a minute. That's not him. Where's the dad?
Battle.
なんだよ、親父。
The fuck?
耳つねんだ、耳。
Oh, his ear is what's getting pinched. Okay.
また母さんと俺の悪口を言ってたろ。
Yeah, this would not lead me to believe that's happening, by the way. This is reminding me of a graphic novel, but not one I would have on stream. You know what I'm saying? This is a little crazy. They needed to animate maybe like an elbow here and like a hidden hand, perhaps. This is a wild angle.
なんでお前には。
Guys, I feel like we're witnessing something we shouldn't.
俺の耳伸ばしたって空は飛べねえぞーい。
Somebody missed a very key animation right now.
ほれほれ。縦縦横横丸書いて逆に回して倍率どんどんさらに2倍。お父様、失礼なこと言ってごめんなさい。
That was crazy work. You'll animate them like. That was crazy. You'll animate them bouncing around on the screen, but you won't animate a hand like just. When in Rome.
冗談じゃねえぜ。そういうのは会員制のお店でやりやがるってんだ。
You stop razzing me for liking Asians. If the black girls at the strip club couldn't get me to denounce Asians, then I'll be goddamned if anybody else will. No, like legitimately, every single shift where I would have that even brought up, because they'd be like, "Oh my God, did you guys see that we've got a bunch of Chinese and Taiwanese dudes in here?" Like, because I believe those are two different things. And that might be controversial here soon, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? That's my own personal belief. I think that those are two completely different things, mainly because my Taiwanese friend has never told me that I could ever listen to Mandarin or learn it. And fair enough. He told me, and I quote, "Oh, Riley, it's probably better for you to learn Japanese. You cannot understand tonal languages." And I was like, he knows me so well, you guys. Like, I miss him every day. Anyway, yeah, I would be in the back, and somebody would be telling me something about this or that, and invariably it would come up that I'm into Asians, and they'd be like, "Nah, what you need is a tall, dark, chocolate man in your life." I'm like, don't you guys always get pissed off when little white chicks are dating all of these African kings? So like, it's weird that you would be like promoting like this for an outcome you don't wish to happen. They'd be like, "I'm gonna kill this bitch," and it was honestly, I would say, one of my more dangerous but one of my favorite bits. Okay, where's Kinzo? I thought this was Kinzo, and I was about to be like, hell yeah, dude. Amazing. Was the intro all we get to see of him? You don't say. You don't say. First of all, through context clues of you telling me that you named your child a thing that means, that lets me know that it's in some form of symbol. And if I had to guess, it would be kanji. I could be wrong though, because I don't fundamentally understand the differences between like Korean, Chinese, and Japanese, like the written languages, because I can't really distinguish written languages of really any culture. I mean, I can visually be like, ah, this is where this is this. I can, yes, there are lots of different Asians. I do not discriminate on Asians here. I very briefly, I know that you know the difference of that, and that makes me smile, because when I tell people the difference between yellow and brown Asians, they do not understand the difference, and only the true elite knowledge knows the difference between those two. But I did try and learn Thai there for a while, because one of my distant relatives is Thai, not blood relation, of course. I'm far too white for that. But I almost had a Thai roommate. That was pretty cool. And then some of my, like I said, some of my friends are from, like, you know, Thailand. I have Vietnamese friends and stuff like that. Like, that's crazy. But, you know, like my cousin the other day, here's a real juicy part, you guys. I haven't talked about this in a minute, but I love bringing it up. So my cousin is actually also super into Asian dudes, and we're the only two people in the whole family. Shocker, right? And she's like, I really like Korean dudes. And I'm like, honey, no. You think you like Korean dudes because you have a baseline understanding of, like, the generic, like, hot guy, whatever, that's Asian, okay? But you know you've been sending me edits of, like Chinese dudes for the past week. Like, you know these aren't the same, right? And she's like, oh. And I'm like, what you like is an angular figure and a medium to tall build. Like, you're just... The fact that you think that that's exclusive to 3 different countries is bananas to me. Listen, okay, first of all, the fact that that was a separate thing, I feel like. That was a separate thing. One, it was because he was going from being very demure and being like, oh, pacifism this, pacifism not. And he's like, bitch, I will break your leg if you don't listen to me right now. And I'm like, I'm listening. But not because you told me to listen, but because I'm really enjoying this, like, arc here. You know what I mean? Yeah, thank you, Kaza. Exactly. I respected him for it. Because this whole time, he's just been trying to, like, peacefully resolve this situation. And fundamentally, that level of pacifism deeply disgusts me. When everybody's just like, no, everybody chill. Nobody is actually in the wrong. Like, ugh, gross. No, thank you. Had enough of that when I was seeing this philosopher dude in college. He was, like, legitimately... he was going into, like, I think he was, like, trying to build the skill tree of, like, being a monk and a philosopher, basically. And fun fact about that dude, actually, yeah, you should absolutely be able to have a sophistication of violence. I mean, for God's sake, like, hubby does Muay Thai. Like, if I was all into pacifism stuff, this would be a pretty weird trajectory for me to be into. I love Muay Thai, I just don't really have, like, really the build for actually, like, competitive fighting in it, which is so unfortunate. I get so jealous of these people that have, like, the build ratio for being in, like, the featherweight division and stuff like that. Yeah, sophistication of violence is chef's kiss, delicious. And is very important for the development of boys. Boys specifically. Now, I am a little bit more traditionally masculine than a woman, but that's because I have a mean mother. You know what I mean? And I feel like that, like, hormonal difference will shift those kind of things in early adolescence. But anyway, I digress. So, let's see here. I show my kids UFC. Absolutely. The children yearn for the fighting pits. That's my favorite part of when we go to, like, Reno for the fight tournaments and stuff like that, is, like, the little kids have, like, the first level, and they're just like, ah, and they're, like, in all their gear and stuff like that. But they're just going, like, so hard. The little kids and the women are, like, vicious beasts going at each other. And then the men are just like, come on. Like, the guys are always, like, way more relaxed and way more... Yeah, it's good for them. Listen, the fighting pits teaches them stamina. It teaches them rapport. Because you literally can just immediately fight. You know what I mean? Is that a type of martial art? I will admit I don't entirely understand what that is in reference to. My scope of knowledge in martial arts as a whole is very limited. I show my nephew Byrd. I need him to take a ruler on my. That's crazy, Max. Once again, Max is coming from completely far, like, nonsense land. That's insane. Didn't you just say that this little kid was causing you all kinds of problems in the Whole Foods? Maybe you need to teach him, like, some sophistication before you teach him violence. You know what I'm saying? Those two things are not mutually exclusive. You know what I mean? Like, it needs to be both. So, oh, where was I going with this? Go back into, where was I at? Oh yeah, so anyway, I was dating this pacifist, well, not really dating, if I'm being honest. I was seeing this pacifist guy, and it was a really good thing going. And it turns out, his previous girlfriend broke up with him to go and be a nun. And then he started hooking up with a literal demon, and that's one of my favorite flexes of all time, because he's sending like these beautiful dramatic notes to this woman, and he's just like, yeah, you know, I like respect that you're like going towards a path of like godliness and this and that and the other. And in the other thing, I'm making this dude speak in dead languages. So that was kind of like a funny little aside for me. But then I was like, you know what? This is unethical. Okay, this is unethical. I need to move past whatever ego trip I'm on in my life, because this guy, like, when he's like, come on, everybody, let's be cool, let's like just peace and love, you guys, and I was like deeply disgusted by that. And I was like, listen, first of all, this guy is choosing a path of light, and I will drag him into the darkness, because this like insatiable like need for wrath within me will consume him like a divine fire, and I just don't think that that's right to pursue. So I had to break it off with that guy. But like, every time I play a game where somebody's just like, come on, you guys, like, we just gotta trust everyone, and what could possibly go wrong? Everybody always has the best of intentions, and I'm just like, put him down. Like, we can't, like, and it's always a game where, like, there's literally, like, dire consequences for trusting the wrong people. It's very rarely is it an instance where, like, you have, like, a level of, like, a margin of error for these things. It's almost always like, hey, if we trust the wrong guy, somebody's like catching a bullet. And I'm just like, what are you talking about? All the zombies are perfect beings or whatever. Like, so when I come out of the barn, you guys were clowning me so hard about that. I come out of the zombie barn and he's like, do you see? They're not dangerous creatures. And I'm like, James, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's crazy. Like, objectively, if I cough or sneeze in there, I'm getting ripped to pieces. So, like, the fact that you're trying to tell me that it's one way when it's very clearly not, like, that's also why in my headcanon, I have expired in the barn, and he has to, like, face the fact that, like, actually being like this leads exclusively to death, and that is the only way it leads. Like, you know, if he doesn't have his mask on, they rip him apart. And he's trying to, listen, he needs to have his character arc. And honestly, putting the will of the entire group, here's the thing. He can teach my adoptive son good skills, okay? You've got to think about the bloodline. You guys see, this is the kind of shit that keeps you guys short. You know what I mean? And once again, because I know this is going to get clipped because you guys are naughty, I have no problem with short people. But if you have such a problem with it, like, fix the bloodline, you know what I mean? Start hooking up with tall bitches, is all I'm saying. You know what I mean? If you don't like where everything's going, you have the power. You have the power. You can scoop them up with a butterfly net. You know what I mean? You've never heard of the Prisoner's Dilemma? But I fuck so hard with the Prisoner's Dilemma. I love that so much. It's one of my favorite, like, examples to show people in, like, basically game series. It's so good. So good. Dusk Till Dawn. I love that in every Tarantino movie, it's just like his barely concealed foot fetish. I love that for him, because it could be worse. Realistically, it could be worse. Remember that, like, love letter to Roman Polanski he wrote, and it was just like a solid 10 minutes of feet, to the fact that, like, Brad Pitt at the Oscars or whatever had to be like, yep, and my co-stars Margot Robbie's feet, and so funny. 10 out of 10. Hilarious level of rage baiting to a director. And here's the thing. Oh, probably he's like, send me the ones with all the best toes. You know, every weird freak has been on that list. They're all friends. And here's the thing. If you've ever been friends with weird degenerates, I'm not saying ever to that level, because that's crazy. But, like, when you're friends with weird degenerates, they're like, yeah, his thing is feet, her thing is twins, or whatever. And then, you know, like, you gather up your band of weirdos, and then invariably somebody joins the group and they're just like, into like Lolicon or something like that, and you're like, this guy gotta go, this guy gotta go, you know what I mean? And that's just the natural conclusion of those types of things, you know what I mean? And they probably wouldn't let Elon Musk join, one, because he's probably a fucking buzzkill and a bit of a main character syndrome type of dude, I would imagine. Once again, hold on, maybe I shouldn't go off on that tangent because we want this internet to withstand this stream. But they're all in this weird little club, and they have their own proclivities and stuff like that. But yeah. So the point I'm trying to make before you try to derail me with Epstein stuff, you topical Tims, is that James had a talent stack that was very interesting because he could control zombies. He's basically a necromancer. Two, he knows how these things move, and he can set traps with them. Very useful. He saved us twice with it. It's such an OP skill in a zombie apocalypse to be able to turn your greatest threat into a weapon, basically. Amazing. And then Louis, he provides more of the stability, more of the levity in the situation. And I feel like if the two of them became rivals through a mutual hatred of each other, but also mutual, like, romance of my character, then they would ultimately round out completely that would be a good father. You know what I mean? Listen, if you had, first of all, if you had role reversed Louis and James, I feel like we still have the same outcome. You know what I mean? Except, if you I'm trying to lie to you guys right now. I don't know why I'm doing that. So, if you role reverse it, if Louis is the one in the woods, and James is the one in the compound, we have a very different end plot. You guys. But I would still see the utility of the in the woods guy being able to control zombies. That would be important, but he wouldn't necessarily need to be my boyfriend. I would just probably brain him for information and then keep that information. I'd just be like, wow, that's crazy. How do you do that again? Oh, wow. And you wear like a mask? Is there like a special way you gotta tan that or something? Like, is there like, you know, like some sort of like special thing you gotta dip it in, or, you know what I mean? But it wouldn't necessarily need to be a throuple here. Okay, fair enough. But also, I feel like the booty call will probably still stand, because how best to get the information, you know what I mean? Like, you know, a dog can only be a dog, you guys. What is this obsession with being tall, this tall business? Look how tall we are. Look how tall and gigantic we are. Crazy. Why is this game flexing on me because I can't read kanji? That's so mean. Listen, I'm doing my best, okay? That looks like a little... That looks close to fire. That kanji looks kind of close to fire, and I know that because of Avatar. But I did not realize this game was going to call me poor and dumb. Ouch. Rudolph is like a strong, like wealth name. No, he absolutely did that on purpose. Oh, there's his sister.
こらこらルドルフ、息子に乱暴してるんじゃないわよ。
Okay, she gets to be S tier. I like her. I like her. She's cool. Also, they animated. Oh, first of all, fuck this game because they know how to animate an elbow, and they didn't do it in the first one. She's got an elbow because they know what they were doing. Okay, they knew what they were doing. They were baiting me. All right, they're like, hey. You know how you haven't watched, you know how you haven't read any BL manga in a while? Well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make you realize that in 4K right now in front of a live studio audience. But all the opportunity for them to just slide this character screen onto here, and for her to have just an invisible hand and they get moved around, they fucking knew what they were doing. How dare this game try and gaslight me that, oh, we're just not going to be animating the limbs. Sure. Fucking on you, game. Yeah, because also the one lady was just talking about grabbing by the balls. This lady looks young enough to be his daughter. She looks fantastic, by the way. How old could she possibly be? And all her limbs are where they ought to be. You know what I mean? All her limbs are above board, 1950s sitcom style. Interesting. We're in a world state of extremes. Wonder where all the decency went. Listen, this is a hellscape. She's older than him, and all of her hands are appropriately placed. You can see every finger where it's at. Crazy.
エバネさん、そのくらいに同じ分、後で反対の耳を私が引っ張って伸ばしておきますので。
Guys, I thought about potentially just reading the dialogue every time, but like my dyslexia and my perversion is probably not gonna. We're about to have the strangest time, you guys. Stretch out is what now? Calm down, first of all. Damn. Kyrie, you need to chill with the language, okay? Your slutty little cutout piece there. Where's that other hand at? Where's that other... Everybody show us your hands, okay? That's...
キリエさんの引っ張る分も残しておかなくちゃ。ルドルフ、後でたっぷりキリエさんにお仕置きしてもらいなさいね。
Crazy.
たく、姉貴こそ弟いじめもいい。
Even the dad's uncomfortable right now. Come
秀吉兄さんも
on. The subtext of all this is crazy. She knows she's hot. She knows she's hot, and that's why she's saying all kinds of weird stuff in front of it. She's like, oh man, she's really gonna give you the business later. And he's like, can you not? Fucking crazy. Oh my god.
兄さんの寛大さがなかったら今でもまだ売れ残ってますよ。弟として申し訳ないです。
誰が売れ残るって？
Oh, that's what they chose not to animate? Okay. Okay. Japanese game, Chinese martial arts. Love that for them. Capoeira. I know how to say that one. Oh yeah. Are we gonna see those? Are we gonna see those guns?
側頭部直撃だと一発で混沌するわよ。
Me literally trying the fucking upskirt POV like a degenerate.
この間演舞でミスって相方泡吹いちゃったんだからね。
いやいや、足癖の悪い姉貴で本当に申し訳ないです。
だからエヴァとルドルフ君のじゃれ合いを見とると胸がポカポカしてくるんや。
We could probably go over. Nah, this is a good one. This over here is good. I don't think we're gonna have anybody's like face over here. It's probably good.
兄弟や家族は
あら、ジョージ君に弟を作ってあげるという話はないんですか？もうジョージ君も立派な大人になって手も離れたでしょうから、次の子がいてもいいでしょうに。
This is good. This would be the most uncomfortable family reunion of my life. So when are you gonna get it in? We need more nieces and nephews. I'd just be like, can we fucking get out of here, please? Oh my god.
おいおい、キリエ。生まれてくるこの苦労。
Well, they're rich. They can say whatever they want. They have literally no guardrails whatsoever. They could just say the wildest, craziest shit. And what is anybody gonna tell them? Nothing. They'll be like, send him to a gulag, and they just be like, yes, of course, and they just drag them off.
よくこの性悪姉貴から生まれて、ジョージ君はあんなにもまっ
My
すぐ育って
sinister
くれて、
sister.
本当にジョージ君は偉いな。
Listen.
うちのボンクラに今度爪の赤を分けてやってくれよ。
そんなことないわよ。エヴァ姉さんの教育が間違ってなかったからですよね、姉さん。あらあら、そう。うちのジョージもまだまだ頼りない。そうそう。それよりお宅のエンジちゃんは吐いちゃったって聞いたけど。
そうやそうや、久しぶりに顔が見れると思って。大丈夫なんか？
いつも季節の変わり目に風邪をひくんです。どうも弱く、本当は連れてきたかったんですけど、今回それが賢明よ。本家の毒気に当てない方が治りが早いもの。大人の都合より子供の病気の方が大事よ。
Yeah, I agree, Hot Ant.
わしな、白風邪によう効く薬知っとんや。帰ったらすぐ送るさかい。
Maybe
使
yarrow.
うてくれや。
Do they have yarrow in Japan? Maybe. Great for upset stomachs and stuff like that. If you just have general, like, stomach malaise, mint is good for that, like mint oil or whatever. I mean, honestly, you probably get that, like, sucking on a peppermint or whatever, but we used to have, like, a mint, like, field, over by where I grew up, and they would, you could go in if you were, like, one of the locals or whatever, and they would just give you mint extract, because, like, the radiating, like, mint oil coming off of the field was very, like, jarring and, unpleasant. So they used that as, like, essentially like an apothecary sort of giveaway situation where you'd show up and you'd be like, hey, can I get, like, a little tincture of mint oil? And they'd be like, sure, we have literally thousands of gallons of it. Go for it. And because you're, like, over there. And so, like, if you had an upset stomach or whatever, you could, like, put a couple of drops of mint oil in a drink and it would help calm your stomach.
ありがとうございます。
I don't know if that works necessarily with vomiting, though.
いつもお世話になりっぱな。
Crazy. Though the children are just sitting here like, that's great. Anyway, that's crazy.
まだ天候調査中。
Smaller planes are, yeah, that would be the case. They haven't even gotten in the plane yet. I thought they got off of the plane.
また台風親族会議が毎年10もうちょい時期を選ぶ。
どうかね。私もお盆の時期にやってくれれば。ならルドルフ。それ
冗談、姉貴が言えよ。
Objectively, October is like the worst time to travel.
俺が何を言っても
That would depend regionally, but bad time to travel generally. Because like you still have if you have to do a connecting flight anywhere, there's usually snow, and it's kind of cold, and a lot of the places are going into their like winter hours and stuff like that, so like not ideal. I would only imagine that it would be worst for an island nation.
いやよ。私は別に10月でもルドルフがって言っただけよ。
I wonder if that's why so many like like Eastern and like Oriental countries and stuff like that come over here in October. That used to be a big deal in like Las Vegas and stuff. You go to conferences and there's just like a sea of Asian dudes. And it's like, oh no, that's so terrible. I need to go to Las Vegas in October. No reason. It's for work.
俺は台風が来るのはいつものことだなって言っただけだろ。お盆の時
Then
期
we
が
had
いい
the
って言い
events
出
of
したのは
2020 and
姉
that
貴
kind
だ
of
ぜ。
like put a bit of a kibosh on all that. So it was a shame.
あら、去年ルドルフもお盆の時期なら仕事のスケジュールと
言ってねえだろ。
言ったわよ。私、そういうのは絶対忘れないもん。
いや言ってねえよ。
知ってる？寸止めって高等技術なのよ。
ち、いい年した女がはしたないことばっかしてんじゃねえぞ。
Mind your business, Rudolph. You're lucky they didn't animate that. It was just the end of the end of the chapter for me. I just be like,
普段は父親や母親として振る舞っていても、こうして親族会議で元の兄弟
と冷静に分析できるジョージ兄貴。俺は将来なるなら兄貴みたいな知的な大人に。
僕かい？社会経験が全然足りないし、社交性も。バトラ君にはそれらのいくつだからきっと成人したら僕なんかすぐに追い抜いちゃうさ。
this dialogue is triggering every dyslexia alert in my brain. Just like, are you sure it says that? And almost always, yes. Yes, it does say that. great dream is to one day stand on his own and build up his own kingdom. Nice. That is a reoccurring theme in, not this book, in my next book. Oh, yeah? I mean, I am a combination of conflicting beliefs on occasion. Bring no efforts to strive toward his goal. There is no exaggeration to say I really respect him. Main character wants to just chill. That's crazy. I love that his dad wants him to like work up from the start of the company. I like that. My love of sophistication of violence in men and the love of Asian men in yellow is kind of, is it quite? I don't think so. Not necessarily. Especially Korean dudes. Would you, okay, so in sophistication of violence, I mean that like, you naturally have, are they like known for being particularly violent? I will admit that like culturally and historically, I'm not like really well versed in like the different geographic trends of people, but basically like your ability to like hold your frame and not act impulsively and stuff like that. The capability of violence. So basically one of the things, so for example, my belief system stems from this specifically. When children, and especially this came up a lot when I was nannying and stuff like that, little boys had this like sort of innate desire to like, you know, like sort of roughhouse with each other, and maybe not all of them, but they just like kind of have this like just sort of innate violence that just like seems to like come from just their base stats as like being little boys or whatever. And I think it's important for like men of their culture to be like, hey, this is when it's appropriate to express these behaviors, and this is when it's not appropriate to express these behaviors, because that's something that like women really can't like fully teach to their children. Because if I tell a child, don't hit as hard as you can or something like that, we don't bite, we don't hit or whatever, at a certain point, and this did come up during the Walking Dead thing, you'll notice, where I say, no, AJ, that's final. And he goes, well, you're not always going to be able to tell me no. And it's like, that's cropped up a bunch, like especially in like the nannying sector and stuff like that, where these children, if they have a high enough like awareness or whatever, they know that at a certain point, they're going to overpower you, like, physically. So they won't actually, like, the understanding of, like, just because you can physically, like, overpower someone or whatever, socially you're not supposed to do that. And, like, that level of being like, no, it's actually not appropriate to, like, shove a woman to the ground or something like that. When, like, realistically, you're like, well, of course I can do that. Of course I can do that. I can just choke this person unconscious. Of course I can do that. And it's like a very important lesson, especially for adolescents, to teach them like, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. That kind of, whose goddamn white baby is this? Listen. You know what I mean? Because the moment he's just like, well, you can't tell me no forever. And it's just like, so realistically, what this kid is telling me is like, eventually, you're not going to be in a physical position. Because what you're trying to teach them is like, no, we don't treat the weak like this, but like sometimes you have to use violence against people that are stronger than you, but you shouldn't use violence necessarily all the time against people that are weaker than you. Like, you're trying to teach them the nuance of these situations. And I think that it's difficult to teach that from a perspective of someone that is at some point in their life going to be less strong than you. So like, for example, it would be very difficult for me to teach a boy that's going to grow up to be like 250 pounds and 6'5", the same thing that I could teach like a little girl, because we're going to be more socially on even footing pretty much throughout our lives. You know what I mean? There's going to be a point where she gets more attention in her like young adult life or whatever, just for the sake of like youth and beauty and stuff like that. But for boys, it's like you're essentially like entering into a dominance hierarchy. And it's hard to be taught a dominance hierarchy by somebody that's eventually going to be beneath you within that hierarchy. Because, well, why should I have to listen to you? You know what I mean? Why should I have to listen to you? If you're trying to tell me that might is right to an extent, to a degree, then why should I have to listen to you? You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. But if a man is teaching a young boy something like that, then it makes it a little bit easier to like be like, well, the reason I'm teaching you this is because at a certain point in my life, I've been in a position of strength and I've chosen mercy. So I think that that's an important concept to be instilled by more of a peer, more of a mentor and a peer than, you know, just like your mother or like any like feminine like archetype towards like a male child. The most important bit would be to stand up for what you believe in and to find a set of beliefs you're willing to defend to the death. So you'd prefer a man who would teach their kid to be manly but also gentlemanly? Absolutely. Yes, that's exactly. You've hit the nail on the head, as it were. Because I think a lot of the problems that stem with like fatherlessness and stuff like that is that these children are not given a proper framework. And it's like, realistically, the only way that I can essentially manipulate a guy that's stronger than me, because that's what it would be. Because at any point, they could just be like, I'm going to do what I want to do. And there's literally nothing short of, like, threat of death, threat of deadly force that I can do to stop you. You know what I mean? And, like, that's, like, a natural law that I think a lot of people just, like, completely refuse to acknowledge, which is crazy. I acknowledge it because I have autism and I was in ecology. So it's like you observe these behaviors in nature all the time. And then I'm just like, the moment I go into a social situation, I'm supposed to just like forego all that knowledge, which is so crazy to me. But like realistically, for example, this is something that cropped up and I paid so much attention to in 2020. It was insane. So we, well, I say we, but I foster animals. So when I had all of these kittens, I have like 3 or 4 very large, like medium-sized to like large male cats. And what I would do is I would observe them like playing with each other and stuff, and they're all siblings, so they're like pretty much at the same developmental level, you know what I mean? And what I noticed a lot was we have a very small female cat, and her, not very small, but like small relatively. And she wants to play with her brothers. Now her one brother, Fatty, is quite a bit larger than her. He's like 20 to 30% physically larger than her. Not necessarily so much in weight, but that wasn't always the case. And when he wanted to play with his sister, he knew that he could not play with his sister the same way that he could play with his brother, who is, albeit much smaller, but of a more similar weight. So he knew that if he played like he did with his brother, his sister would cry, and he would get in trouble, and he wouldn't get to play. So he had to amend the way that he was playing with his sister in a way that he didn't have to amend with either of his brothers, because that's how social constructs work. He knows that the natural law dictates that if he wants to play with her and he wants to bite her hard, there's nothing she can do to stop him outside of the physical consequence of like a, would it be adjudicating? The physical, like a judgmental system, which would be me effectively acting as the police. So I would say, excuse me, do not bite your sister, that's naughty. And I would scruff him, and then he would get to go on about his day. Like the way you pick up groceries and pick up a child is completely different. Exactly, like there's nuances to how you conduct yourself, you know what I mean? That's actually a really interesting way to phrase that. I feel like I understand what you're saying, but that's also interesting. And Max, are you wanting a bottom? Yeah, you want, okay, bottom pull it is. Okay, so one sec, we're going to flip real quick to the app screen. Okay. Yeah, just whenever you're ready, go ahead and type that in there. Okay, bottom pull. Max, your pass. Watering can. That is sharing burdens is what I'm guiding off of that. If you get the same one as last time, that's going to be crazy. Oh, an interesting one. Moth. I'm getting concealment and goth baddies from this one. So sharing burdens with a concealment. But I'm very much getting goth baddies off of that one. I'm just like feeling that intense energy. And then your future. bounty. So helping a goth baddie will lead to positive gains. Okay, so I think, once again, if I just flip it normally, it'll be in order. Nice. Guys, I think I finally figured out mirrors. Nice. Or I guess I should, if I hold this at the top, you can actually see the little writing on the bottom. There we go. I'm planning on leaving for my son to explore it. Would you recommend me writing it down or leaving audio files? Which would you say are the pros and cons of both? Honestly, I mean, with the advancements of technology, I do both. So what I've been trying to get even my grandfather, my old hippie grandfather, to do is I want him to tell me tales of the olden days or whatever. And I initially was like, hey, write a book. And then he's like, nah, I can't really do none of that. Now, the audio files are cool because here's what I was planning on doing. Is what I wanted to do. I was like, hey, Pop, here's the deal. I've set up this audio file thing so that you will speak into the microphone. You will record things as I prompt you. And then I'll take those audio files and I will transcribe those and bind them into a book. But then the ebook version of that, I'll make it as though you're narrating. So, like, they can listen to you narrating this while they're reading. Oh, thank you for the subscription. Appreciate that. So, like, you can do both. Now, what I would do, first of all, I think having it written down is cool because then they can see it in your own script. But if you are doing audio files, then that leads me to believe that you have the technology to digitize this, essentially. And what I think would be cool is to write letters written would be cool for like maybe certain milestones would be awesome. But then if you're wanting to do like more of a memoir situation, I would go audio files. And that's just because I feel like you're going to have to keep track of all of this stuff. It's got to be easily accessible because one of the worst things to happen is if you don't have this stuff like laid out like early. Depends on your age, and you know, anything can happen at any moment also. You do have to, like, the laws of, like, you know, the comedy of errors of nature and stuff like that. But, like, I think that as long as it's accessible to who it needs to be accessible to distribute this stuff, you know, it really is anybody's game. But what I would do is I would write letters. I would write letters for like specific milestones or like more of a conversation situation. And then for the other, the audio files are cool. Like, cause then you have to envision like how they're going to go through it. Cause like if I was doing it, so for example, there's a non-zero chance that like the next generation does not meet my grandfather because he's very, very old. And so because he's very, very old, it would be cool to be able to, like, whilst your reading of his, like, adventures, have it narrated in the long dead voice of your ancestors. You know what I mean? There's something about, and I think that this is a thing that crops up mostly in Asian cultures as well. I really don't think that Americans have that much connection to, like, blood and soil and, like, you know, their ancestors and stuff like that, which is, I think, why we've you know, fallen, I think, to a degree as a nation. Because you don't look back on things, and because you don't look back on things, you make different kinds of decisions. Like, for example, I think you make better decisions if you think to yourself, like, I want to be living a life that, like, future generations would be proud I've lived. You know what I mean? I want to leave things behind better than I found it. And once you move away from that, which I think we did in more of the boomer generation, you end up in a situation where you're just living so flippantly and carelessly, and you don't think about stuff like that. For example, my grandfather is an old hippie. His earthly attachments hold no value to him. He doesn't care about any of that. He's like, you can't take it with you when you leave, whatever. I'm just gonna, like, you know, live my life how I want to live, and I'll die penniless. And I'm like, I mean, yes, but also, like, you're not even using this time necessarily to, like, build relationships with your family and stuff like that. Like, you're not even really, you're living still very selfishly despite not being attached to earthly possessions. So it's, like, such a weird juxtaposition to me, because it's like, when I get into my old age, it's like, yes, like, I don't have any children, but at the same time, like, you still affect other people. Like, just because you don't have, like, your own specific progeny doesn't mean that, like, your actions haven't helped shape, like, the lives of another. So it's important to, like, keep that in mind. You know, you can be a positive influence to people that are not in your day-to-day, that, you know what I mean? Or you can be a negative influence if you want to. My mother is a hell demon beast from, like, a plane of existence that should not have probably entered. And yet, she lives rent-free, like, right up here. You know what I mean? I've written, like, 2 novels with, like, a heroine that has issues with her mother. So she has actually more of a legacy than my grandfather, who, like, I arguably have, like, positive memories with in my childhood. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, it just depends on, like, how, and here's the thing, history is, like, also kind of written by the victor to a degree, or, which I don't necessarily know is applicable here. I know, I would be a good mom, thank you. I know that in my heart, but it is also nice to hear. I appreciate that, thank you. So it's like, but I'm like a kick-ass aunt. I'm like the best aunt ever. I've adopted a couple of nieces and nephews, not like directly into my household, you understand, but like relationship-wise, I've assessed that this is a youth that I care about in this fashion. You understand? And so, like, I put all my energy into doing those things. When I'm around them, I'm present and happy. I am trying to form good memories with these people. I'm trying to shape them into, like, positive future people. You know what I mean? And those are some of my favorite things to do, is to go and spend time with them and do that kind of stuff. So it's like, when you live a selfish life, you lead really to the ruin of your culture. You know what I mean? There are people that, like, do to an extent that to their detriment, where they're like, oh, I'm not going to advance at all. Like, I'm just, like, for example, I think, like, not getting to a point where, like, you have architecture in your civilization is crazy to me. Not going to name names. Maybe it's Babylon. Maybe it's a southern country potentially that doesn't really advance, you know, with technology or whatever. We'll leave it there. But point being is, like, you can stunt your culture, but you can also progress your culture further. And, like, the false progression of, like, being in an age where you can be so selfish that you don't think about, like, your offspring and their offspring and, like, the continued lineage of your family line is insane to me. And I think that these kinds of things are what, like, drew me more to, like, Asian men in my youth. Because it's like, I really enjoy, like, the cultural implications of, like, giving a shit about your family, like, onto, like, further generations, you know? And that's just something that, like, just, I feel like the West severely lacks. Like, even to an extent, like, honestly, Latino culture has more of that, where it's like, you see these, like, more closely knit, like, familial, like, clusters, where it's just like, you routinely speak to your grandparents, you routinely speak to your parents, you have a very tight-knit relationship with your cousins and stuff like that. And I feel like if you're put in a position in modernity where you don't have to care about those things and you kind of, like, branch off, but, like, what for? Like, you're leading a selfish life that leads to nothing. And I'm not even talking about from, like, a spiritual aspect, because we won't even get into that can of worms, you know what I mean? I'm saying, like, legitimately, like, you can't take it with you. So, like, the memories of you are what live on. And you're kind of, like, not utilizing that to its potential. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that everybody's going to be a rock star, but, like, you're not optimizing for having... Listen, I would absolutely love to have some sour gummy worms right now. But, you know what I mean? Like, this, honestly, I can't believe that the sponsors are like, you don't have a large enough audience base for ads. And I'm like, I have been so massively influenced by this chat with my, like, specific dietary, like, cravings in the last several months. It's insane. Like, I'm buying Pop-Tarts tomorrow because Max will not stop going on about how delicious Pop-Tarts are. And that's just crazy. I am going to try my very best in the Pop-Tart aisle to determine what is an S-tier Pop-Tart. And we will be talking about that at length on the Friday stream. I think the West, namely the US, has done catastrophic damage to the culture in the last 20 years. No, absolutely. Absolutely. And, like, here's the thing. Like, I'm close to my cousins, but only because, like, the toll of the dead is, like, ringing in the oldest generation's ears. Like, you can almost feel like an extinction event because, like, the silent generation and the boomers are, like, not taking care of themselves. So I'm like, okay. So for years and years, I was not close to my cousins, but then now because, like, all of the oldest generations in the family that, like, low-key soul a little bit. No, I just, like, kicked my little table or whatever. I have, like, not an ideal setup, but that, once again, constant and never-ending improvement. In the future, we will not only have an extended universe here, but we will also have a fully interactable office space where you get to drop little toys for Squirrel, because I have a weird cat that likes to play with bottle caps. So I'm going to try and create, like, a gumball situation that you guys have control over, and you can, like, make it drop out little toys for her and stuff like that, and you'll be able to, like, look at different camera angles in the room to see, like, where the cats be chilling and stuff like that, and maybe I'll put, like, little Easter eggs in the corner and stuff like that, like what is, like, coming with the next book and stuff. I have all of these things, and it's so hard to, like, keep all this stuff, like, track of in my brain. So once again, I would like to say that I have been being so good and using my planner, because I used to use a physical planner, and I was pretty good at that, but it was underutilized for what it was. It was like a homestead planner, and I really only have chickens as livestock for the time being, because systems need to be built before you add living creatures. It's a very important thing, and that might even be one of my core tenets that doesn't necessarily apply to the cultists. It's just a thing that I firmly believe in. That, like, if you intend to purchase a cow, for example, you should have the framework built beforehand for the cow. If you build it, then you can go get it. But if you don't, like, and I mean, that kind of translates to everything. If you don't have the framework built for a child, I don't think you should be having one. You know what I mean? If you don't have the framework for, I mean, for example, a goat. I don't have the framework for a goat built, so I have not gone out and purchased a goat. You know what I mean? And to an extent, it's like, oh, well, you know, you'll build it as you go. And it's like, no, that's objectively the worst way to do it. Everybody that wants to argue with me about that is wrong and incorrect. But, you know, before I got cats, I optimized for having cats. I was like, okay, this is where this is going to go. Now, I'm not saying that you immediately have to, like, have all that stuff set up, but you have to have at least the planning stages of, like, where everything's going to go and the means at which to construct these things. You know what I'm saying? So that is, that's my stance on that particularly. But eventually I'll have an office where you guys can, like, look around and stuff like that. And you can, like, see the top down of the desk, because I plan on having a, like, much more sizable desk so that you guys can see, like, if I bought a cow right now, I'd be like, no, I'm saying, like, the husbandry requirements for a lot of livestock is preposterous. Victory loves preparation. If you plan on being a dude, no, hell yeah, I love that. Actually, somebody save that for me. Actually, that's going in my quotes. I love that. Copy. I'm gonna put that in my little notes thing here. I think. Hold on. Let me find my notes. That's a bar. Okay, no, not there, I guess. I should put that... I'm going to put that right here, so I don't lose it. I like that. And I am going to... put that in there as well. I don't know if that's an original quote from me or not. It probably isn't. It's probably just, like, the wisdom of what's surrounding you, but I like that. Never complain, never say. No, I love that also. That's a thing that I used to do an awful lot. I'd have a boss that would tell me, like, hey, you were late. And I'd be like, yeah, I was late because... And they don't care. Nobody cares why you're late. You just go, yep, I'm headed to the line. I'm gonna, whatever. Perfect. Yeah. I like it though. I like it, and it's getting attributed to you because I'm not going to look it up. I have forbade myself from using the internet for the course of, not entirely, but like just generally. I am doing so much less internet business because I don't want spoilers. And I feel like everything listens in on you, which is no longer a conspiracy. That's happened before. I think Boss Baby, right? Oh, maybe. Hey, you changed your name? How dare you? How dare you change your name? You guys know that with the autism, if you don't have the same name, I don't know that I know you again. Like, it's as though I've met a completely different person. And if you've ever gotten the unique experience of getting to recognize this real time, I think it's very jarring for people. Because at one point, did I ever tell you guys that I had these two clients of mine, and they were both albino, which is crazy to me. But one guy and I bonded over chocolate, and me and this other guy bonded over a particular like music album and a particular goth girl. And every time they would come in, I'm like, are these two different people? Because I feel like they're two different people. And at no point was I certain if they were completely two different people or not. And everybody was teasing me about it because they're like, Riley, like, this is a very easy, there's a very easy answer to this. You've got to be messing with us. And I'm like, no, like, are they different people? Like, can I just look at the cameras real quick to like maybe a side by side if that's possible? Because I'm pretty sure that these are different people. And they're like, Riley, you should know the answer to that. Like, you should know if they're different people or not. And I'm like, okay, but like, are they different people or not? And then think of gods. At one point, they were both in there at the same time. And I was like, oh. And in my mind's eye right now, they look the same to me. Like, the base stats of both of these people, I'm like, they could be the same person. Like, they're not the same person. They have different names. They have different occupations. And I'm just like, I don't know, maybe this is his side hustle. But it's just like somewhere in my brain, like the wires just got so deeply crossed that I was like, have I just cloned this? Have I just copy pasted this guy in the file folders of my brain? Which is why you guys think I'm getting crazy about it in the Discord. But I'm like, if you decide to change your name, if you want to change your Discord username or whatever, more power to you. But just please, I beg of you, in parentheses, just put like your little like tag from like where you interact with me on there so that I know who you are. So that I don't like try and be like, hi, I'm Riley, like, if you're new here, because like I don't like, and this is not just like a man exclusive thing too. There are these two women, and they are once again fundamentally different people, but like the base like bullet points of how I recognize these people in my brain. 4 years at this diner locally, I was like, these are the same person, yes, and they're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, no, they're the same person. And they're like, one of these people is a mom and one of them is not. I'm like, right, like I recognize that they're two different people, but I can't tell them apart. Like, what about this is everybody missing? Like, I can't tell them apart. Even if they're standing next to each other, I could, like, they'd be like, oh, hello. And I would just call them like, oh, hello, the waitress over here that I was just talking to. Like, I would never use their names because also their names were like really close. And that was especially not cool. It was especially not cool that their name was like within like a handful of letters of each other. And I was like, I think that cosmically, I'm being messed with right now. Like, there's no way that these two people have the same aesthetic, nearly identical names, work in the same place. Yes, I've read through the entirety of the Aragon series. I will be honest with you guys, if you haven't read Murtaugh, it's a slog. You're gonna need to put that thing on like ×3 because it was like wading through tar to read. It wasn't a bad book. It was just excessively wordy, and from what I can discern, he just like didn't edit it as tightly as he had. It's like they had very similar names. Yeah, no, it was just, it was too similar for me. And then eventually, like, I ended up having like a really contentious relationship with the one woman specifically. And then I finally had another like bullet point that I could ascribe to her that like, every time I saw her, I got mad, and then I was like, oh, that's that one. You know what I mean? Because other than that, could not differentiate the two of them. Like, I'm sitting at a 4th of July party, and they're like, oh, hi, Riley, and I'm like, this is my nightmare. Oh, no. And luckily, you know, it didn't, like, come up, and, like, realistically, the, like, ramifications for, like, not knowing the difference between these two women, like, I could, like, parse through pretty easily socially, but I mean, how embarrassing to not know, like, the difference between people. It's come up, like, an uncomfortable amount in my life. When did you get your diagnosis? Far too late. Anyhow, I feel like we've been on the app screen for quite a minute, and we need to see more of this wild family dynamic. If only willpower was all it took to get it. No, you need age and wisdom. That's another thing too that I feel like the Western culture is losing more so, because, and I'm not saying it's exclusive to Western culture. That's just my personal like view on it. Like, that's all I get to see is the West, because I refuse to go anywhere else. I have machinations to go to other places. I'm crying right now. You have no idea. Listen. Here's the thing. I feel like you know who I'm talking about, but you don't know who I'm talking about, and that's. I'll maybe DM you who I'm talking about, because like, I do not want this to come up anytime I go to a festival or something, but it very well may come up at a festival. I'm gonna see Kaza at a festival. I'm gonna be like, hey dude, about that stream, you're gonna need to take that to your grave, and then I'll just slowly push him into the well, and I'll be like, you better not tell. Kaza doxes me because I don't know the difference between two people, and people find out that I'm a supernatural being that like can't quite like distinguish humans from each other. Crazy. But like, in the West, I feel that people grow older but not wiser, and I think that it's like, it's a fundamental problem, because I should be able to respect my elders because they like know something that I'm not fully aware of yet. Like, they've lived a life, and they can at the very least either tell me what not to do or what better to do to have like better results and stuff like that. They should either be a cautionary tale or like a mentor of sorts. And I feel like that's been foregone in the last several generations, and it's mostly just a bunch of people that like, it's like it's their fucking first day on Earth, if that makes any sense. And I'm just like, there's no way that you've made it to the ripe age of like 57 and you can't like distinguish what's going on here. You know, ages. No, so this came up on the last game where I was just like, oh, like, hubby, I don't know what to tell you. Like, yes, I know we normally stop at 2, but like, listen, you guys, yapping. Hold on, I think I have a sweater that perfectly illustrates this. Where is it at? I have no idea. I have a professional yapper sweater, and I might even get that, like, I might even get a yapper, like, gold affectation in some form of jewelry. Just yapper. It's like, gotta represent, it's a work expense. I need to tell people that I yap uncontrollably. No, here's the thing. At one point, I think I timed it. I hung out with this one hoe that I used to work with, and I spoke non-stop for 8 straight hours. Hubby dropped me off at her place. We sat next to a pool, didn't swim not one time. Is this an Adam's apple? No, it's not. Don't worry, I'm not from Thailand. I just have my father's face, and I'm a firstborn daughter, so I am going to just naturally have more masculine features. Don't be worried. I am fully biologically a female. You don't have to worry about your thoughts about that. However, I yapped with this bitch at the side of this pool for 8 straight hours. And the fact that she was able to keep up with me was crazy, but I think that she'd maybe been skiing a bit beforehand. You are very aware, and I'm all asking you. Listen, you would not be saying that if you saw the Facetune of me as a man, because I look like a, like, slightly more metrosexual version of my own father. And it's just like, not the like gay little one I put on TikTok where I have like a goatee or whatever, but like legitimately the one where I'm like just like changing my hair to a boy's style and like giving myself more masculine lips or whatever, I literally look like I'm on like a high school football team and I will steal your bitch. Like, not fully quarterback level, but like I would absolutely date the male version of me, and that's partially probably why I'm an only child, because the gods were like, we can't have two of these. The power is too great. But if I had a clone, 100%, you guys would never see me again. I would vanish. You'd never see me again. Me and the clone would be getting up to some business. But, unbelievable. So, like, people don't get older and gain any sort of, like, knowledge. I'm like, you didn't put a single point in any of these skill trees. What are you talking about? Like, you can't parse through a cashier's transaction. You can't, like, reasonably... I would never date a woman version of myself. I don't know. Like, first of all, a woman version of yourself, but, like, you also have to think, too, like, hormones and stuff like that in women. Like, if you think that it's just literally copy-paste or whatever, it wouldn't be that. Like, you would have to think about, like, essentially, like, I guess it's sort of be like what your mother looks like. But I don't look like what my mother looks like, I don't think. I have my father's face, but my mother's, like, temperament to a degree. Thank God not all the way, because I would be such a nightmare creature. They'd have to, like, lock me up like a demon. Like, I'd have, like, a circle of salt around my mother, and then, like, a circle of salt around me, and I'd just be like, just let me have control of the government. Like, what could possibly go wrong? It would literally be a catastrophic event if that had happened a second time in so much time. That would have been, I mean, the Winchesters couldn't exorcise that demon. Anyway. So, you should be able to reasonably be like, this is how you fix a car, and if that's not your forte, you're like, this is how you do your taxes, or at the very least, like, you should be able to, like, sit on a bench while you're fishing and be like, listen here, sport, when I was a young man, you know what I mean? But, like, they can't do any of that. It's mostly just people that don't really know how to interact with anybody. They don't seem to really know how to advance themselves socially or in, like, a business setting, and it's like, what did we break the constructs of society for again? Like, so people can go in an office and have, like, no real human connection, and then these people can grow up and gain no real... What did we sacrifice all this for? You know what I mean? We sacrificed tradition and culture and values for what? You know what I mean? Like, I swear to God, at least half of my cousins, like, are functionally illiterate. Like, and I'm not saying to an extreme extent, but to an extent that would shock someone from the 1950s. They'd be like, what do you mean people can read less than they've ever been able to read before? And I'd be like, yeah, you know, Tobias, it is what it is. Like, we taught everybody to read, and they'd be like, and then they stopped reading, and I'd be like, yeah, Tobias, they just started getting real lazy. They can't even, like, put a shoe on a horse or, like, you know, ferry a wagon across the river, and they'd be like, this is like, these people would be so upset. And here's the thing. Some of these people came from a time of covered wagons. Let me see if my time math is correct on that. Some of these people came from a time before cars, where they had to, like, ride horses places. Hi, honey. They had to ride horses places, and still, they lack the knowledge to be able to impart on the younger generation. You've lived through decades of time, like, sometimes even a century of time, and you've got, like, nothing to show for that? What are you talking about? This is the concept that, like, really just grates at me, because it's like, if you think about the concept of, like, you know, fantasy creatures, like elves, dwarves, the long-lived races that live for 1,000 years or whatever, fuck, at least they get really good at playing the flute. What the fuck do you mean? Like, you can't play an instrument? You've got nothing to impart? You better be good at embroidery or something. You better have some sort of a medieval skill that you can impart on me, because I swear, if your only talent is collecting knickknacks and fucking the, like, subsequent generations out of an inheritance, I'm gonna lose my mind. Like, it fits themselves in a certain mold and become very comfortable in it. If your only contribution to society is going to be getting wheeled around in a chair when you're old, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, that's so crazy to me. Like, I mean, at the very least, be interesting. Like, live some sort of a life that you can be like, and then back in my day, oh, I was a real floozy or something. Like, I'm not saying everybody needs to be able to, like, rebuild the Titanic or something like that, but it's just like, it's crazy. It's crazy to me that these people, like, they're literally, like, starting level NPCs, and they're just like, well, why would I ever leave this jolly town? And it's like, I'm not saying you have to, but fuck, even some NPCs can, like, bake bread or, like, open a door and, like, have a conversation or something. It's nuts. Listen, it's more of a rarity that I don't have a crash out because the state of things is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You know what I mean? This is a nonsense world. And here's the thing, a lot of people are like, I've been born at the wrong time. I've been born at the wrong time. Now, realistically, if I was born in a time of cholera, I would be dead. I am so frail and bad at things. Like, maybe that wouldn't persist, but like, if I didn't have modern medicine, I would not be in front of you today, which is crazy. A Babylonian saved my life, and it's become my life's mission to exclude them from anything I possibly do in life, which is so funny. It's a real enemies to lovers situation, except it's never going to be that. What's the opposite of enemies to lovers? Where they, like, somebody helps you and you're just like, this entire place right here, ultimately pretty useless to me. Ridiculous. I'm about to resume the last resort. Unbelievable. Now, once again, I think it's probably a good time to let you guys know that there's actually a thing that you can purchase in the point system that stops the yak track. There is a natural thing in here that you can use to redirect this back to the intended point, which is to finish this chapter. My God, how long are these chapters? Is it going to take forever? See, there we go. There we go. Yes, absolutely that. Now, also, that is eventually going to just be a very long boy. And then I'll be like, oh, a long boy. And then that'll just redirect me. This is a quite long dialogue here. That's insane. Look at how much we've talked in the game. Eventually I should put a timer on there for, like, the yap sessions. We should have, like, a timer. That would be cool. There we go. Cannot mooch off of my parents for that kind of money. You guys can battle it. There's both sides of it. You can say stop yapping and continue yapping. Because eventually, I find things that are useful to add to the stream because they come up so very often. Here's the thing though. That whole rant, very clippable and doesn't spoil this at all. I'm actually making promo reels. See, I'm technically doing my job, you guys. It's all part of the thing to spread the cult. Oh no.
Maria? お久しぶりです。言ってごらん。
お久しぶり。
そうや、よく言えたご褒美に飴だ。おっとっと。あれ
Why does she have a little crown on her head? Is that just for to be cute? Does she have? Oh, they just have it on their clothes if it's not a tattoo.
どこにしまったんや
Like an embroidered.
ローザさん、マリアちゃんもお久しぶり。
How come she does? Oh, because she's not blood related.
ご無沙汰してます、キリエ姉さん、秀吉にと。
I love the Hime cut. I almost did that. I almost did the Hime cut. I just don't think, like, naturally, like, this is me LARPing with bangs, but I feel like I could do, like, a Hime cut. Like, I could do, like, a more dramatic, like, Hime cut. But, like, not all the time. It's so overstimulating. I can't just, like, stop messing with it, you know?
いやー、今日は会うたびに言われてて。
おう、ローザ。遅かったな、飛行機がダイヤ通りだったら。ギリギリ。
こ ごめんなさい。列車の接続がうまくいかなくて。何？
Unironically, I think it would be so cool to travel by train. That's another one of those things from like the old world that I think we should bring back again. It just takes so long. Like high-speed rails would be super cool, but they never do any of that.
船で6時間も揺られるくらいなら、
Yeah.
飛行機でほんの30分の方がずっとマシ
It would
よ。
go plane, train, automobile, boat. In that order.
たとえ1時間余計に待たされたって、
マリアちゃんも今身長
Not crazy about this affectation, but I'll allow it.
これでも少しずつは伸びてるんですよ。
I'm gonna guess that she is... I guess that would be... Oh, shit. That'd be in centimeters, isn't it, that they measure? Centimeters is 2.5, so I'm just gonna guess... I'm gonna guess that she is... Yeah, the child is a lot. But also, like, I think, isn't there some sort of a thing where, like, being super cute and, like, kind of, like, having a stunted affectation or whatever is, like a regional thing or something like that? Like, I want to say it's... isn't it... There's, like, a... Is it Chinese? Is it the Chinese that have that where, like, the girl's, like, you know, like, and it's, like, being, like, ultra cute or whatever. I can't remember what it's called, but not a big fan of it. If it didn't also come with the voice, I'd be into it. If I can just keep it 100 with you guys. But, like, the voice, in addition to the, like, can you open this for me? Like, it's just, it's too much. You know what I mean? If just being, like, slightly higher octave, sure, fine. But, like, this voice, specifically, no. Is this what Uwu comes from? Is this what the Uwu comes from, or is this a different thing? Hate it.
去年よりもずっと成長したと思いますよ。
I think that she is... Let's see. There are 12 inches in the foot. It's like 3 1/4, so... Well, thank you for the follow. Wait a minute. Wait a minute! What region is this person from? Are you Babylonian? If you're Babylonian, you get the hell out of here. First of all, you know the rules, or if you don't, no Babylonians. Somebody check that region. That better be a hilarious reference, or I swear you'll get so kicked out of here. Somebody, have them look at the chart. Have them look at the chart. No Babylonians. And if you'll check the chart in the Discord, you'll see that I keep a record of where we have subscribers from. And if they're from Babylonia, they get the boot. It's one of my very niche forms of racism. And I will continue that until my death. You gotta stand for something, you guys. What I stand for is a firm embargo on Babylonians. Burn the heretic! Yes, absolutely. Okay, so I was trying to do math real quick. They already dipped. Oh, well, you know what? They'll sort themselves out. And they know. Listen, if you're from Babylonia, you know. And you know how I know that you're not from Babylonia? You don't know what the hell I'm talking about 9 times out of 10. You're like, Babylonia. And that just goes to show, like, we are not teaching the right things in history. You know what I mean? We are not teaching the right things in geography. We're not teaching the right things. So let's see here. I think that she's like a meter and a little bit, so that'd be 3.5 times 12. Or not divided. 3.5. I think that she is 100 to 100 I think she's like 90 to 105 centimeters height. If That's my guess. What's the over under on this?
今年で9歳です。
そうだね。
Wow, that's crazy.
9歳だね。
Yeah, the 9-year-olds I used to watch were able to have full conversations, and I was having to like lecture them on who was or was not going to get to play Wolf Quest, which, by the way, I mean, children love the thrill of pretending to be creatures in nature. You know what I mean? They long for the thrills of the wild.
マリアちゃんも元気そうでよかった。よいしょ。もう高い高いをするにはちょっと重くなってきたかな。
Listen. Once again, why are we having characters move around a bunch? Who animated this? You know what I mean? The one guy where it's like the dad and the son wriggling around on each other, not cool. But the aunt has all her limbs visible. Why do we have a kid? Why? Okay, there we go. Okay, well, at least she's holding a bag or whatever. But watching you, game.
俺がやってやるぜ。
Okay.
マリアちゃん、バトラ君よ。一緒に遊んでもらって。
無理だろ。最後にバトラと会ったのは3つの時の記憶なんか。
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough.
マリア、バトラお兄ちゃんよ。ルドルフおじわかる？
おじさんの息子、おじさんが息子さん。
That's crazy.
マリアちゃん、彼はバトラ君。
And see, here's the thing I like about the honorific status and stuff like that. It's like, essentially, like, you know the family by the last name. But the honorific is like, who cares if it's your cousin or your brother? They fulfill essentially the same role for you. You know what I mean? Like, who cares? But then it's like, yeah, that would be kind of difficult to explain to a child, I guess, unless you were like literally looking at a family tree. Which, by the way, does it show us the family tree? Oh, it's starting to show us the family tree. Nice. Okay. So, they're not connected. This is not his mother. Yay, we finally have some people on here. Okay, so shouldn't they be on a different rung, though? I guess if his wife isn't important or whatever. Along with his sister, blah, blah, blah. He lost his former wife. So his former wife, he should have a little branch here. So the way this would work is that he would have like a thing to his wife, and then it'd be dotted because she would have expired or something like that. And then he would have been there, and then it would have been, so it'd be like, this is his first wife, and then he would have another thing over here that'd be like, this is his second wife, and then it would show the lineage of that. But I guess it doesn't matter that much, so they're not going to do that.
僕と同じいとこだ。
少子お兄ちゃんとら、いとこ。
そう。よくできたね。
Yeah. And honestly, that's another skill too. Like, I feel like if you've gotten to 20 years old, you should like be pretty good at like talking to children, or like at the very least being able to explain like baseline concepts to people. But once again, there are people in their 50s that don't even understand how to interact with like NPC level humans, which is crazy to me. Like NPC versus NPC, and they both just short circuit.
おうよ、よろしくな。
ほらマリア、呼びつけちゃダメでしょ。バトラを。い
いっすよ、ロードおばさん。細かいことは気にし。まあマリア、俺とお前は名前を呼。
バンダラ、バンダラ、バンダラ。
おうよ。
Okay. My hatred for 50 plus people is too damn high. Not all. No, some of my most favorite people are pretty up there in age, actually. I get along with Here's the thing. In the last decade, I would have said I get along with a lot of old people, but unfortunately, a lot of those people died. And so now, this next generation of old people is kind of insufferable. It's very, very tragic. I don't have much hope for the youth either, but at least at the very least, that could be like unlearned behavior, because they're not quite to the threshold of where this is like their solidified permanent, you know. Yes, boomers are the bane of my existence. The silent generation and me, we got along real great. Oh, that's cute. I like how her name is written. I find that very aesthetically pleasing. That is pretty cool. I'm glad that you also acknowledged that, game. She's normal, okay. Well, good to know that she's actually normal and she's not like... She's not, slow. You know what I mean? That looks like flowers a little bit. That looks like a little bit like a chrysanthemum next to like a little staff. Why was our grandfather obsessed with foreign names? Millennials suffer from having to deal with boomers' atrocious decisions, making the normalization of extremely toxic behavior. Gen Z's utter indifference to the world affairs and ability to admit anything. Yeah, I think it's just like a general malaise and fatigue that is becoming more and more insufferable as it goes on. But here's the thing, like, we have the power to stop that. We can stop all of this at any time. You just have to assert yourself, and I feel like a lot of people have high degree of difficulty asserting themselves and being like, no, we're not doing that. Like, be for real. Like, we're either going to, like, no longer tolerate this behavior and remove ourselves and, like, do our own collective situation, or, like, parent the youth. You know what I mean? That's your role, is to parent the youth. And if the youth refuse to be parented, then, like, just like in nature, unfortunately, you have to abandon them. But I really don't think it'll get to that state. I feel like they'll come to their senses. Like, for example, I was telling you, like, my cousins and I were not very close for a decent amount of time. And then over time, like, the environment shifted slightly. Like, the older generation, like, gets to a certain, like, you know, altitude or whatever. And then the younger generation comes to the slightly older generation for, like, knowledge and wisdom, because that's an innate thing that they have within themselves, is to seek that out. And so it can be righted, it can be corrected. It's just so annoying to correct it at a later developmental stage than it ought to have been corrected. And there's a lot more growing pains with that. But I do think that it is salvageable, and I think it's manageable, but not without a great amount of pain and suffering. You know, and a lot of people will do literally anything in their life to avoid that. But I think that it's particularly easy for me because I feel like suffering is like an easier motivator for me, just historically, than reward. Like, it's either carrot or stick, and like, if I really track the empirical data, the stick just works better, unfortunately. Not prolonged, not forever, but discipline is, I think, more of a driver for my success than just, like, you know, just ill-gotten gains, I guess. Oh, nice. See, it's good to have a pairing like that, but that's also an exhausting pairing. Like, if you're fiscally responsible and your partner's not, that's tough. You should really pick a partner that you share most of your baseline morals with, and then, like, for little things or whatever, like, if you have different hobbies, who cares? Because you should, to a degree, have a small life at the very least outside of your relationship. But if you fundamentally disagree on, like, major aspects of your personality, like if one of you is like a degenerate gambler and the other one is like very miserly with your cash, it's bad. Yeah, absolutely. It's good advice. Just because it came from a mentally ill woman does not mean it's necessarily unsound. I'm of course being a bit facetious here, but yeah, you need to like also pick your partner like your child has a say in it. Like you would not want to pick somebody that's just like, you know, a guy that maybe works a lot but like doesn't impart very much emotional like status onto the child. Like you wouldn't want somebody that's like, yeah, I'm a good provider, but like I don't ever check in with my child, or whether I'm essentially an absentee. Or you wouldn't want a woman that's like very flippant and, you know, whatever towards the children either. You want to like, if your child got to choose who their parent was, you should take that into account. Now, keep in mind that that's a child that has like the cognition of an adult. Like, if your child got to choose who raised them, which is a thought that you would have in your late adolescence, then that should be taken into account. Whereas, like, you know, I think a kid that like is like, I want a parent that takes me to like the movies or takes me to like this or do that, or is like experience based. Like, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like, if you got to go back in time and choose who your parents were, that is something that you should keep in mind when you're selecting a spouse. And sometimes people are a better parent than they are a spouse, and that's something that needs to be kept in mind. Because, I mean, realistically, in this modern age, you can discard a spouse after the children are raised, but you can't, like, you can't retroactively correct damage that's done to your children as they're growing and maturing. You know what I mean? Like, you can't take that back. But you can divorce a spouse. Unfortunately, that is just, like, the nature of how we do things. Because people aren't optimizing to be good at both. They're, like, kind of flippantly choosing. We, by the way, have been playing this game for hours, still have not gotten on a plane.
Rosa! 搭乗手続きまだだろ?
Here's the thing, if this were a book, I'd be like, this is a crazy long amount of time to be spending on this. It's a bit of a show, it's a bit of a tell, not show. This is a small flight to him, that's crazy. So it's like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, like approximately 16 to 18 spots. Dear God, we're finally leaving the airport. Listen, when I told you that this was going to be a long game, I was not kidding around. You know what I mean? We played, wasn't it like a tacked on extra hour on each of the Walking Dead things? So this is a 100-hour game. Fucking strap in for 120 hours a game. Like, you know what I'm saying? I was not fooling around as a win.
次の列の右、左。それではお読み上げいたします。後宮秀吉。
わしからか？はい。そうだエヴァ。さっきから探してるんだが、見つからない。
後宮エヴァ様。My God, why else would they include it?
ハンドバッグの機内に入ったら出す。
Oh, that's true. That is true. If you eat a candy when you're going to like a high altitude place, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, if you're gonna spend your points, dude. That's your business. What would be really crazy and broken is if Twitch made it so that mods could like give points to others. That'd be insane. We'd definitely have like an underground gambling situation on our hands.
窓際席しかない。
I don't understand. Wouldn't a jet? I guess they're paired off. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
後宮ジョージ様。
はい、大丈夫だよ。あんまり揺れないから。
How far am I willing to go? Well, I'm not on the market, but if I were, listen, ideal looking in so much as like, I don't know, like 5 is average, probably somewhere around there. Nobody matches my values though. Unfortunately, I've had to find like a less than 1% type of mentality person, and that's insane to me. Like, I am like by far, like, I'm so far from like the ideal specimen, first of all, and the fact that I have to like search to such a niche to find somebody that I'm compatible with, I think is absurd. And I think that just goes to say how far our society has fallen, that it's so hard to find somebody that, like, matches me ideologically, that's the case. Like, even if you didn't account for looks and attraction, although I feel like if you're pretty, like compatible with me specifically, like, there's a non-zero chance that you're attractive. You know what I mean? Because these type of ideas and morals do not lend themselves to someone that doesn't take care of themselves. You know what I mean? So it's like, to a certain extent, you can mitigate kind of that, like, oh, do I have to worry about my partner being attractive or whatever? Like, you say your thoughts about it. Here's the craziest part. And actually, like, if I look at the, like, little chart thing that says, like, conservative, liberal, authoritarian, and whatever the other one is, I forget. I'm, like, in the middle, which is insane, which just goes to show that I have some views that are, like, way, way on this side, and some that are way, way on this side, and it just averages out to be right about there, which would shock you. But I do try and stay pretty far away from politics and religion on here, because we're going to save that. We're going to save that for once we got the cult real big, you know what I mean? But I think for the most part, you guys can just pretty much extrapolate those kinds of things. Probably, I would say. Some of them might shock you if I do.
船から落ちても泳げるからいいが、飛行機が落ちたらそれでおしまいなんだぜ。
Ideally,
もちろん
if the
客席には
plane
パラシュートがあるだろ。
crashes, you're dead.
ねえの？
後ろ宮ルドルフ様。
Oh yeah.
ほらバトラー、感動してねえで。
言っていいよ。おさってパラシュートがねえんだよ。
後ろ宮キリエさん。ほら、仲良
He's
くじゃ
afraid of
な
getting
いの。
COVID, poor guy.
進む進む。
言ってえよキリ、押すなって。ボンクラが進まねえん。
後ろ宮マリア。後ろ宮ローザ様。
I swear to God, if this seating chart of the plane is not referenced at any point in here, I'm gonna get so cranky. This is a very long scene here. I could have been yapping this whole time.
こちらは機長の本日は新東
I
北
know
飯
it's
島空
probably
港
like
までは上
partially
空の気流
world
が乱
building
れ
and
て多
stuff
少
like
の揺
that,
れが
but
あるか
like,
もしれませんの
wow.
で離陸後もシートベルトは外さないよう
兄貴？シートベルト外しちゃいけん動きなら離陸後はシートベルト外せるぜ。それが外しちゃいけないって？どんな揺れだよ。くそー、騙された。何が揺れないんだ。パラシュートどこだい。やっぱり俺は船がよ
For the
かっ
most part, a parachute's not going to save you. You have to know how to use a parachute. There's a certain altitude where if you haven't pulled your parachute cord, it's not going to save you because you're like, it won't slow. Now, here's the thing. I failed physics, hate it, don't really care for it. You have to take into account too many variables and there's too much math involved. I much prefer chemistry, but also that gets a little mathy a little bit. But yeah, so when you jump out of a plane, there's a certain altitude between where the plane is at and where the ground is at. It's like the ideal zone for to pull your parachute. And if you do it too early, you're going to be too high up. But if you're doing it too low, you won't have enough resistance to keep you from smashing all your bones into a paste. I'm not a math nerd. Funny enough, math is like my worst subject. It's really bad. Well, I would say math is my worst. I would say geography, probably up just a little bit from that. Then history. Then maybe art. And then probably like just baseline science and mostly like nature-based sciences. Like my animal handling skills, super crazy high. I have like a +4 to that. Was that it? Or is this just the intro? Am I supposed to be clicking something? How many chickens do I have? I believe, exactly 25 chickens. Was it the end of the chapter? What is this? How often do you talk to them? I talk to them quite a bit. They all have like names and dynamics. They also have their little gangs too. which you wouldn't know this if you don't have chickens, but they like separate themselves off. So like all the red chickens will hang out with the red chickens, all the black chickens will hang out with the black chickens. This is the opening credits. Oh my god. You poor people. This is gonna be such a test of wills for you guys, you have no idea. If by the end of this I haven't accrued like at least 20 extra cultists, this will all be for naught. Because you guys are gonna spend like Clockwork Orange levels of indoctrination during this. Crazy. Love, perhaps you make me some chicken.
I don't know how to use that new one.
I will show you. You see emotion. By the way, gorgeous plants in the background. I love all the backgrounds and stuff are so pretty. Manga artists do such a good job of drawing.
マリハバトラ君てっきり怖
こいつ二言目には落ちるだの沈むだの情けない
Vehicles just generally.
ありゃさすがに揺れすぎだ。小型機乗るのは初めてだったから
あの大騒ぎでバトルおばさんとエジプトとか行かない14時間も飛行機に乗れるわよ。
Bro would need a trazodone for that, seriously.
いい提案ね。バトラ君。
That's part of the reason why I don't necessarily want to fly to Japan because it's such a long plane ride, but I think it would be really cool.
それにしてもおかしい。
Even like Korea's been really cool. Thailand, there's all kinds of like really cool places that would be neat to go to, but I'm a little bit of a homebody. So, like, I don't think I would want to be there for as long as it would actually take to like be culturally enriched. So probably going to be one of those like one of those like VR tourists at some point because I don't know, the time aspect of going to a place, the travel time involved. It would be cool if you were able to like get the food from those places and like experience the other elements of like going to like the shrines and like understanding the culture and stuff like that. But the time commitment is crazy. My cousin wants me to go so bad to Japan and China and stuff, and I'm like, no. And that's funny. I'm not from Minnesota though. I'm from Idaho. It's the state that looks a bit like a gun. I'm essentially an uncultured mountain folk. Mr. Kitty, you want more gruel in your dog bowl? That's crazy. I feel like it's about time to teach you about Oliver and Company. Yeah, it's about time for you to watch that. It's about a little orange boy that thinks he's a doggy. And I think you would enjoy that. Yeah. So cute. This is what he thinks a big oaf looks like. Okay. We split up and take separate taxis from the airport to the harbor. Oh, they gotta go live on an island. Oh, I bet this guy hates this. It's just non-stop vehicles. Leisurely 30 minutes. That's crazy. Time. Everywhere time.
ジョージ兄さん、お久しぶりだぜ。
やあ、ジェシカちゃん。伊勢、また伸びたんじゃないか。
よしてくれよ。
おい、兄こいつが本当に。
ってことは、このデカブツ。
よー、ジェシカ！なんだよお前。嘘だろ。なに女みたいな格好してんだよ。なんだよこれ胸かよ。お前にも胸なんかで。揉ませろ。
ふざけやがれ。私は花も柱の18だぜ。
髪だって伸びりゃ出るとこだって出るぜ。てめえに揉ませる胸なんぞ。バートラこそなんだよ。知った腕力ついたのか。
This is some Vault 33 business right here.
ざけんじゃねえ。あれからどれだけ鍛錬積んだか思い知ら。
うぜえぜ。返り討ちだ。
Crazy. Okay, so she's of age at least. Less creepy, I think. Still sus. Yeah. Rich people are weird. Poor people are weird too. It's kind of a horseshoe of like weird behaviors. I think it has mostly to do with the fact that once again they're not being like checked by society as much because they're not interacting as much with society. Because like if this guy was going to a regular school and he was talking about like rubbing his cousin's boobs, they'd be like, "The fuck is wrong with you, dude?" You know what I mean?
こっちとら女やってんだ。いつまでも腕力で男に勝てるわけねえだろ。
まあ、そりゃそうだよな。
What, Mr. Kitty? Come here. Come here, Mr. Kitty. Come here, you can't just look at me with your sad little eyes. Listen, if it's not urgent enough to get a little snuggle from Mommy, then you must not need it that badly. Yeah. Yeah, come here. He's like, I would like more gravy, Mother.
俺が腕につけた分の肉をお前は胸につけたんだもんな。
Oh, I need to refill this. Hey. Real quick, you guys, we are going to take a teensy break. Oh yeah, I'm going to get some chicken nuggets. And I'm going to tend to, I got you. This kitty cat right here says he wants something, and I suspect it's ham. So I'm going to give him a little ham treat. And I'm going to get me a little chicken treat. And then we will be right back at it. We're going to be on for like probably another hour or so. Yeah, it's this long boy, Mr. Kitty. And where's that? Yeah, dogs are cool if they're trained, but cats are just kind of generally pretty awesome. So we're going to do a real quick break here. Probably like, I don't know, like around 5 minutes or so. I'll set a timer since the ads things are being real wacky here. But we will reconvene, get a snack, get a drink, and then we will pop right back into Umineko. I think I can put a little timer on here. I leave for one moment and you guys start talking about geopolitical, or like tiptoeing towards it. Can't leave you guys alone for a second. Soon my nuggets will be ready, and this will be perfect. So now that we've finished the prologue, it's fine, you guys. They are on a boat.
俺の腕とお前の胸ならちょうどいい力比べになりそうじゃねえのか
Kaza's gonna need to crack the whip. I will yap for an eternity. You've got a point there. You mean on my arms all went to your chest. Looks crazy. Of course the one thing I decide to read is weird. Dyslexia is going to... Dyslexia will get me. Of all the things.
お前にそれよりお前こそどうなんだよ身長以外にも他のところちゃんと大人になったのか
バカやめろいやんこの野郎お嫁に行きたくなる変なとこ触んないで
But I can't stream Baldur's Gate with the Yiddies out. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I gotta have the no genitals filter on Baldur's Gate. And the Japanese are up to these shenanigans. Crazy. Such a crazy time gap.
やれやれ乾杯だぜ
I wouldn't know, Bax. I never humped the druid. He's far too large.
こりゃもう私じゃかなわ
そんなことないよ
Yeah.
バトラ君にもきっと弱点をねマリアちゃん
落ちる落ちる
ちょバカよさ回り
落ちるなんだそりゃ
あいにくだがこの弱点は何しろ悪夢の空路はあとはのんびりチャボチャボとオンボロ漁船がこれを
ああジョージ兄さん
すぐにすぐにね
Oh, he's about to crash out on this boat.
これははあ
Fair enough. Well, we are about to go to a rich person island, so... Just saying.
バトラさんも
バトラ君
Right,
覚えてる
right.
かい
A little too close to home, huh?
ほらお手伝いの熊
Yeah,
沢さんだよ
dude, they are Epsteining us so hard in this game
マ
right
サー
now.
のばあちゃんは
Also,
忘れねえぜ
horrifying that's become a verb. Yeah, yeah. We're about to go to a rich person island with a bunch of perverts and little kids. Listen, I'm not saying, but when did this game come out? When did this game come out? Were they trying to tell us? Were they like, please, somebody, look into it, please? Anyway.
何しろこの6年嫉妬も吹けちゃいねえぜむしろ若返ったんじゃ
最近はお肌がピチピチしてきちゃってほら胸もますますに大きくなっちゃいました飲んでみます
Old lady trying to P Diddy this man.
ご冗談俺が揉みたいのはピチピチした姉ちゃんの胸限定だぜ
Crazy.
私とて若い日にはほらほらぜひ
勘弁してくれよ
Man, Silver Fox is crazy.
若い姉ちゃんだ若い姉ちゃん熊沢のばあちゃん
Listen, Oba-chan looks pretty good, okay? She's like either in her 50s or 150, you know what I mean?
おいおいよせよ熊単国に半分足突っ込んだ人がはしゃいじゃいけねえぜ
Crazy. Yeah, she does look good. I mean, they did draw her. She looks a bit like a fox, does she not? She has a bit of a foxish face. Bit of a scamp as well. I like her. She gets to go in the A tier. Lumbago is like back pain, I guess. It's like an old way to say that. I love it. I like a lower tonality to a woman. No idea why that might be the case. Ah, excellent. Well, you keep track of these tier lists. I'm gonna hold you to that. Your job. Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. Yeah, she's cool. I like her. Oh, damn. Is this character me, you guys? Is this play about us? I, too, have headaches and back pain. Although, I'm only 30. She's 33, and I'm like, oh shit, you guys. Oh, that's crazy. Okay, she's supposed to be 80 years old. Like, my ideal character model is just this 80-year-old woman. It's crazy. I just got a little bit scared. I, like, reached my hand back here, and I'm like, what was that? My hair. Long hair is such a body horror, you guys. Oh, what was a souvenir you got her? That's nice. Okay, so one real quick, just so she's married to okay. So she has, okay, we haven't met her husband yet. Or her husband is dead or something. Where's her husband? Okay, we don't know anything about for whatever reason, I thought that she was married to him. But I'm like, no. Okay, so it's cool karate chop aunt. Delightful chubby uncle. Yeah, there's no spot for... Is he dead? You know what? Don't tell me. So this is what I assume to be the serving class. These are the servants, I would imagine. Which is weird that they would choose the blue for that, because I think in more Western cultures, blue would be like more blue bloods. Like they're better than you. They're not exposed to oxygen, whereas red, you know, red and gold have different connotations in other cultures. Red just makes me hungry because of McDonald's. You know, red and yellow historically are used in advertising a lot because of that connotation for some reason. You'll notice like a lot of American companies have like some iteration of like red in their logo for that express purpose. I think it is a horror game. I think the beginning is like, this has sort of a bait and switch element to it. I don't know that much, but this very much was giving initially like maybe, I guess I don't really know, like Howl's Moving Castle like lead in, but like Hill House second act situation. I wonder if this is going to be like a supernatural horror as well. That'd be kind of interesting to add like an occult element to it. Who knows? We'll see. And then we haven't seen her parents yet, so we're going to see her parents. Why are these... Okay, I see. So this is the blood relatives, and then these are their spouses. Because I was going to say, wouldn't you just put the boys in one category and the girls in another? But no. Okay, I see that now. Alright, so this little girl, or... Oh, is very interested in the occult and black magic. How did I miss that? She's great at memorization, but can't memorize how to communicate normally in a sentence. Okay, okay. Yeah, it's good to see you, man. Check back in. We stream every Monday and Friday from about 8:30 Mountain Standard Time. Super late getting into this, but I was having some technical problems. And then till about like 2 a.m. But all of the VODs go on YouTube. So if you ever miss anything, go ahead and check it out on Twitch. Go check it out on YouTube. They'll be here. And occasionally we do bonus streams on either Wednesday or Saturday when I can. Very recently we did a bonus stream on Sunday, but that was kind of a makeup bonus stream. So that'll happen. But if you haven't already, like and follow where you already enjoy watching, and then join the Discord. I'm on the Discord every single day. We have like little polls. Like for example, we're gonna do a poll here real quick, just after the stream for who wants to do a zombie movie marathon on Valentine's Day, or if you guys want to watch like romance anime. We'll do like I'm trying to learn how to do live reacts. Trying to see how we can maybe go about that, because I don't think that I can stream those, but I think that I can upload those. I'm not entirely sure how to go about doing those, but I am exploring those avenues. And then, okay, so this is this lady, senior servant. That's 1 years. Do you expect someone to arrange manual labor isn't her strong point? Better at cleaning and cooking. Nice. Tendency to slack off. She's 80 years old. Let the woman take a break. My God. Can get away from heavier, troublesome work by playing after chronic diseases. Belt. Oh my gosh, this woman's after my own heart. Might have to just move her up to the S tier. Oh man, I think I love this old woman. I think she might be my favorite.
Yeah.
What a fun lady. This guy also, I don't know if I mentioned it, he goes into A tier. He seems really nice. I really like his vibe. So far it's the old man from the very beginning, who is dying or dead. Then the cool karate kick aunt. Here's the thing. I might need to adjust my, like, levels, because there's absolutely levels. So, like, the old guy, toppest tier, whether that's S, A, what have you, he gets the #1 spot up at the top, and then directly under that is that old woman and the karate chop aunt. Then underneath that is this dude. So like how that would go.
あれから薬を飲んでもこればかりはお医者様ではと不治の病。
それにしても夏日姉さんに似てよかった。
私的には全数か尊敬してないんで。
こら、そんなこと。それにしても親に似たくないって言ってる人が多いわね。うちの一族は。
あ、それ俺。
バカ言え。お前の鼻が似ててムカつくんだよ。
That's crazy.
何言ってんのよ。呆れるくらいそっく。
おいおい、そりゃねえ。俺のどこが親父に似てるってんだ。
Oh my god. Get a room, you two.
傲慢で偉そうなところとかそっくり。あんたと兄さんは特にお父様のねえローザ。マクラウス兄さんもルドルフ兄さん。
I'm living for these women's banter.
なんで俺だけ秀吉兄さん。
Rage baiting your brother seems like a time-honored tradition that should be passed down through the generations. See, like, what a lovable guy. Like, this guy's getting teased, hates it. This other guy's like, the girls are talking so much about you. Isn't that nice? Like, what a sweet character. If anything happens to him, I'm crashing out. I'm so pissed. Watch, just my luck, that's the first guy that gets a fucking axe to the chest. He's like, ugh, make sure that my daughter gets candy. He's just such a wonderful guy.
みんなも一緒か。
おや、波で揺れるのは慣れてるしな。 オンボロ漁船の場合、揺れて怖いってより。
そうだ、バトラ君。言うのを忘れてた。あの漁船はだいぶ老朽化してたんで、数年今は他の
ああ、そっか。バトラは新しい船快適だぜ。すっげえ速い。何しろとんでもないスピードが出るんだからさ。
Oh my god, he's gonna hate this. A speedboat?
ってことは、そりゃ素晴らしい。何しろ。
Oh, they knew this.
後期
Oh
の
man.
足とはいえ、
They're like,
沈没の危険にさらされる時間が少しでも短くなるってんだから。こりゃ
wait, maybe I should find a
素晴ら
different
しいぜ。
hand rub. This is a very specific hand rub. Need to not get censored, please, I beg of you. We have hundreds of hours worth of gameplay left.
そりゃ飛行機のもう大事。
何しろ船長自慢の改造だいぶいじってるらしく、プロペラは高性能のが4機もついてて、いつも自慢されるんで覚えちまった。
僕も毎年聞かされるんで覚えちゃったよ。
Oh my
船長は
gosh, the
昔
cousins are
外
aligning
国の漁
against
船
it,
と
you
速度
guys.
比べをして負け、その時の相手は漁船なのに。
その雪辱の念が結実して、スカッと爽快
I
な
also not a big fan of speedboats. I'm not interested in it. Everybody's always like, oh, Riley, do you want to go boating? And I'm like, no, not particularly. And they're like, no, we're going to be doing so many fun water sports. We're going to be getting dragged around on a tube. And I'm like, no, that's not for me. Well, what about water skiing? Oh, you mean the thing I'm bad at on solid ground? No, pass. And they're like, what about being on a boat all day long and just laying around? And I'm like, but you can't lay around on it. You just described a bunch of activities where this boat is going to be going like 1,000 miles an hour. No. And they're like, yeah, and also you're going to need to gain the affections of a dude with the boat. That's actually crucial to this whole endeavor. And I'm like, yeah, hard pass. Because here's the thing. I feel like the type of guy that would own a boat would not be necessarily the type of guy that knows very much about the boat, and then it would very much, if it were in fact a guy that knew a bunch about a boat, it would very quickly devolve into me asking this guy maintenance questions about the boat, and with the power of autism, I would ruin everybody's good time. Did they animate this? Yay! Now can I have just a little bit of rain?
おいバトラー、島までは泳いで行った方がいいんじゃねえか。
I want at least 4. I want at least 4. 3 to 4, depending on how many newbies. Oh yeah, see, the jiggle physics on this boat is appropriate. Maybe even the only appropriate time so far to have been used.
バトラ君、柵からあんまり身を乗り出しちゃダメだよ。落ちちゃうから。
落ちる。
チェックしろー。落ちる。落ちたら海じゃねえかよ。溺れちまうぞ。パラシュライフジャケット。
なんだよバトラ。
ジェシカちゃんもマリアちゃんもいじめちゃ悪い。バトラ君も怖いなら甲板船内ならもう少し怖くない。
そいつは海難事故の犠牲者はいつも生存者を解いて事故時は甲板なんだぜ。だから俺はここにでも揺れる。落ちる。
マリア。でもバトラ船長さんに速度を。
海の上でも安全運転、徐行運転、指差し確認。
ダメよローザ。
This is 5 though.
青年には試練もねえバトラ君。これくらいへっちゃらで克服で
I
きちゃう
very
わ
briefly
ね。
could not discern how many of these chicken menus were here.
じゃないと。
ダメ落ちる。ライフジャケット。いやひっくり返して考えるんだ。敵の狙いは何だ。俺をこうして怖がらせることか。そいつが狙いなら甘いぜ。ビビってなんかやるのか。でもダメ。
Crazy. Okay, this is different than what I imagine the speedboat looking like. I imagine something a little bit more European. This looks like a small yacht to me. not a speedboat.
これくらいのさっき
Yeah. Because I think a speedboat is like a single level and it's more like spear shaped. I keep wanting to call this guy Tamaki, but like he doesn't look like a Tamaki, does he? Like maybe just a teensy bit? This is spicy and hot.
いつか弱点を見つけ返しててめえの胸揉みつぶしてやるぜ
Man, really committing to the bit here, dude.
見つけられたら考えてやるぜ
Good follow. I'm telling you right now, make him blonde, tell me that's not Tamaki.
バトラヘロヘ
ああバトラ海も空もごめんだぜ俺は
Well, you wouldn't die in the sky, you die when you hit the earth, but...
バトラ君、船長が罪滅ぼしにって飲んで一服しない落ち着くよ。
That's hilarious. Getting teased by your family is somehow way worse than getting teased by your comrades.
Oh, Jessica. クラウスおじさんと夏日おばさんも
親父とおふくろ
Like, getting, like, rage baited by your family is awful.
残念ながら元気だぜ二言目には勉強しろ勉強しろってうるせえけどよ
It was so hot for no reason.
秀吉おじさんとかルドルフおじさんとか
Oh, how dare my parents want me to be rich and successful. You know, for the most part, I'm not entirely sure why rich people would send their kids to, like, school. Because, like, if it's a rich girl, you're wanting her to marry well and have a good education, yes, but, like, do you realistically want your rich daughter to be, a lawyer or something? No, not really. Do you really want your rich daughter to be a doctor? No, not really. You kind of just, like, want her to be married to those things. Like, you would think she would also already be being brought up in a situation where she would be so much higher than, like, a regular person academically anyway. I mean, if you're using your wealth correctly, you would have them have tutors from, like, the age that they could even conceptualize that, so. Yeah, that's usually how it goes.
僕も受験を控えてた頃はいつも受験って言われてたよ。
Like, what, are they worried she's gonna be a lesbian or something and she's gonna be have to be the male role model in the family? Kidding, by the way, I'm kidding. Don't clip that.
うるさくも思ったけど、今は感謝してるよ。
やっぱりジョージ兄貴は人間ができてるな。ちなみにうちは絶賛放任中だからな。なんにも言われないぜ。まあ言われたって聞かねえけどな。
バトラさんはまだご実家には戻られ
まあちょくちょく戻るようには。まだ服とかだいぶ前の家に残してるんで。
バトラまあな。
Super perceptive, but doesn't understand the concept of things. Would that be like high investigation, low history? Oh, he doesn't want to live with his dad? Why doesn't he want to live with his dad? His dad's cool. That's crazy. Crazy way to word that, but okay. Ooh, a betrayal.
もうすぐ着くね。
失礼しました。年寄りが余計なことを言ってお気に障りました。
気にもしてないし、気にすんなよ。熊さん。
Well, that's nice. He didn't make the old one. He could have just been like, "You speak when you're spoken to, slave," and just hits her. Ah! I mean, you can really abuse the staff if you're rich. I mean, maybe not to a degree if they're like super, like, been in the family a long time, but to an extent. Kind of why people have staff, I think, to a degree. Because regular people abuse wait staff. Imagine if you had, like, on-call staff all the time. That same, like, dynamic. It is low class to do so, but... It's rare to see that level of empathy in somebody that hasn't had to have it manufactured. Hey, I counted 5 chicken tendies. Yeah, that is the 5th chicken tendy.
You do not want it.
I do not want it.
I'll give you.
Yeah, I figured.
I gave the other 3 went to that.
Mm.
They want it.
A state possessed by the head of the family. Nothing except... Is that like... Hold on. When you say possessed, do you mean possessed? Or is that one of those lost in translations? Like, he owns the island, you know? Wow. Only, like, possession. Interesting. Alright, so that's like your first little dabbling into that. Like a possession. Okay, so not like supernaturally, like it's possessed by the ghost of Grandpapa. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm down if that's the case, but... Okay, so there's just an island and the rest of it's uncultivated forest, which is crazy to me. Because if you're that rich, you could have like an entire landscaping team. I've been doing so good drinking the correct amount of water. I always do a good job of being hydrated on stream days. Thank you for the chicken nuggets and the water. Yeah, such a waste when it could be a nice golf course or something. The entire coastline is a private beach. It starts to sound pretty magnificent. Wait a minute. Those look like little houses and stuff. Like, does that or does that not appear to be little houses and stuff? Oh, he's been living a commoner's life. This isn't the island? Oh, okay. Alright, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, he's been living a commoner's life. Well, that explains the empathy. Okay, so yeah, they're nobility. Yeah. None of us think ourselves that way at all. I don't see myself as rich. And he didn't let himself get too comfortable. That's good. Oh, well, yeah. Oh, all of our parents are terrible nonsense people, but all of their kids were raised correctly. Like, crazy to me. They completely, like, don't distinguish the connection between, like, these are the people that raised you and these are the people that you are. So it's like, I don't know, like, it seems like you're turning, like, to use an old, you know, turn of phrase, it seems like they turned out all right. Nice to be born into a rich family, and I don't think it's something to be envied. Yeah, no, more money, more problems, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, I guess this is the wake, that would make sense.
確かさ、この辺の小さい岩の上に鳥居みたいなのがなかったっけ？
What is a torii? Entry gate to a shrine. Oh yeah, the little, okay, yeah. Yeah.
そうだ、確か島に近づいてくると最初に迎えてくれる。
へえ、6年ぶりなのに。
あったね。僕も思い出したよ。真珠の社と鳥居み、そういえばない。去年は確かにあったと。ない。
大方、波小さい岩だったしな。
私もそうだとなくなっちゃったのは何でもよ。
ある晩に大きな稲妻が落ちて真珠様に落雷があるなど、これはクワバラ。
Suspicious. Okay. You can say a portent of misfortune, but can't speak normally otherwise. Crazy.
マリアはそういう冗談の通じの。
大丈夫だよ。偶然だよ。何も怖いことない。
I feel like she's gonna be a big heel turn. Like, somebody's gonna say something to her and she's gonna go from, like, this kawaii deska or whatever to just being like, there are evil spirits afoot. And she's gonna have, like, a level of, like, knowledge behind her eyes that's gonna shock people. Yeah, she's gonna be a very creepy child, I'd imagine.
おいおい、マリア、そんなに何度も繰り返してたら。
不吉。
来るって。
The storm doesn't pass quickly, or maybe we'll make it before Monday. Be a good excuse to be absent. Oh, nice. Just yeet her off the bridge. I mean, what? Listen, this child is going to be the conduit for, like, a nasty spirit or something, I guarantee. This child's going to be, like, playing with dolls or whatever, and then just get straight up possessed, I swear. Like the doll from, like, Anime.
大丈夫だよ、マリアちゃん。
swapped.
天気は今夜くらいには
Kaza,
崩れ
I
るかもしれ
swear
な
to
いけど、
God, if you made me play
明日に
what's
は
the
良くなっ
enjoying
て
some
綺麗
of
な
the
青
my
空にな
mind.
ってるよ。
You'll never know peace if you get me to play one of those.
綺麗な青。
そう。明日に止まない雨はないし、晴れない雲だってない。
A game with changelings, like skinwalkers, things that make copies of other things, but there's like an uncanny valley because they're not the same thing. Hate that. That's my least favorite supernatural thing.
確かに台風が近づいて大丈夫さ。
Did you like Life is Strange, the latest one? I don't know. The last Life is Strange that I played was the one with the blue-haired chick and her little tomboy friend that can change the future. Where there's like a B plot or whatever for the one girl's girlfriend goes missing or something like that. I played all the way through that. Yes, her name is Max. I was like, what would Max know about that game?
なんでもRokkenjimaは
熊沢さん、その話はなしにし。
ここの風は年寄りには応えます。
Really? Huh, interesting. Well, I guess it is. I guess it is two lesbians solving a crime, so that is something that you would be into. You forget yourself, servant. Back to the gully with you. Crazy.
More到着だ。おう。今日はのんびりスピードだから、誰のせいやねん。
Yeah, it is taking forever.
秀吉おじさんも勘弁。
もっと言ってたく。バートラのせい。
マリアちゃん、何も怖くないよ。だって、一緒だと。言ってごらん。
一緒だと。
一緒だと。
そうさ。ジョージ、俺たちが一緒にいると。な、ジェシカ。
間違いないぜ。ジョージ兄さんの言うこと。ジョージお兄ちゃんは。
僕は嘘をつかない。だから信じて。みんなと一緒にいれば。
ジョージお兄ちゃんは信じる。怖く。
Okay, so now she's back to being a regular child instead of possessed.
みんなと一緒だから。
ああ、そうだ。マリアは強いな。
マリア偉い。
なんや、どうしたんや。
What was that? That looks green. Suspicious. Suspicious. Why was that green? Why was that green? Oh, in Japanese, she uses her own name instead of this. I'm talking about herself. This is called Eliism and is common among young Japanese children. It sounds childish and cute in Japanese and can be used by young adult women to achieve the same effect. Even the other characters have various ways of referring to themselves because Japanese has more than one word for I. These people and a number of other characters use watashi, which is a neutral way of saying I. That later uses ore, which is masculine, which uses boko. Hideyoshi uses washi, which is one with a strange accent, makes them sound older. I see. However, you will not always hear these words being used, just as you will not always hear her using her own name because Japanese is a Pro drop language, words like this and this. And so on are simply left out. Oh, yeah. Okay. I kind of knew that.
マリアちゃん、船酔いだったんか？ん？
申し訳つきますね。
Okay, there we go. Ooh, I got a trophy? What's my trophy? Yap Queen. Queen of the yapping. Oh, that was the trophy for reaching the island. Was there any situation where we didn't? Okay, another servant.
お嬢様、お帰りなさいませ。だいぶ遅かったので心配。
心配ありがとう。バトラのやつが怖がっちゃそれで徐行運転だったってわけ。マジでうぜえぜ。
Hilarious.
うるせえ。
Yeah, of course. Making a blunder of yourself and then being the only topic of conversation when you'd rather let that go is, fate worse than death. Don't drink or eat anything on that island. Listen. Meantime, the boat had finished its morning.
皆様、長旅お疲れ様でした。奥様、お手をどうぞ。
ありがとう。お久しぶりね。
ありがとうございます。おかげさまで。
バトラ君はゴーダさんとは確か6年前はお勤めじゃなかったですよね。
はい。ですので、バトラ様とは初めまして。
Okay, that's why he doesn't recognize him.
紛れもなく初対面だぜ。
His height. Guys, don't ever forget that this guy's not short.
こんな大男。どう
I
も。
better find
はじめ
some
まして。
short
バトラ
people
ス
in。here because otherwise it doesn't make any sense why he would keep bringing it up.
お待ち申し上げており、一昨年から後ろ宮本家にお仕えさせていただいております。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。何かご用命がございましたらいつでもお申し付けください。
Okay, and he goes there. Alright, excellent. We have a new character. Okay, we're like halfway to the characters now, that's good.
ゴーダさん。
ジョージ様、お手をどうぞ。
あんた、相変わらずもし食に困ったらいつでも雇って。
これは身に余る。どうぞお手を。
Yeah, constantly trying to, like, poach the staff from your other family members. Such a good bit. Hey, if you ever get tired of working for this guy, it's like, realistically, this guy is like an indentured servant for, like, the entirety of his lineage once he gets into a position like this, but, like, a fun little jab to be like, if you ever get tired of working here, would you also like to work here, but for me? Haha. Funny. Love that. Such a lighthearted uncle-like jab to do, too. Mm-hmm.
ウミネコの声を聞いてないぜ。
ウミネコ？鳥のか？
Weird. Oh, no seagulls. Yeah. I guess I didn't notice that. That's interesting. Good thing they mentioned it.
ああ、ローザ。いや、別に。
あら、いつも賑やかなのに。
どうして
ウミネコたち。マリアもウミネコ見たかった。
見た。
なんだってこうもまるっきりいねえんだ。
There's like several different types of seagulls. Did you know that most seagulls have red eyes? Yeah.
ジェシカがみんな焼き鳥にして食っちまったんかな。
武装。マリアが勘違いするだ。 シカお姉ちゃんが焼き鳥にした焼き鳥してないしてないそんなの私がするわけね
そうだそうだ
He ate all
ジ
the
ェシカが
seagulls.
焼き鳥にしたんだ皮につくねにレバーにネギマン
歯にくつねりレバーにネギマン
What? Swim in... Oh, I see. I see. I'm like, meat dolls. Hold on a minute.
「違うよ、野鳥って天気や気圧の変化に今夜あたり末早めに」
おー焼き鳥ジェシカお姉ちゃん違う私はほらバトラも
バトラ君、マリアちゃんは素直な子だから冗談も少し選んで。
Yeah, I'm real suspicious about all that, but alright. I very much suspect that this 9-year-old is adding to some sort of suspiciousness on this island. He's not nearly as
マリア海猫たちは
innocent, I
今日
think.
は素でおとなしい
バトラは嘘調子お兄ちゃんは本当
Unless they just actually write children all crazy like this, but we have no one else to judge this off of, so.
ああそうだそうだジョージ兄貴が言ったのが天気が悪いんで今日は引き上げなくなったわけじゃないんだぜねおばさん
そうよ、明日以降天気が良くなったらきっと戻ってきてミャーミャーと声を聞かせてくれるわ。
天気良くなって戻ってくるの明日まで待つ天気良くなるまで待つ
And the seagulls will come back and fill the skies. Realistically, the population of seagulls that would be on this island would be overwhelming. Like, you would, if there's no natural predators on here, this would be crazy. Like, somebody'd need to import a mongoose or something. Perchance a mongoose to this island. A crafty mongoose. Realistically, if they only imported, like, one gender of mongoose, it wouldn't be too bad, but I think everybody always messes up by putting, like, multiple gendered, like, multiple pairings of invasive species on an island. That's where it really goes wrong.
ジョージ君は小さい子の面倒保育士さんでも務められるんじゃない？
なあジョージ兄さん私的には社長室でビジ
まさか
Are they clowning on George
保
right
育士
now?
さんは立派単なる子供好き程度に務まるし
本当にジョージ君でも
You should
バ
be
ト
a
ラ君
nanny,
も
George.
子供
Just
の愛
like,
し方が上手よ。
mind your
さっき
business,
はほんの
ladies.
少しの間だけどこれから
Why
も
can't he just
今
be
み
a
たいに遊ん
dad?
であげ
Like,
て
why
ね。
does he have to be a nanny?
冗談は選んで。
おいローザ、それにガキどもも何やってんだ。行くぞ。
He separates Rosa from the brats. Hilarious.
はいはい今行きます。
それでは皆様、どうぞこちらへ。
Beautiful scenery, too. So pretty. Uh-oh. Getting a little bit dark. Okay, alright. There's the mansion in some nice light. Okay. I was gonna say, it's like in ruins and decay. It's all crazy. Oh, that's pretty. Oh, look at the garden, you guys. Beautiful. Wow.
今年も相変わらず目の保養。
今年は少しやっぱり夏があまり暑くなかった。
そのせいもあるかと。去年の先に比べると、今年は少々見劣るのが残念。
Oh, this, the, like, background music. Yeah, it is kind of nice. It's, like, perfect eating sushi, like, background. Something, like, light. but like a little bit playful. You know what I mean? Pretty. Yeah, look at all those pretty flowers. Oh, I love a big manicured garden. Even though I do a chaos garden, but I do that because it's for chaos birds. But I love neat ordered rows of this.
自宅にこれだけのバラ園があったら。
よせよ。バラは虫とか病気とか大変なんだぜ。
That's true. Roses are a bit of a pain.
そうね。キリエ姉さんは毎日バラの手入れをしてて虫がつかないようにしてるそうよ。
え？そうなのかよ。
Crazy.
そうなんです。この人の場合はバラの方から虫を求めていっちゃうから、どっちかというとタチの悪い食虫植物ってところね。
The subtext.
ああ、そういう話かよ。たく。ローザ、もうそういうのはすっかり足を洗ったんだぜ。
どうかしら。ルドルフ兄さんは遺伝子的レベルでだらしないですし。
大丈夫よローザさん。あんまりおいたするバラなら根元からちょんって切っちゃうから。
Crazy.
物騒なお話。
モテる男はいつもリスクと隣り合わせなんや。
Well, guys, if it isn't our favorite characters over here, just shooting the breeze at each other who could at each other's throats.
美形に生まれたいもんやで。
だから秀吉兄さん、キリエも物騒な話なんか俺のバラがしおれちまったじゃねえか。
Gross. The subtext. The
マリアちゃん、
subtext.
来てごらん。こっちのバラは
バラがいっ
俺のエレガントさにぴったりだ。
おいよせよ。マリアが真似してトゲで怪我するだろ。
ほら、マリア、バラのトゲは痛いよ。
Here's the thing. You don't have to have roses with thorns. They have thornless roses. You can cultivate them. Like, a very large portion of roses are grafted, so you needn't have thorned roses. Especially more of like a wild, like, briar rose or whatever. They're, like, particularly vicious, but needn't be this way.
はあ。少女兄ちゃん、このバラだけ変。変？どうしたんだよ。
Yeah, show me this.
このバラだけ元気がな。
ほう、他はみんな元気。まあ、咲いたり一足先にしおれる代わりに。
I wonder if they're gonna play on the fact that if there's like an ill spirit or whatever, they kill all the plants. So like if there's like an evil entity about or whatever, it would cause all of the flowers to wilt. That would be really cool. The only reason to have thorned roses is to dissuade mammals from eating them. Yeah, but like, I mean, there are different degrees of thorned roses. So there's like the briar ones, which is just like, it's essentially like coated in thorns. It's insane. And then there's a more cultivated rose that has like the great big, like intermittent thorns. And then there's like a truly thornless rose, which is, I mean, those are my favorite personally. But I think you could even graft it higher up. So like the lower parts of the rose are thorned, but the higher parts are not. Just, I guess, I don't know if that's entirely how it works. I'm not a fruit grafter, but I mean, it would stand to reason that like you could have the way that grafted apples work. So if you graft an apple, so for example, if you grafted like a green apple onto like a red apple tree or whatever, like just that branch, that limb would be green apple. And then it would potentially cross-pollinate with the other apples or what have you. But it doesn't turn the entire plant to green apples, you know? So I wonder if with roses, if you grafted thornless roses onto a moderately to minimally thorned rose, if you could have the like defense of at the bottom, at the base of thorns, but then have at the like bloom level have a non-thorned rose.
そうだよな。
I also know how to make mega roses from the other day. Turns out there's a floral trick to making roses that are like ginormous.
いっぱい咲いて、その役目をそんなに気に病むことはねえさ。
Pretty roses. And all the different colors have different meanings too. I think the orange ones are the prettiest, personally.
じゃあマリアちゃん、帰るまでの間。これが後でお水とかをあげにバラさんもきっと喜ぶ。お水とか。せっかくだからそうすると。
ジョージ兄さんって尊敬するぜ。
だな。人徳ってやつだな。後で爪の赤をもらってきてやる。
この提案は、お前が子供の頃にも。
私が出てってからよ。こんなに前の庭園の方が素朴で愛着があったんだけどね。兄さんがちょっと悪趣味にいじりすぎたのよ。前の方がずっと良かったんだ。
エヴァ。昔は置いといて、その方が。
別にそんな意味じゃ。ただ私は昔の方が素敵。
それでは皆様、そろそろお部屋の方に。
Do we finally get to see Jessica's parents? Ooh. We are approaching the end parts of the stream, so we're going to see how far we can get for just a minute. And then, because then this will serve as like the introductory stream, so you guys can like get introduced to the characters and stuff like that. But we're gonna try and get to like a more natural stopping point than just like dropping in the garden.
Oi! Canon君やないか!
Hey, have you seen Squirrel?
Yeah, she said it.
You know that for a fact.
She sent me pictures.
Oh.
On the bed 20 minutes ago. Well,
Oh, my phone is way delayed then. Anyway. Oh, because she just said she couldn't see.
久しぶりやな! 元気か?
Yeah. Visually confirm her. That's a boy? Okay. Fair enough, I guess. This guy looks like a Yuki. He's not, but he looks like a Yuki.
Konnichiwa.
He's a servant, but he's got the little thing on him.
Butler 様、後ろ宮本家にお仕えしております使用人の一人
He
です。
doesn't have one of those on him. Hold on. Yeah, finally a short man, right? But he's got the little thing on him, though. He's got that little crest on his clothes. And this guy doesn't have a little crest on his clothes.
カノンさん、お客様にご。
はじめまして。使用人のカノンです。
Interesting. I suspect, I'm going to put this in here early, guys. I suspect that that's a bastard child of some sort. I'm just going to drop that down.
カノンさん、もう少し何か挨拶することはでき。
いえ、僕たちは家具ですから。
And he seems like generally downtrodden, but it's like, And what's his face was literally just accused of infidelity because he was like, oh, you're like pretty much predisposed to have a wandering eye or whatever. They're talking all about rose bushes and stuff like that. And it's like, this guy looks sad, but it's like maybe he's sad because he doesn't have a familial connection. You know what I mean? Because he has to live his life as an orphan, despite the fact that like he has to live his life as an orphan, like surrounded by family that he's not permitted to interact with because of his station. That'd be a pretty good B plot.
カノン君は寡黙でさ、愛想は少し悪いけど、根はいい人なんだぜ。
They have near similar eye color, but not close enough for me to suspect anything too suspicious, but whatever.
誤解しないで、ここに勤めて3年にな、確か郷田さんより1年。
そっか。よろしく。俺はバトラ。18だけど。
確か私たちの2つ下だから16だったよな。
Okay. So he's been gone for 6 years, 7, 8. So he would have been 8 years old. Hold on. God damn, I'm so bad at math. So he's been gone for 6 years. He would have been 10 at that time, but not physically on the island. So who was missing 10 years ago?
Hi.
Unless that's a false age to trick us. Because other people are much better at math than me. So if you're like, okay, 9 months plus however old this guy is, you know, who's he attached to? You know what I mean? Because he's got a thing on him. I think she's got a thing somewhere on her, like, shoulder or something like that.
気さくにバトラって呼んでくれ。俺も君のことは。
ありがとうございます。
Hannon and Battler. Is it supposed to be a C that it's a K now? Like, Pop really liked boats, you guys.
お気持ちだけで結構です。バトラ様。
カノンさん、もう少し愛想よくはできませんか？笑顔も使用人の義務ですよ。
申し訳ありません。努力します。
His deep and brooding nature makes it unable for him to do so.
カノン。
それではまだ仕事がありますので、失礼します。
Yeah, you know what? If you can't be of a polite frame, you have to just politely excuse yourself. That's a great tip, by the way. If you're struggling very hard in a social situation, you can always politely excuse yourself. You can politely excuse yourself to do 100 different things. You can politely, if you're at work, you can politely excuse yourself to, like, you know, if you need, like, a temporary thing to not be around, you can excuse yourself to the bathroom. If you can do so tactfully, I feel like a lot of people struggle with that. You can excuse yourself to go do some menial task. You can excuse yourself to do some cleaning thing. And I mean, these people, most of the time, people very much lack the urgency of a lot of these tasks. If you're like, oh, excuse me, I have to go get something out of the oven. Excuse me, I have to go perform a task lest I forget. Excuse me, I need to go attend to this matter or whatever involving this or that. If you're in a conversation with people, you can excuse yourself to go talk to a different person. That's one of my favorites, actually. If I'm not having a great conversation, I use this one a lot. But if I'm not having a good conversation, I'll excuse myself to go talk to a completely different person, sometimes even in the very same room. I'll be like, oh, excuse me. I've been meaning to, you know, go chat with this person or whatever. Now, sometimes that's more tactful than other times, but you can always just kind of like, just essentially like hop from scenarios and eventually you'll just like run out of things you have to deal with for the evening. That's the nature of time. And so if you're having an uncomfortable conversation with something, now the worst part is if there's only like a handful of people in the room and most of those people you don't want to speak to, not a good time. But for the most part, you can just hop to different areas and, you know, not have to deal with that as much. One of my favorites. That way you still get to be sociable, but you don't have the worst time ever. Because, like, what's somebody going to do? You're like, oh, excuse me, I have to, you know, I have to go powder my nose or whatever. And they're like, oh, I'll come with you. And usually it's somebody of the opposite sex that's bothering you. And so then you can just, what are they going to do? Follow you in there? No, of course not. And then you go off and do that. Or if it is someone of the same sex, like, at the very least, you get, like, half a second to, like, kind of like steel yourself while you're in the stall, and then you can just be like, okay, all right, well, maybe look up something, maybe like get a call or whatever and be like, oh, hey, excuse me, my apologies, I do need to take this. Like, I need to take this work call. Elite move. Love that. Because then it also shows that you're quite busy, but you're putting up with their nonsense in spite of it, which makes people feel nice. It makes people feel nice if you return to them after you've dismissed them, because then they're like, oh, they weren't dismissing me. They were having to do this or do that or whatever. That's why it's important to have snacks and stuff at events, so that people can be like, oh, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to check out the hors d'oeuvres or whatever. This is the reason why a lot of like social etiquette is part of like the social atmosphere, and that needs to, I think, be more expanded on, because you're seeing like over a long enough period of time, you're seeing like the shrinking of those spheres, and I think it's making people less sociable and less equipped to deal with these kinds of things. Man, this guy's just taking L's left to right. Everybody's hassling him. He just wants to tend to his roses. Knocks over a barrel of dirt. Everybody's just like, ugh. Fool. Knocking everything over and such. Unbecoming of someone of your station to help the help. This is the faux pas the battler's done. Because now he's diminished the servant. He's diminished the servant by like, your help is a hindrance when you do so outside of the rank of your station. You know what I mean? So the fact that he's picking up this fertilizer or whatever is no big deal to him. He can do whatever he wants. He's in a position of power. But it shows this other guy that he's not doing his job, and you're kind of flexing on him, and he's weak, so you're like, you're helping him as though you'd help a woman, which is like not cool. He's going to be punished for this because you let the young master dirty his clothes. It doesn't matter if you're cool with doing it or not. This ain't that type. Well, of course, but you have to think about the implications. If you want to be like a social justice dude or whatever, you got to do that on your own time, because other people have things that they have to answer to. You know what I mean? Exactly. So, like, this guy is absolutely going to be reprimanded for this. Like, whether it's severe or not is, I mean, I don't have that information. But realistically, in like a caste system sort of dynamic, the fact that you've helped one of your lessers is not going to go. Like, you're supposed to be able to dismiss these people and this and that. Now, you can be kind to them, but the subversion of the roles situation, big no-no. Not good. You can have your servant help them. That's something that would be allowed for him to do. He can say, excuse me, old woman with back problems, go do all this. But that's why you have multiple servants, so that you have the ability to kind of do these things. Like, you sort of have to delegate your charity through people of a more appropriate station. You can't just be doing all this stuff. And I think to a degree, like, it does make sense, because if you were just out here helping the servants do stuff, you wouldn't be doing the things that a person of your status is meant to be doing, in the aspect of, like, if you're thinking of it from, like, a nobility standpoint. Like, if the Duke is always doing, like, the tasks of his, like, his gardener or whatever, he's not doing his Duke job. So the reason that these servants are supposed to exist in the first place is to do the things that this guy doesn't have the time to do. And he can dabble. Like, he could dabble at messing around in the rose garden, but it's always got to be from a position of, like, he can literally at any moment stop what he's doing and leave, and somebody else has to, like, take on his role immediately. You know, you can't just be doing this kind of haphazard, like, hobbyist stuff. And certainly not packing like furniture. This is going to be a problem. So he wants to very much feel validated in the fact that he's like, look, I'm stronger, I'm larger, like, I've come into myself as a man, which he hasn't. He still very much reads as a child. And this younger man is, like, in a position of where it seems that he's in a position that he doesn't much care for. So now you're drawing attention to the fact they're both insecure, but they're drawing attention to the wrong things right now. He's trying to draw attention to, like, look how strong I am, but really he's drawing attention to the fact that he doesn't understand the dynamic he's supposed to fall into. And the other guy is having attention drawn on him that he is, like, inferior in some way because he can't complete a task as necessary, you know. So this is not good. And this has got to be, like, this red-haired himbo doesn't understand the political divisiveness he's created here for these people. Oh, see, look, George is like, oh, that would be difficult for you. And it's like, guys, stop talking about how frail this young boy is. So it's like you're once again drawing attention to the fact that he's ill-equipped to perform the duties that he's meant to be doing. Not good. Not good. And she's a girl, so she's like not necessarily beholden to a lot of these things. But you'll notice that after they said, no miss, you'll soil your clothes, she didn't continue to insist upon that, because she'll also be punished. Maybe even to a degree much harsher, because the women will just pull her aside and be like, I can't believe this, you've disappointed us, like, you soiled your clothes, like, this is unbefitting of a lady, blah, blah, blah. Much harsher, much more, like, direct, in some ways, criticism than the boys. You know, I feel like mostly if the boys do stuff, the servant's gonna get punished, and they'll just, like, be withheld opportunities from, you know what I mean? Like, oh, this childish boy doesn't know how this goes. So when they're thinking about, like, who's going to get these opportunities or whatever, they'll be like, well, not this himbo bumpkin over here that's been living like regular people. Like, he just doesn't get it or whatever. So he'll be more iced out, like, business-wise, and she'll be more iced out socially, which is probably far worse. Because he can always just decide to be his own man in regular person town. But she's going to have a real tough go at it. Because she can't marry beneath her station, because then she'll have to give up all of the things she's become accustomed to. It'll be a very difficult and hard life for her. But she also can't be with a guy that's of this, like, echelon of people if she doesn't conduct herself properly. That'll also be bad, because she won't get a proper marriage, which means she'll have to settle for somebody that, like, has a much worse, maybe decorum, maybe it's of a lesser, so, like, if she's up at, like, Duchess, like, maybe she has to, like, marry a merchant, and then she gets a bunch of flack socially from that. You never want to be the rich girl that marries for money. You will be punished forever about it. See, he's feeling the weight of this nonsense right now. And they're like, hey, don't make it too big of a deal because you'll be punished for this. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, this would be super embarrassing. Because one, like, it doesn't seem like he's really equipped to be a servant, you know? But then to do a bad job, to then feel insecure that you did a bad job, and then be reprimanded by one of your superiors in front of other people, like, even if you, like, don't care that much about a job, like, that still sucks. Well, no, because he's a house servant, and that guy's an outsider. And I believe he's only saying that because of this woman right here, because of the aunt, because he's not dressed to be in the garden, so it's actually also improper for him to help, but it's more proper for him to help than any of the people in the family. So he is of a higher station than the other servant, but then it also looks bad that the other servant can't perform his duties. Yeah, her status lets her get... If she orders this servant to help him, then he has to do it. That's his job. And that's actually more appropriate than her doing anything. And he'd be happy to do it. He'd be probably kind of pissed if his clothes got dirty or whatever, and then he'd have to excuse himself, because then he wouldn't be performing the tasks properly. But then at least if somebody's like, hey, why aren't you going and doing this stuff? He'll be like, oh, karate chop lady or whatever, she told me to go and do that. And then be like, oh, okay, cool. But, like, hurry it up and go do what you're supposed to be doing. You know what I mean? Like, look at this mischievous woman. oh, she knows. She knows she's just flipping him shit because she knows realistically he's a house servant and the other guy appears to be an outside servant, and that is, there's always, I think, been a dynamic between that. Like, you have the people, the front-facing people that always have to be polished and nice, and they have to have good social manners. They have to have good manners and be able to navigate social situations very well so as not to embarrass anybody. And then you have the lower tier servants that are meant to just essentially be supplemental. Like, sometimes you would even have, like, the low tier kitchen staff that are good at cooking stuff but bad at talking to people. You never get to see those people. It's the mid tier servants that have just enough training that can take the items from the low tier servants, take it up to the top, set everything out, and then maybe if they get spoken to, they're like, excuse me, my lord, or whatever, and then they have to leave. And then it's the internal servants that are just like in and amongst these people all the time, that have a higher degree of trust and a higher degree of education and stuff like that. Those are the people that like are used to buffer those interactions, because ideally you never meet a B tier servant. You should never meet a C tier servant. In our tier list, I think we should have the servants at the bottom rung, just to keep with the caste system. Like, they'll stay in the bottom rung. Now, we'll reserve the F tier, I think, for, like, people we don't care for. But the D, the C, the B tier, those are all servants. Maybe not even that much. I just don't think there's that many servants. But, like, the bottom two rungs, I think, because I doubt that these people have C tier servants. I think that that's just too many characters. But realistically, if we were watching, like, a period drama, bottom tier just above the F would be reserved for the servants. So I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep it real, and I'm gonna list the two bottom tiers in this, save for the F tier, save for the very bottom rung, because that's gonna serve as our list of like ne'er-do-wells. Just above ne'er-do-wells, we're gonna have the servants, and so I would like to amend my tier list to put the fox face woman in the top end of the tier list. I would put, I mean, so far the other two servants I'm also going to put in the one tier lower servants. They're going to be the B tier servants, those two. Because I don't really care for that one guy's attitude, even though he's just doing his job or whatever. And the other guy's pretty sad and miserable, but eventually I feel like when what I suspect to be the case is revealed, he'll get some upward mobility. You know what I'm saying? Like, even in so much as the fact that he's a servant now, like, when certain things come to light, I feel like he's going to be able to, like, rise up higher in the ranks, if you get my drift. Even if it's only to the upper tier servant, maybe that's the lowest he can go. Maybe if he's an insufferable bastard child, he still only gets to be at the top ranking of servant. You feel? Yeah. So that's how I'd like to amend that. Keep that in mind. Closed mouth servants of the best night. See, Rudolph keeping it 100. He knows how it's supposed to be. He's been drenched in this life. He knows. Servants are supposed to be seen, not heard.
ルドルフ様は手厳しゅうございます。私ほど使用人で寡黙な者はおりませんとも。
And here's the thing. A super old house servant, if she's not in the S tier, she'd probably be dead. Because she either wouldn't be there because she would have been cast out because not cool, or she'd be conveniently disposed of if she knew too many secrets. You know what I mean? Like, the rich, I imagine that the rich would just have certain people dealt with. You know what I mean? Like, that's not an outright accusation, but like, imagine somebody gets to being super old and they're a servant and they get a little bit too comfortable. Oh, what a terrible tragedy. You know, she was always quite frail. I feel like that happens probably, like, more often, but realistically, like, once you get to be a certain age and you're somebody's servant in this, like, level of system, you'd kind of know how to act. Like, you're not getting to be a 40-year-old servant at a super rich, dynastic type of villa if you don't know how the sausage is made or whatever. Exactly. And accidents happen all the time. You know what I mean? Like, 90% of the places that these servants have to clean are, like, you know, lots of people die in bathrooms and kitchens, and guess where the servants are all the time? Who knows if that's an inflated stat? but you know what I mean? So you realistically wouldn't get to be like 80 years old and being a servant if you didn't like know enough to like keep yourself on the straight and narrow insofar as like how everybody perceives you. You know what I mean? Like you would not get to be that way if all the kids hated her and the like patriarch of the family didn't like her. She would not be here. You know what I mean? She would be either sent off and away or conveniently like dealt with. You know what I mean? But these younger servants, there's a lot of time for them to have a workplace accident. I still like her though. She gets to be in the top tier of the servants.
そろそろ荷物を置きたいわね。ゴダさん、部屋割りはどうなってる
And
の
here's
か
the
し
even
ら
crazy part. Second wives and mistresses still rank above servants. Isn't that wild? Like, some servants rank higher than a mistress only because that mistress is getting kicked off the island. You know what I mean? Runs. Come here, my chubby baby. Here, maybe over here you come. Oh, yay, that's nice. Maybe all the way over here? Maybe all the way over here for a little bit of a pet? Really? Oh, my boy. Oh, my chubby boy. Hopefully that was censored. He's so large, it's kind of difficult for me to pick him up in one swoop. Oh. Hi, sweetie. Hi. Hi. Once again, if you're new here, you can tell that it's Runts because he does not want to be over here. That's how you can tell the twins apart, is that Runts is not happy to be over here. He can be snuggled for just a moment before he tries to use all of his strength and willpower to go and see Papa. Hi, Runts.
Hello.
Say hello, my sweet greed monster. Yes. This cat knows only biblical levels of greed. He's like a parking meter. How so? How is he like a parking meter? Oh, he's cute. No, come here, fatty. No, come back. Come here, my sweet love. You can only have him for a bit of time. No, absolutely. Yeah, he does not care to be held. Oh, yep, and immediately has to go over there and be consoled by Daddy about it. Did you see? She held me and she picked me up like some sort of sack of flour. Like I was some big hefting package of some sort. Like I'm luggage, Father. She held me like I was luggage. Not true at all, by the way. Held him very nicely the entire time. I don't even like squeeze him as much as I would love to. I would love to like squeeze him like a little teddy, but like understandably he would not enjoy that. So I'm already like tempering my love and affection for him. And still he does not wish to be around me. Yeah, he's Daddy's cat, and that's crazy because they're twins and I've had them their whole life, but that cat specifically, not a big fan.
昨年と同じになっております。
Although, I am his fourth favorite person. If all three other people that he enjoys are nowhere to be found, likes me just fine. Funny enough, he likes me. The fifth person on his list is Grandma. So if I'm over at Grandma's house, hanging out with his other two siblings, then he acts like I'm like, oh, it's so nice to see you, Mommy. Oh, this is so nice. And I pet him and stuff. And when we hit the property line, when I'm packing him back home, it's like he shifts and he's like, get off of me. I can't have anybody seeing us together. What are you doing? What will the other cats think? And it's so crazy and ridiculous.
さあ、どうぞこちらへ。
Alright, let's at the very least get to the threshold before we save this. So we can say we made it to the house, you guys. It's been such a long journey. Can we meet? Oh my god, can we make it to the foyer, please? I beg of you. Yeah, see? See, he's feeling all internally upset about it. It would be difficult for an outside observer. Please. Elite tier noticing, you guys. Crazy. Okay, what did he say though?
バラの庭園は記憶にあったんだけどよ。
Oh, okay. I thought maybe I'd accidentally skipped past, but I don't think so.
このゲストハウスっつうのは、これ。
Brand new Western style guest house. Nice. Well, aren't Rose Gardens also kind of Western?
だったのはついよ。それ以降は僕たち
年金私も自分の部屋をこっちに持ちたいぜ。マリオも持ちた
い。Hi, sweet boy. Come here. Come here. Oh, this is my twin. Despite his name, this is Fatty, and this is my little puppy cat. Yeah. And you'll notice that he is a lot more docile than his brother. He's very long, but very sweet. And he wants me to fill his dog bowl full of kitty food. Because he's on this, I don't know what his deal is. He thinks he's a dog. He only wants to eat cat food in a dog dish. And you know what? If that's what gets him to eat more power to him, you know what I mean? All these cats are so eccentric. I've never had cats that are this high maintenance, but I love them. And they're good babies. Yes. Go snuggle your twin, sweet boy. No. You're gonna go beg for more ham? I'll give you some ham after this. Soon, my darling. I will give you some ham.
エヴァ様、こちらのお部屋をお使いくださいませ。ルドルフ様、キリエ様は。
やっぱりここは洋風って。
ほんの2、3日なら洋風もええやろが、ずっといて落ち着くのは日本人は畳の上が一番くつろげるんや。
新しい家を和風にするか洋風にするか。お父さんが和風で着工させたのを母さんまだ根に持って。
ジョージ兄さんのところは両親なくうちなんか冷め切ったもんさ。そのくせ私の成績の話。
Interesting. So everybody is going to stay in this guest house, I imagine, except for who's not staying in the guest house. So they're staying in the guest house. He's staying in the guest house, but not the young girl and the young boy, but not who's not staying in the guest house. 2, 4, 6. Okay, so the mom and the dad, and then like the two. Okay, who's he sharing the room with? He shouldn't. Now, realistically, he shouldn't share a room with a girl.
どうせ下世話なことか。
下世話なんてとんでもない。どうぞごゆ。あ、いたいたいたいた。言えたよ、クソ。
バカなこと言って、俺は胃がキリキリ痛み始め。せいぜい親父や兄貴たちに可愛がられるよ。親父の前では言葉遣いにだけ気をつけ。あの人、本当にジェシカちゃん。我らが当主。
去年から余命3ヶ月余命3ヶ月って割には相変わらずピンピンカリカリイライラしてる。
おもりができるのはやっぱり源氏さんだ。
親方様も源氏さんに私たち下々では近頃はお目通りすらなかなか。
また書斎に閉じこもって怪しげな黒幕。何をやろうとてめえの趣味だから構わねえけど、匂いがついでにそのまま書斎から
年長の人に後ろ宮家を復興させてくれた大恩人なんだから、もっと感謝しないと。
No, Runts, come on. Don't eat your brother's food. That's naughty. Runts. I know. You're just... No, Runts. Stop this. Stop this at once. Whoops. No, I did not dye my hair. This is a wig. I figured this would be pretty good for like an anime protagonist. I don't think I'm gonna do this every single time, but I thought it would be kind of fun for the intro chapter. Or I guess we aren't gonna finish a chapter here, but episode? Chapter? Or at least the first one, you know. Ooh, I love that light. No, Runts, please. That is your brother's food. Get out of there, you vagrant. You varmint. Out. He tried to raise a paw to me. You get him. He's so naughty. I tell him to not eat this, and he's like, you will let me eat this. No, my little piglet, that's your brother's food. Unbelievable. Chapter. Oh, we're in chapter 3? Ooh, you know how I love 3s. Okay. Family is wealthy beyond belief, but it meant all of its family members were a bit strange. You don't say. Completely out of touch with the world at large. Well. Top of the food chain is the grandfather, my favorite, my personal favorite. S tier. Oh, nice. Excellent. Redeem that real quick. Imagine that reflected the honest feelings of adults today. They're crazy. I doubt they're jealous of us grandchildren. We could just play around and laugh without a care. Yeah, I love those little, like lily lights. I think those are really pretty. A violent man that ruled with his fists, beating his children, even his daughters, mercilessly with a wooden sword. That's crazy. Honey, what are those wooden swords called? What are those wooden... What? Moken? If he was strict and uptight about it, why couldn't he have been a little bit more conservative with their names? Because of that, even us grandchildren had to suffer. That's hilarious. Can't say I have any trouble believing those terrifying stories about him. Yes, the lore! That's what I'm saying. A lot of people are not living their life conducive to having some really cool family lore, and it shows. It's just like, do you really want to be the guy that's like, and I'm not saying every single person is going to have like a 12-page obituary or anything like that, but at the very least, like, you, like, something. Like a fun story about when we went fishing one time, or like a silly anecdote about, you know, your daughter's wedding or something like that. Like nothing? You mean to tell me you want to have no memories with these people? Crazy to me. Can we at least get to see him one more time before we save and log off for the day?
失礼のある態度なんか取ったら
確かにこわもてだけど、決して理不尽なこと、口下手なだけで、ちゃんと筋は。
ジョージ兄さんは昔から成績優秀で、一族の鏡じゃねえか。私たちとじゃ、じいさま、私なんか木刀で引っ叩かれたことあるしよ。尻だぜ、尻。それも乙女の生尻をよ。
Calm down, Jessica. Jeez.
ジェシカちゃんは本家の跡取り娘だもん。おじい様も特に目をかけてくれてるんだよ。その厳しさは期待の気持ちの裏返しだと思わ。
冗談じゃねえぜ。
Yeah, sometimes people are hard on you because they want you to achieve more. Sometimes they just lack emotional control. But like, realistically, this guy has a vast fortune, so it's probably not the latter.
その跡取りってやつはジョージ兄さんに譲るよ。
Shut your mouth, Jessica. That's such a ridiculous thing to even say. Honestly, you should be struck for just even thinking about it. Oh, it's such a burden. Realistically, it won't be your burden. It'll be the burden of your husband that's trying to rule through you. So, honestly, it'd be a lot easier if you were a boy, but whatever. The girl heir to the head family. Oof.
ジェシカお姉ちゃん、マリアが持ったら軽く。大丈夫。この十字架は安心しなって。
Crazy. It would kind of suck to be a female heiress, because either you have like a Queen of England situation where you have to like essentially make your husband like the prince consort, basically, where he has no real power. He's essentially just like I don't know, arm candy or whatever. But then you have to take on all of the roles and responsibilities. Like, there's no situation where you're not the head of the household. So you either have to marry someone of a higher status than you that's like gaining 2 titles at the same time, which I don't think Pop would really like necessarily bummed out about. But it's either that or you pull a Queen Elizabeth where like you're the ruler and everybody else has to be forsaken while you're the ruler, which is like, oof. I mean, you saw how that went. Like, she's had to be the queen for like 1,000 years. It was crazy.
マリアいらっしゃい。お母さんとマリアはこの部屋よ。
Okay.
バトラ君は僕と一緒にこっちの部屋だってさ。
Okay, yeah, excellent. That's appropriate.
おお、なになに、こりゃ驚い。親たちの部屋より広め。
どうせいとこ同士で集まるだろうと思ってよ。大きめの部屋にするように。おお、マリアもこっち、ママと一緒に。
そうか。マリアもこっちが。よし。ここは俺とジョージ兄貴の部屋だが、お母さんには内緒だ。
内緒。Weird, but whatever.
おいガキども、お前ここでいとこ同士。
Okay.
どうせもうすぐお昼や。子供はそこでくつろい、それに表で遊べるのは。
マリアはここでお留守番してなさい。いたずらをしないで。
Okay, so the kids are all just gonna hang out.
じゃあ僕たちは1年ぶりに積もる話もある。
それがいいわ。バトラ君なんか6年。
へいへい。お
Probably
子ちゃま
not,
な
but
俺
maybe.
はおとなしい。
熊沢さん、あとは大人に任せて若者。
それがおよろしいでしょ。奥様にはそのよう。
それでは皆様、どうぞこちらへ。
他の子はともかく、ジョージは成人し。
そんなんでジョージだけ仲間外れはいとこ同士の交流も。ほら、行ってくるで。
I mean, isn't he like 23 or something like that? It's probably appropriate for him to go with the adults, but it's like one of those weird like boat problems where it's like you don't leave the 18-year-old boy with the 2 girls. Like you need to have like the closer to age like adult there to like make sure that they're like not getting into shenanigans. Not necessarily bad shenanigans, but just in general. Like what if the youngest has a food allergy the other 2 don't know about or something?
「どうしたんだよ兄貴。
ああ、ちょっと聞きたいことがあっ。
何かな。ジョージ兄さんが私な全然見当。
いや、ジェシカちゃんが何を
なあマリア、何の話か。
いや、だから。
さあ、兄貴にしちゃうぞマリア。お前は右脇。
ちょっと2人ともやめやめ
ジョージ。まあほら、兄さんも本家は1年ぶりだから、その間に辞めた使用人とか入った使用人とか。おお、挨拶す
る。なんだよそれ。全然違うな。マリア、騙されるな。尋問する。
いやマリアちゃんも。
多分掃除とか昼飯の大丈夫。あとゴーダの出しゃばりの出迎えよりシャノンの出迎えの方がいい。
シャノン？思い出したぜ。今も使用人やってんの元気かよ。
Crazy. New character. Is this going to show us the main house?
そういや、夏日姉さん。
No, I don't want to see the main house yet. Okay. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to save here, because I don't want to get into the main house business yet. We're going to save that. We're going to do that for now. We're going to save it, because otherwise we're going to be here forever, right? We're going to pop this up to... Where's my thing at? Oh, that's why I can't find anything. I'm in the wrong spot. That's hilarious. Okay. So. Oh, okay. I'll just reposition this when we do again. So, we are going to leave that there for today. We're going to pick this back up on Friday. If you're new here, don't forget to subscribe where you enjoy watching this. Oh, guys, we didn't do the giveaway. Oh, I completely forgot to do the giveaway, you guys. I was so consumed with all of the tech stuff that I didn't even do that. We'll do the giveaway on Friday. That'll be a good day to do it anyway. I feel like we get more people on Friday. So, were you able to check your schedule? I haven't heard anything, so probably later. Today is Tuesday officially now, so I think probably later Tuesday should be fine. Wednesday, I think regardless, I'm gonna be swamped. So, like, maybe like 8-ish later today, probably good. But Friday, we're gonna move the giveaway to Friday. I promise I won't forget. I'll put it in my schedule so that I don't miss that. So we'll do the giveaway on Friday, and then it'll be the whole stream. You'll be able to like put your little raffle tickets in or whatever, and then we'll choose the winner at the end of the stream. So that'll be good. And then we stream every Monday and Friday about 8:30 to 2 a.m. with probably no bonus on Wednesday. I think I'm going to be too swamped. But Saturday, I do absolutely plan on doing a bonus. I'm either going to go back through and we're going to play through Killer Frequency, or we'll be just like kind of vibing playing Hello Kitty. It depends on what my energy levels are on that day. I think that that's a better way to do it, because before I was like, oh, I don't have the energy to like finish this thing, and it was better that we did it on Sunday, you guys. I had a lot better energy for that. But just like running around as a little kitty, like we can absolutely kick it and hang out with that. And then I'm going to drop a poll in the Discord here, so what our next like movie marathon's going to be. So if you're not already subscribed to the Discord, what are you doing? That's like the best place ever. I might only stream like twice a week, but I'm on the Discord every single day. And that's where we have all these secret little extra things that we do, where we do movie nights. We do all kinds of cool stuff in the Discord. That's actually a really good place for me to get whoever ends up winning this giveaway's information so that I can ship this cool thing, which, by the way, if you guys forgot, this is what's going to be in the giveaway. God knows what could be in this box. Really be anything, you guys. But it comes with, oh gosh, it comes with this super cool little collectible card and this treasure sheet, as well as this super cool wooden box that's got, that's engraved. It's got like real nice tactile on the top here. And then, oh, it's like too big of a box. One sec. Put that in there. I think this was the D20. That's gonna be hard. That's hard to get out of there. I don't want to lose anything. Here we go. So this is the D4, and you'll see that it's got, that's not there. You'll see that it's got like a coil in it. Isn't that neat? I just think they're really well done, and the numbers are really nice. You know, and they're pretty big. This, like, as far as dice goes, like, these are pretty big pieces. The dice that I use every day are teeny tiny. So this would be nice for either an introductory set of dice or like a fancier set of dice. And these are from Gamer Nexus. They're not sponsored. This is just kind of a fun little giveaway piece that we have available. And depending on where I'm having to ship it, if I'm being honest, I'll probably try and add some extra little goodies into this as well. So keep a lookout for that. I'm going to make an announcement. I'm going to make like a cute little, flyer for in the Discord. so that if I forget on Friday, you guys will remind me to get that started. Because I've been keeping track. I have the widget up right now. All I had to have done is click start, but I got so derailed with all of the tech problems, unfortunately, you guys. But we did calibrate that on the last stream, so that is ready to go on the next stream. I even have the timer set up. I just totally forgot. So I will see you guys. Well, some of you guys I'll see earlier than others. Max, I will see you and the other homies later on today for a little bit of gaming. And then I will be continuing to work on some of the other projects. But good to see you guys. This is a good intro chapter, and